Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Summon alternate versions. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Inko Midoriya was a kind woman. When Hisashi had walked out on her after the news of her PR'Y, she hadn't kicked and screamed and gutted him with a kitchen knife like she wanted to. She let him leave. That was kindness, both to him and to herself. She still has some mercy left in her. Or, at least, her friends by her side to prevent her from committing manslaughter. Mainly just the Bakugos because they live so close to her. It goes without saying that kindness is a virtue she holds dearly. However, when the new doctor she was seeing told her that her Izuku was allegedly quirkless due to some random toe joint he had, well, she may be kind, but she wasn't foolish. Quirks were a biological anomaly, and she wasn't caught up in quirk science, but the cause of them certainly wasn't toe joints. She wasn't about to take some cuckoo's theory at face value. Promptly leaving the bald doctor who clearly needed to have his medical license reevaluated, a distraught Izuku and a conflicted Inko had returned to their car. See, can I still be a hero if? Izuku sniffled out, tears starting to form. That'll leave him with a stuffy nose for a good while. But the tears were warranted, and unfortunately, so was the question. If he was quirkless, could he still become strong enough to save people with a smile like All Might? Oh gosh, what will Kaken think? He'd be okay with it, right? He really hopes this doesn't mess with their plans to be a hero duo. Who's he kidding? Kaken's the best. Don't listen to that man, Izuku. Clearly he has a few screws loose. We just have to figure out your quirk together, okay? Inko said. She wasn't really sure how they were going to do that, but she'd find a way. She hoped a day wouldn't come where she'd have to answer her son's heartbreaking question. Would she really be able to give the answer that Izuku would want? Would she believe that answer? She doesn't really know. Regardless, all possibilities of things going haywire out the window, she will make sure her little bean of sunshine will be happy. No matter what. Although she'll definitely have to have a conversation about quirklessness with her son at some point, she wouldn't want a quirkist on her hands. Hearing his mother's response, Izuku immediately brightens up, like watching the sun remerge from a lunar eclipse. His little legs swung back and forth wildly from his car seat as he imagined the different quirks he could get. Okay. Oh, I really hope I get something cool. Inko was starting to lose hope. Not because the fact that her child being quirkless was a very probable possibility, 20% is a big chance, after all. She would love her child no matter what quirk, or lack thereof, he had. No. She was losing hope because nothing online would tell her how to figure out what her child's quirk is. Any internet forum, medical guideline website, or anything of the sort would just lead her to the same answer, which is, find a quirk specialist. She had already done that, thanks, and the results were less than satisfactory. Were toe joints of all things really what separated a quirked person from a quirkless one? It was hard to believe, and even harder to stomach the idea of it being real. According to a couple sources she found, it seems children really only discover their quirks either at random or when they have a burst of adrenaline, the most common ways, at least. Of course there were outliers, but off cases like those weren't exactly guaranteed to work either. She's not exactly fond of far-out ideas like deliberately triggering a trauma-induced quirk for Izuku either. Beyond that, there was some high-tech stuff that quirk specialists use to discover a person's quirk or something like that, but there was no way for her to afford those kinds of wild procedures. She really wishes when she had become a nurse she had specialized in quirks. Maybe she could have made sense of all this nonsense. What in the world was a quirk factor? Oh dear, it seems I'll have to schedule another appointment after all. Inko said, feeling utterly defeated. That incompetent doctor will rue the day for wasting her money. She'd love to help her child bring out his inner third eye or whatever he was doing to try and bring out his quirk, but unfortunately the night had come as quick as the day had left. While it was a Saturday, Izuku was only a 4-year-old who shouldn't stay up late. She truly hopes Izuku doesn't turn out quirkless. She'll cherish him no matter what, but she's just not sure if her love was enough to soothe the pain her son would go through if he was quirkless. The amend that Hisashi, leaving her, potentially, quirkless son without a father's care. Then again, Hisashi probably wouldn't have made a good father to begin with. Silver lining. She thought. Whatever. The stress of today had taken her out, and she looked forward to crashing into her bed after tucking her son into his own bed for the evening. Well, that was the plan, before she heard a second, deeper voice inside Izuku's room. Something that definitely wasn't from his rickety, old computer. No, this something sounded like a man. Izuku was starting to lose hope. Since Mom said that he probably wasn't quirkless, he tried his hardest to bring out his quirk himself. Being a smart 4-year-old, Izuku had deduced that he probably had some sort of telekinesis like his mama, because that's how it worked. Although, he didn't know what his dad had, he wasn't around much, Mama said he was off in America, so maybe that was part of the problem. Considering that he had stared at his All Might plushie for around 30 minutes now, trying every trick in the book to get it to budge with his quirk, thinking about it, visualizing it, doing weird motions with his hand, asking it really nicely, he doesn't think he has a telekinesis quirk. Well, quirks can be something completely different than their parents, but how is he supposed to test something as vast as that? The possibilities are endless. He'd know because he watches so many cartoons with so many quirks. Man, what if he's really quirkless? Izuku didn't want to consider it, because how would he be a super awesome hero without a cool power like Kaken? He'd find a way, obviously, but he's still bummed at the possibility. After all, Mama had a cool quirk, it would be a shame that he wouldn't get it too. Well, trying not to get bummed, he tried envisioning himself as an adult, with a super cool quirk just like All Might's. He'd be a cool and popular hero that'd rescue everyone from the bad guys. With a big smile. Super buff and strong, with lots of hero friends at his side. An action-packed life filled with heroic deeds and punching away all the wrongdoers. Oh, but don't forget to keep your morals in check, some villains just need a home like in that one show. Izuku had an odd feeling that someone was watching him, but then again it didn't feel like the other times he sensed someone spying on him. Danger sense isn't even going off, so maybe it's a nervous fan or something like that. Only a few minutes into his patrol and he really thinks he's going insane. All that trauma from his years as a hero student must have finally resurfaced. How lovely. He signed up for it too, taking one for all was his decision, so he can't even complain. Don't get him wrong, hero work was his dream, and he's living the dream right now. It's the best DMN thing Izuku could have asked for in life. He just wished it didn't require the years of agony and, well, trauma. At the very least, the weather was nice, with the sun out and all. Unfortunately, he had no one to share the weather with, because his new sidekicks don't come until Thursday, and all his former classmates are busy. Sad, depressing day for him. But, let's put on a sunshine smile and make it through the day. They're still got work to do after all, like walking around and waiting for villains to arrive. It's a good thing that the streets have been cleaner after the war against All for One, but he just feels himself getting antsy. Surely there's plenty of other stuff he could do to change society, right? Being the #1 hero and all. Not like he'd abuse his power or anything, but he has a ton of influence and damn it he's going to use it to improve the world. With his fists or with his words. Too lost within his self-motivation speech inside his head, Izuku had failed to realize that a portal was forming right in front of the path he was walking into. Thankfully, he stopped himself right before he stumbled into what is probably a villainous trap. Except, being the selfless, kind, dumb, and self-sacrificial hero he is, he jumped in anyways. Gotta stop the villains on the other side of that portal, after all. The idiot didn't even check to see what was on the other side of the portal before stepping in. Within the depths of his daydreaming, Izuku had failed to realize that he started glowing green as he continued to fantasize about this hero version of himself. Accompanied with this green glow was a large green portal that had appeared just beside his bed. Jumping out of it, came out a boy around his 20s, donning a green hero-looking suit. Like he had done hundreds of times before, he immediately readied himself into a fighting stance, before recognizing his surroundings. Surveying the area, the boy quickly realized this was his childhood bedroom. He moved out a few years ago, so he wasn't really sure why all his stuff is back in here. Was this some kind of nostalgia quirk he had ran into? No, but he definitely had to have been transported somewhere, right? Unless the portal was a trick? It was a bit astonishing seeing his old room down to the detail, although he also noticed that he had less All Might merch than he last remembered, in particular, his treasured golden age. There's a small version of himself currently eyeing him right now, looking just as alarmed, but with an excited gleam under his eyes. What's that about? As he was. Maybe this wasn't a nostalgia quirk. Hello there. The older Izuku had cautiously choked out. Immediately the younger version of him had started going haywire, spouting out questions and mutterings such as, "Are you me? Did I summon you? Or, were you from my dream?" It was a quite endearing habit, akin to his own mutterings, although his was probably more annoying than this cute little bugger's. He can probably eliminate the possibility of this being a villain facade, just from how specific everything was, but he still had to be on alert in case of any weird memory manipulation quirks. Could a quirk really nail things down this well though? He wasn't sure. If only he could let his guard down for just a bit, he could gather his thoughts. Was he muttering right now? Why does it feel like a constant stream of words is flowing throughout his brain right now? Oh god, it's the other Izuku. The other Izuku is still muttering. Slow down, I need some time to process what's happening right now. The older Izuku sputtered out. Sorry. The younger Izuku quickly quieted down. I didn't mean to shoot you down, I just thought never mind. Chin up, buddy. Children were a weak spot of Izuku's, and as such his guard was let down as soon as it was set up. Guess the caution was for nothing. Are you me? The young Izuku chirped out, with much more clarity this time. Seems like it, little me. Do you know what's going on? The pro-hero asked nervously. He certainly didn't know what was happening. How is he here, and what even is here? Oh, he hopes to all might that he isn't in some weird alternate dimension. A villain attack would be a much easier to deal with situation. Goodness, how was he supposed to get back home? All his friends, All Might, his mom, he wasn't going to lose them all, was he? He can feel a panic attack coming on. No, I think maybe I got you with my quirk? But I don't know what my quirk is. The younger Izuku's voice pierced through the panic of the older one. Gathering himself, he tried to center his focus into what was happening in the moment. However, once older Izuku processed the other's words, another layer of emotion had set on him. Mostly confusion. Were there versions of him with quirks from the get-go? Not that he was jealous or anything. Okay, maybe a little, would have been nice to skip out on the childhood trauma. You don't know what your quirk is? Izuku wondered how that was possible considering most people find their quirks or are diagnosed as quirkless by 4. Well, the doctor said I was quirkless, but Mama said he was wrong, so I've been trying to find out what my quirk is the whole day. The young Izuku exclaimed. Mom said the doctor was wrong? But in his timeline, universe, world, his mom accepted the fact wholeheartedly. Maybe she was just taking it differently in this world? No, wait. That wouldn't explain why he's here. Little him had to have a quirk. A theory was starting to form within the pro-hero's mind. One that had horrid implications of the power this little him could have, but a theory nonetheless. Can you tell me what happened before I got here? Oh, I was dreaming of how cool of a hero I would be if I got a quirk like All Might's, and then I felt all tingly and weird, then this cool glow was around me, then you were here. Alright, that was not much to go off of. Admittedly. Was that how he sounded every time he went off on a muttering tangent? Still, it pointed to his theory some more. Young him concentrated on an version of himself with a quirk like All Might's. Try a quirk that was All Might's, and then all of a sudden, he was here? Did his small counterpart have a weird summoning quirk that somehow transcends timelines and universes? Maybe he was overthinking things. Yes, that must be what's happening, he was losing it. He was simply devolving into a muttering, analytical fit, and he would definitely stop this nonsense before it turned into a Todoroki theory. But what if the possibilities of quirks were literally limitless? Quirk mutations diverged from family trees all the time, and quirks were getting scarily powerful nowadays. But what would even trigger the summon in the first place? Why was he drawn specifically? Because little him thought about a version of him that just happened to be exactly like himself? If thinking was the trigger, surely he's thought of Mom hard enough to warrant a summon, right? Or even more glaringly obvious, All Might? Older Izuku had his doubts. He and little him would have to run some tests together, although looking at his All Might-themed clock, which still looked brand new unlike his, the time was late, and he didn't want to keep a young child from their needed nap time. Unfortunately, for the hero with a lack of situational awareness when there was no immediate threat, the time was indeed late. So late, in fact, that his mother had come to tuck his newfound baby bro in. As he went quiet, he was met with the sounds of footsteps walking away from the door, and he breathed a huge sigh of relief. Guess she wasn't doing it today. That is, until he heard the sound of clinking wood and metal, the kitchen cupboards, followed by footsteps back, followed by the bedroom door slowly creaking open, revealing his mother, looking younger than she did in his world, holding a kitchen pan with a frightened expression on her face. Izuku! Izuku! Inko had defensively said, holding out a frying pan for the worst-case scenario. Well, shit. Ninth almost says aloud. He doesn't, since he's had enough media training shoved down his throat that he knows how to hold back his curses. One of the few times he's grateful that the commission keeps trying to paint him as some sort of cinnamon roll. Alright, Mom. The older Izuku said at a volume so low she could barely hear. He felt so small and tiny right now. Even the number one hero cowers at his mom's wrath. Am I seeing two Izukus? Wait, a grown-up Izuku? My word, I must be getting old, but I didn't think people started hallucinating this early. Inko was getting worried about her age, despite being in her healthy 30s. No, wait, this isn't a hallucination, Mom. Older Izuku took a slight pause, fiddling with his hands, before spouting out his inner thoughts. Or wait, can I even call you Mom? I guess technically aren't actually Mom since we from different universes but dash. Slow down, Izuku. Inko cut him off. Was this really a grown-up Izuku? He sure had the mumbling habits down at the very least. I could barely understand what you were saying. So, I'm not hallucinating? Oh, about that. He really wasn't sure how to go about this mess of a first impression. Blunt maybe? I have some good news for you, your son manifested his quirk. Izuku emphasized with some jazz hands. Some news, which I don't know how you'll take, is it's some sort of summoning quirk and it kinda sorta maybe transcends universes and he just so happened to take me into his world, huh? A cold sweat seemed to run down his face, and Mom seemed to just stare at him like he just made the world's worst joke. Well, to be fair, I'm not entirely sure, but it's definitely a good explanation for how I'm here. So it's probably something like that. He laughed awkwardly, trying to backpedal. Okay, maybe Blunt wasn't smart. Yeah, Mom. Isn't it so cool? I can't wait to show Kakin my grown-up hero self, he'll be super-duper jealous. Little Izuku said, oblivious to the inner turmoil his mom was in. You okay, Mom? Older Izuku asked, worrying. I just need a moment. That was an understatement. This was perhaps the biggest headache she's felt so far. That's a big statement to make when she's dealt with the chaos ball that is Izuku. At least the older one seems quite nice, although that doesn't calm her crazed nerves. Is she sure this isn't some crazy shape-shifting intruder? She'll have to take his word for it, if anything, because her Izuku seems to be in pure euphoria right now, meaning whatever the older one had just said was probably right. But that begs the question. Just what in the world kind of quirk does her Izuku have anyways? Universe-crossing summoning? That definitely, absolutely, 100% most certainly wasn't in her family tree, and probably wasn't in Hisashi's. So a quirk mutation? How do those work again? Once again, Inko relents at the fact that she never paid attention to the quirk specifics in medical school. In her defense, everyone had said it was useless unless you were becoming a specialist. At the time it was a good idea to take a stress break. Well, unfortunately there's no flunking class equivalent for the situation she's in now. Actually, maybe there is. She thought. Why don't we all go to sleep and figure out what's happening in the morning, Ichim? Genius. Katsudon's still your favorite even when you're all grown up? Ever tried anything else? Inko teased. Embarrassed, older Izuku only replied with a thm, which promptly caused Inko to softly chuckle. Sorry. It's just, it feels so easy to tell that you're my Izuku now that we've talked. Goodness, I must be getting old, my kid's already 22. the sun had risen, and the two adults who were suffering mental turmoil the night before had reached a calm balance. Breakfast solves all problems, it seems. Both Izukus finish up their katsudon, and after a couple of head ruffles the older gave the younger. The younger Izuku said, "Mom, didn't you say I could play with Kaken today?" "Oh dear. I wonder if that can still happen with our guest." Inko worryingly said, eyes glancing between her child, her older child, and her phone, contemplating canceling the visit to the Bakugos. "Don't worry, he can just come with us. Right, other me?" "Yeah, I don't mind. We can test out your quirk with Kaken." Izuku wasn't in the biggest rush to get home. His world was pretty peaceful, and it's not like the other top heroes were pushovers. If this world was anything like his during this time PRD, it could definitely use his help. And more importantly, he gets to see Kid Kaken. He really hopes he can find a way back eventually though. Hopefully it's a two-way kind of thing, then he can come back and visit whenever he wants. Maybe he could help out his counterpart in a bigger way, seeing as he wants to be a hero too. "Oh, but one thing before we leave," the older Izuku said, to the confused expressions of Inko and smaller Izuku. "Since it'll probably be confusing for everyone, just call me Ninth, okay?" "Sure." Inko nodded, before curiosity hit her. But why Ninth specifically? Is that your hero name?" She voiced the thoughts of both her and her child's. No, but don't worry about the why. It's a secret." Inko knocked on the door to the Bakugo residency, to which Mitsuki promptly busted the door open, but that was to be expected. It was Mitsuki after all, with an exasperated Masaru right behind her. "Honey, we just got that door replaced last week." "Bah, the hinges look fine." The hinges were not fine. "Good to see you, Inko. It's been so long since I've seen you and your little Izuku. Sorry this couldn't happen sooner. Katsuki, the little fucker, has been keeping me busy." Mitsuki cackled. "Love him to death of course, but shit, I might start sprouting gray hairs already. Tell me about it." Inko smiles gently, returning boisterous energy with her own calm energy. "Izuku is so sweet, but he's still a handful to work with. Especially considering what happened yesterday." "Really now?" Mitsuki has a hint of surprise on her face. Who knew sweet little Izuku could be a troublemaker? Actually, speaking of him, where is he? "Oh, he's not causing trouble on purpose, I can assure you. As for where he is, he should be getting out of the car soon, but you should. How do I put this? Prepare yourself." At that exact moment, Ninth had finally managed to get Izuku out of his car seat and the two of them walked towards Inko, for the Bakugos to see him in all his very much not a 4-year-old glory. "Prepare myself for holy sheet." Mitsuki stood, dumbfounded. Did Izuku always have an older brother? Who looks identical to Izuku? Masaru, not sure what to say, decided to ground himself in the situation by trying to rationalize the situation. "Nope." Inko stifled a laugh. "Sorry, I should have told you over the phone, but the opportunity to get your reactions was too good to pass up." "You don't say." Masaru said, still a little awestruck. "Let's talk for a bit, I'll explain," she said as she made her way inside their home. "Hey Auntie Mitsuki. Uncle Masaru." Ninth waved excitedly. "Well, that's really something, ain't it?" Mitsuki had just finished listening to Inko explain Izuku's quirk awakening, while still dumbfounded at Ninth's existence. Ninth, having left the younger Izuku and Kachen to their own devices, stayed with the three adults downstairs. "It surprised me too, honestly. Obviously in a different way, but thinking about it, it's definitely out of left field. I mean, in my universe, I was born with a strength enhancement quirk. I guess quirk mutations are just weird like that. It's just so crazy. You're all grown up and everything, you say you're a pro hero? How are you and Katsuki getting along?" "We've been getting along well. Not between the ages of 4 to 15, but that's neither here nor there. We kinda fell out during middle school, but we reunited at UA." Falling out was a bit of an understatement, but it wasn't a complete lie, was it? "Oh wow, UA? Izuku, your auntie's so proud of you." Mitsuki proceeded to ruffle Ninth's hair, accidentally putting him in a headlock to make the ruffles easier. "Come on now dear, you're going to exhaust him at this rate." Masaru chided. Like you don't want to ruffle his hair too. Wrong. Right. Masaru ruffled Ninth's hair as well. Kaken. Guess what? Izuku excitedly hopped across the blonde's room. What is it, Deku? Katsuki said, the newly coined nickname rolling off the tongue smoothly. I finally found out what my quirk is. Really? I bet it was something lame 'cause you're such a crybaby. But I'm cool for the both of us, so it's okay. Katsuki was totally prepared for Izuku to have a cool, but weak quirk like anti-Inko. The teachers told him that's how quirks work. No, it's cool, I promise. There's a small problem though, I don't know what it actually does. Izuku started fidgeting, playing with All Might figurines while Kaken joins him. What do you mean, dumbass? Kaken's Golden Age All Might beat Izuku's Silver Age All Might in a figure battle. Izuku is distraught. I don't know what it does exactly. I mean, I recorded it in my analysis notebook, but I summoned a different version of me. He's all cool and an adult, and he has a quirk like All Might's. Funny joke, Deku. Katsuki wasn't going to fall for a trick like that. And no, I'm serious. Izuku said. He's downstairs with Mom, Auntie, and Uncle right now. Yeah, sure, Papa. Why don't we go down right now and say hi then? He scoffed. Fine. Izuku pouted. Katsuki was starry-eyed. Izuku's older self, he called himself Ninth, for some weird reason, was super cool. He really did have a quirk like All Might's, although he couldn't show it off very well, something about stupid quirk usage laws. But still, he at least showed his super strength a little, jumping up to the roof of the house in one jump, leaving a mark on the sidewalk, oopsies. He had that aura, the confidence and humbleness of All Might, the smile that saves the day, the all-round coolness factor. Can I have your autograph? Katsuki nervously asked Ninth. Well, of course. But only if you promise to me that you'll be nice to Izuku, okay? Ninth knows this Izuku won't have to face quirkless discrimination like he did, but he can't help but worry over him. In moments like these, he can feel himself becoming just like his mom, the way he worries over the little one. Sooner or later he's going to start crying when little him grows up and starts his first day at UA. I'll protect him with my life. Katsuki said, dead-face serious. Okay, Kaken. Ninth laughed under his breath. Where do I sign? I don't know. Ninth ends up signing a spare All Might-themed t-shirt Kaken had. He tried to sign something less valuable, maybe on like a piece of paper or something, but Kaken had insisted. So, marker in hand provided by a very amused Mitsuki and Masaru, Ninth wrote. You can be a hero. Plus ultra. Oh, I almost forgot. Since you got an autograph of me, can I get a photo with you, Kaken? Izuku's told me so much about you, you're so cool. Whoa, All Might Izuku called me cool. Smile for the camera, Kaken. Katsuki managed to look decent for the photo Ninth had snagged of himself and him, although the hero worship was clear in his eyes. Adorable. He can't wait to show it to his Kaken and the rest of his former classmates when he gets back to his world. Glancing at Ninth's signature, which was now laying on the kitchen counter, Inko questioned, So, Deku is your hero name? Why didn't you tell us to call you that instead? Oops. He thought. Ninth didn't realize he put his actual hero name on there. I wanted to leave the name open to any Izukus that our Izuku potentially summons in the future. He explained. The name has some emotional attachments to me, so I'd imagine it'd be the same for others. It's just a mean nickname right now, but it gets pretty endearing in the future. Besides, Ninth means a lot to me too. He decided to leave out that it definitely wasn't endearing for most of his life and that the emotional attachment was mostly trauma. Something tells him that's not the smartest thing he could do. Ah, how thoughtful. Inko said, Oh, speaking of Izuku summoning other Izukus like yourself, how do you intend to return to your home? You're always welcome here, but I can't help but worry. Inko didn't want her older son to never see his friends again. To never see his real mom again. Honestly, I've been avoiding letting the fact that I'm in a different universe sink in. I really hope little me's quirk can somehow do the job for me. We do have some testing with his quirk to do, after all. Ninth wasn't exactly fond of the idea that he could never return to his home, but he'd rather not think about it right now. Preserve sanity and stuff like that, or whatever his therapist told him. Please, don't worry about me. I'll be okay. You can use my room to test Deku's quirk out. Katsuki helpfully added. He was ecstatic to help out Ninth in any way he could. He's not all might, but dang, does he get pretty close. Izuku, on the other hand, was very worried he had made an oopsie. Had he taken away Ninth from his home forever? Will he never get to see his mama again? Izuku hates the thought that he did that to him. He must find a way to bring him home, even if he'll miss him. So, Izuku, and while it still feels weird to call him his own name, how did you summon me yesterday? I dunno. I was thinking of a hero version of myself, and you appeared. Well, that's the same answer from yesterday, and it's definitely still not enough to go off of. Well, first theory on the chopping block. Maybe it's a two-way activation? Can you try thinking the same things you thought yesterday? Okay, I'll try my best. Izuku thought really hard about his hero version self, Ninth. He thought about his cool quirk, and how it's not just super strength. Ninth showed him this cool black rope he can summon, and that he went to UA, he punches mean villains down without damaging anything, and gives everyone a sunshine smile like All Might. He has cool merch lines like plushies, posters, cartoons, figures. Oh hey, there's a portal in front of him. That looks like where I was when the portal popped up in front of me. That hey wait, everything's frozen on the other side. Ninth looked closer and noticed that it was also the same time of day when he had haphazardly jumped into the portal. Izuku's quirk stops time when he brings someone in? What unholy deity decided to load impossible powers onto a different version of himself? At least now he knows his first theory was right on the nose. Oh, does this mean you have to leave now, Ninth? Izuku looked teary-eyed, which means that if he didn't do something soon, Ninth would also be bursting into tears. Hey, don't worry, don't cry. It's okay, I'll just step in until the portal closes, and then you have to try your hardest to summon me back, okay? He was confident that Izuku would be able to do it without much fanfare. He was always a quick learner. But what if I can't do it again? Izuku looked hesitant to bid farewell to his cool hero self so quickly. Damn it, why did his younger self have such wicked baby doll eyes? Alright, why don't you try opening and closing the portal a few times first? That way you'll know you can summon me back. Hey, I'll try then. Izuku stopped concentrating on his thoughts, and the portal closed once more. Ninth felt a small pit form in his stomach. He didn't just squander the only chance he had to go back home, right? Luckily for him, the worries were for naught. As Izuku refocused, the same portal reappeared. Ninth let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Alright, let's test it out now, okay? He looked to the younger Izuku. The young boy nodded hesitantly, still focusing on keeping the portal open. Stepping into the portal, Ninth watched as everything that was currently paused go right back into motion, as if nothing had happened. The bird's nest on a tree had started chirping sounds again, strangers on their daily walk had resumed walking, and the clouds had started drifting away again. The portal had already closed behind him, and he really hopes Izuku can reopen it, because this would really be awkward if he just had to go on with his patrol and pretend it never happened. Ninth! Izuku exclaimed. Hey, you did it, buddy. Thank goodness he didn't have to live with the thought of him abandoning a child version of himself forever. Stepping back into the portal, he couldn't help but watch as everything else in view had immediately stopped back to a halt. Katsuki was sitting in the corner, watching the whole chaos unfold. That portal Izuku made was super cool. He wonders if he could. Whoa there, Kaken, let's not get you lost in another universe, okay? Ninth stopped Katsuki from diving head first into the portal. But... Katsuki whined, his hand reaching out for the portal, almost phasing through, except his hand stopped as it hit the portal like he was touching a mirror. Ninth mimicked the sound Katsuki made, moving his hand up to the portal. It phased through like normal, but Katsuki still couldn't go through. I guess you can't go in. Ah man, Katsuki said, dejected. Well, that's interesting info. Now that he knows that Izuku can send him back home, they can explore this a bit more. If it doesn't work with Kaken, Does it really only work with other versions of him? They should try summoning other people. Maybe Izuku could try and summon his version of Kachin? Why don't you try summoning my Kachin now? Ninth said. Katsuki perked up again when he heard that. Am I a super cool hero too? He said, ecstatic. Super awesome. Ninth giggled. He's just like me. He's super strong and saves a lot of people, and he has these super cool gauntlets that fire off crazy explosions. Oh. I already knew I'd be awesome, so whatever. Katsuki said, trying to hide his excitement. Meanwhile, Izuku was trying his hardest to conjure a portal to Ninth's Kachin using the info he was being fed. He wanted to see Kachin all grown up too. Is he really as awesome as Ninth described? Maybe he was even more awesome. It was Kachin after all. He scrunched up his face really hard and looked lost in thought. He desperately tried visualizing Ninth's Kakin like he could with Ninth himself, but it just didn't seem to work. I don't think I can do it. Izuku said, dejected. No way. What? Katsuki said, extra dejected. Now, let's not get too down in the dumps. Ninth exclaimed. When did the mood get so bad? Let's try something else then. Maybe you should try summoning another version of me? Don't visualize anything specific, just think of all the possibilities of the kind of person you could be. That advice was awfully vague, wasn't it? But they knew for sure that Izuku could at least summon other Izukus, so he had to test how specific he has to be to open up a portal in the first place. Weirdly enough though, Izuku managed to understand completely, and with an okay, his mind rapidly started to fill up with many different thoughts. Different versions of himself popped up in his head, without Izuku thinking of them himself. It felt endlessly easier than trying to summon Kakin. In a split second he saw a villain. And in another second he saw an idol. He saw a hero. He saw himself sad, and he saw himself content. He imagined himself living lives like those, in a scenario he couldn't see. It was like rolling a dice. Izuku had no idea what was going to come out, yet it felt natural. The idea of identifying something that isn't actually tangible, just like breathing. Is this how quirks feel like when you discover them? Just like that, a portal appeared. Interesting. Ninth said. Those vague instructions seemed to do the trick easily, yet Izuku couldn't summon Ninth's Kakin with all the info he gave, and the small Kakin couldn't go through the portal either. It really looked like Izuku could only summon other Izukus. But was it really some weird universe-crossing quirk that only worked with other versions of himself? In front of Izuku was a portal. How puzzling. His first thought was, how did Kurogyari find me? However, he quickly pushed those thoughts away. Him and his dad, the BSTRD, couldn't have known where he was. All Might himself saved him and even took him in, but his fear of his father still remained. He was the man who had intel and connections across the entire world, the man who escaped Tartarus like it was nothing with a smile on his face, the man who manipulated his own son. Then again, it's easy to manipulate someone when you've been the only contact they've had for most of their life, right? He had been at his father's beck and call since day one. He was locked inside a bank vault with all necessities but no care, and his father had shown him his only source of the warm feeling that was love. That was family. Even now, away from the man who held him in his palm for years and years, he still has to remind himself that he was stranded by that man. He can't forget that. He didn't care for him. He won't allow himself to fall back into his father's comforting smiles. He fears his father, the infamous villain all for one, taking him back. The fear of him embracing his father's manipulative love, the fear of becoming a villain again. The fear of enjoying it because his father groomed him into that mindset, and could very easily groom him back into it again. He can still hear his father talking on his head sometimes, speaking his propaganda into his ear. The ends justify the means, Izuku. The heroes will toss you away when they realize who you are. The heroes don't deserve your mercy. Make them suffer, my son. Of course, thinking reasonably, he knew they couldn't have found him. One reason being, this wasn't how Kurogyari's portals looked like, even if it initially triggered his fight or flight and a glaringly obvious trauma response, if the past second were to be analyzed. On the other side he could see things, which was already different from Kurogiri's opaque purple portals. He could see that himself? No, wait, a younger version of himself and himself? Did he have two secret brothers father never told him about? Not to mention the little blonde child in the corner, who looked like that one UA graduate the League had kidnapped once upon a time. Hello there. The older him decided to speak. I am hello. Who are you? The third Izuku composed himself, talking quietly. He was staying inside Todoroki's apartment at the moment. He had no home arrangements and the hero was gracious enough to take him in. And he didn't want to be a bother. My name's also Izuku, like you I presume? We're the same person. Sort of. You should step inside so I can explain. Time pauses when you come in, so don't worry about leaving anyone behind. You'll be able to come back. Ninth said. No, truly it's okay. Please, explain from here. Okay, if you're more comfortable there. It's a bit complicated but basically. Izuku was holding back the urge to steal the little him's quirk. Some sort of genetic thing made him inherit his father's tendency to take whatever he wants, and it's been a tough road to reject that part of himself. He's been doing so well, but that quirk is so tempting. Arg no. He can stop himself. He will. Everything the older him had told him had checked out. He had a lie detector quirk, a gift from his dead father, which he regrettably found out was from a distant relative of Tsukauchi's. And so he was sticking around to dote on his child self. He was adorable, and he will protect him from his useless SPRM donor no matter what it takes. Now that I think about it, I don't actually know much about you, other me. Mind filling us in on who you are, I guess? Well, my father is an infamous villain named All for One and my full name is Izuku Shigaraki. I was a villain for quite some time. I'm sorry. Ninth is at a loss for words. You what? Your father is who? Your full name is what? Please don't trouble yourself. I didn't have much choice in the matter. Being the son of All for One, he naturally nurtured me into the position. Rest assured, I'm no longer a villain. No, it's just why is All for One your dad? My dad was just some deadbeat. Ninth glanced at the little Izuku in the room. Definitely wasn't All for One. I suppose that's just a difference between our worlds, then. Do you have a different mom too? Ninth questioned. I'd never met my mother. My father was always reminiscing about her though. He said she was an angel. Definitely sounds like mom. Ninth immediately made a note to introduce this new Izuku to mom, or at least this universe's mom. He couldn't imagine a world without his mom to be there for him, without her love and support. Hey, new big me, why do you talk all fancy? The smaller Izuku decided to speak up in the conversation. The new Izuku grimaced. It looks like while I wasn't the biggest fan of my father, I seem to have picked up a couple of unfortunate eccentricities, let's say. The third Izuku said. What do you mean by that? Ninth questioned. I picked up his unique sense of speech. He stated. Oh, and I also have his quirk. All for One. Wait, what? Ninth immediately shot up in panic. Well, of course. That's simply quirk genetics. Please calm yourself. I haven't stolen a quirk since I've turned a new leaf, and most of my quirks were cursed gifts from father anyhow. You wouldn't be discriminating against a villainous quirk, would you? FO Izuku feigned offense. He wouldn't call it manipulation like his father, it was simply persuasion. Harmless persuasion even. And no, of course not. Ninth continued, but quieter so only the new Izuku could hear. With the history of my quirk and yours, I'm just being a little cautious is all. I'm sorry. So you're a one-for-all holder. That explains the alias then. If I remember correctly, All Might was the 8th in my universe as well. The third Izuku mumbled under his breath. I completely understand your caution, but I can assure you, I'm a good person. I can even lend you a lie detector quirk if you still don't believe dash. Oh no, it's okay really. Ninth smiled, trying hard not to show how shaken he felt. I'm a good judge of character, so I'll have you figured out in no time. In the meantime though, what do you want to call yourself while staying in this world? It's all confusing with the different Izuku names floating about. The other Izuku thought carefully, trying to determine what kind of name he would want to be called. Just call me all for one. He cleared his throat as Ninth tilted his head in confusion. I know it's a bit on the nose, but that I wish to reclaim the name, in a sense. Turn it into something better. No, it's a good idea. Ninth reassured. It's just we should be a bit careful of saying all for one, all willy-nilly. If my suspicions are correct, he's still up and running in this universe. His minions are planted everywhere here. He fiddled with his hands nervously. Let's just refer to you as the acronym for now, yeah? Doesn't roll off smooth, but... It's all right, AFO said. If that's what you wish, I'm comfortable with it as well. Make. Ninth's a hopeless romantic. In an attempt to get to know AFO better, Ninth tried to strike up conversation with the first topic he could think of, which just so happened to be romance. Great. Got anyone you fancy, AFO? Ninth and AFO had made an agreement to say the abbreviation to all for one as opposed to saying it outright, due to the fact that the actual all for one most definitely exists in this world and his followers were everywhere. Best to save themselves the chance of suspicion. Anyone you want to do the kisses with? Not really. I haven't had much social interaction until the most recent years of my life, let alone a partner. Well, that was just sad. He reminded him of Todoroki, in some ways, with their mysterious ways of speech and bad fathers. How about you, Ninth? Yet I haven't had anyone either, sadly. My secretary calls me a hopeless romantic, which checks out, although at least I have my friends. On Valentine's they all gave me chocolates. No one gave him special chocolates though. Everyone gave him homemade chocolates, and the whole tradition is to give everyone homemade chocolates on Valentine's and give store-bought ones to the one you like. Wait, was that right? That doesn't sound right. He could have sworn it was the other way. Really? That sounds nice. Focus back on the conversation, Knife. Throughout the day they all gave me chocolates. It was so nice of them, it went like this. Shit nerd. I got you something. Pro Hero Dynamite walked into Deku's office with a box of spicy chocolates. Don't think it was for you or something hingy weird. I just got it for myself is all and got an extra. Katsuki's face betrayed him, blushing a deep red as if this was the hardest thing in the world. Ah, thanks, Kaken. Don't worry, I won't get ideas. You're a good friend. Yeah. And stop being sappy, idiot. Katsuki couldn't help but wish he could talk to Deku in any form besides being an a-hole. He stared at Izuku for what felt like hours, before he pinched the nerd's cheeks and walked away. Kaken. Marry me, Izuku. Ah, Shoto, you're so sweet. A chocolate ring, that's such a cute way to give it to someone. Hee, do I say, I do now? It took a week before Shoto realized Izuku had only been joking. He was distraught. Fuyumi had to comfort him for a while, also explaining to him that people don't propose with chocolate rings. I know that, Fuyumi. But can't I pretend for a little? Fuyumi simply patted her brother on the back, a bit tired of the same song and dance Shoto went through every time his friend didn't get the hint. This has been going on for how many years now? Hey, Deku-kun, Ochako said, walking into his agency during the last hour of Valentine's Day. Ah, hey Ochako. I got you. Whoa. Ochako stared up at the looming tower of chocolate Valentine's boxes. Did you get me chocolates as well? It seems like everyone has gotten me some today. Even some former students from Ketsubutsu and Shiketsu. You know, I think a bug is going around or something because everyone was super red-faced and quiet when they gave me their gifts. Oh dear. Ochako, I think you have the bug too. Are you okay? Ochako would beat everyone else to the punch next time. She swears on her wallet's grave. Ninth let out a large sigh. I just wish I had someone to actually love on Valentine's Day, but at least I have friends, right? If only one of his friends would come up to him and ask him out or something, like that friends to lovers trope he read in a romance novel he borrowed from Kaken. He'll take anyone. Please. I don't think actually, never mind. AFO hadn't had much social interaction before, but even he could tell that everyone was a bit smitten for Ninth in his world. Just how charming was he? Does he realize what he's doing? What is it? Ninth obliviously questioned, with another endearing head tilt. He saw it. Ninth was adorably pure. He's a bit jealous if he's being honest. Oh, nothing. Just that maybe you should consider buying everyone else chocolates next Valentine's. Huh, I know that I'll make sure to pick out the best ones. AFO won't ever get to see it, but he'll cherish the day Ninth tells him how it goes. He can just imagine all of their red, sputtering faces. It's okay to be a bit sadistic when it's playful like this, right? Meeting Inko was a surreal experience for AFO. The woman who was apparently his mother that he never met, the woman whom apparently had his demon of a father at her beck and call, was also the woman who was currently cooking him katsudon in a nice, homey-looking apartment. He was honestly expecting a more villainous character, but this was a welcome surprise. Unless it was some kind of front. Well, if Ninth trusts her, he will too. Getting on Ninth's bad side would be a horrible idea, considering he's still a little suspicious of him despite his best efforts. Not that Ninth would admit it, but an on-hand empathy and lie detector quirk says otherwise. Izuku had set off for school this morning, and Ninth had tagged along because Izuku wanted to use him as a demonstration of his quirk. Also, Ninth wanted to make sure no one was picking on Izuku, since his quirk came a bit late and kids have delusions and jump to conclusions, according to the kid-friendly hero who definitely shouldn't be talking about children like that. Although, he does have a point. It was one of multiple reasons he didn't accompany Izuku as well. He definitely couldn't show off his quirk like Ninth. He didn't want to come off as creepy or intimidating even with Ninth repeatedly telling him he wouldn't. But honestly, he didn't want to deal with 24-year-olds in the first place. He couldn't handle that much talking, and he wasn't great with kids like Ninth was anyways. He could barely handle Izuku. Thank you, Midoriya-san. The foe said as Inko finished up cooking and handed him a bowl of katsudon. Oh, please just call me Mom, Izuku. Inko said, having a harder time catering to AFO than he did with Ninth. This one certainly didn't resemble his son as much as Ninth did, but her motherly nature still wanted to take care of him. It feels so weird to hear my name come out of you. Even if you aren't technically my son, I'll cherish you all the same. Inko beamed. AFO could easily see where Ninth had gotten his trademark, Sunshine Boy, personality from. Thank you, mother? AFO eventually said, awkwardly trying to not make eye contact out of embarrassment. Inko hummed and then chuckled. Well, it's improvement. Inko, having gone to her shift as a part-time nurse, had told AFO to go on a grocery run while she was out. Easy enough, especially since she worried over him going out alone so much and even wrote directions on where everything was in the store so he wouldn't get lost. He thinks she forgets he's not a child like her actual son. Regardless, this gives him a chance to get out of the apartment and explore an alternate universe. Right before he set out, he felt his phone buzz in his pocket. Which didn't exactly make sense because he was in an alternate universe and the people in his universe are frozen right now, until he remembered that he exchanged numbers with Ninth yesterday. The two had found out that, while their data plans didn't work, basically all the other functions of their phones were intact. All they had to do was set up new plans to get everything working. 9th, 2 p.m. Hey onesie. Me and Izuku are having a ton of fun right now. You should totally come with us next time. FO 2:01 p.m. Thank you for the offer, but I have to decline. Also, did you just call me onesie? 9th, 2:04 p.m. Yes. I thought it would be cute and all for one is still a big mouthful. See. FO 2:05 p.m. I have no idea what to do with you. 9th, 2:08 p.m. It's okay onesie, you'll love it eventually, love. AFO stood with an amused grin on his phone as he was walking down to the grocery store, which should be just a few blocks away. 9th could make friends with everyone, couldn't he? If only he had the charm he had, maybe he could make friends more easily with Class 3. They're all so friendly barring maybe Bakugos, although he can tell he's just being cautious, not intentionally being an asshat, but he just can't talk to them. Social anxiety or guilt for being part of the organization that terrorized them, he can't really tell. It might be both, but it's probably mostly the second one. He needs that heroic courage, or whatever All Might talks about, to mingle with them at all. He reached the grocery store. This shouldn't take long. Stepping out of the grocery store after an hour, He got extremely sidetracked looking at hero merch. AFO was relishing in the fact that he just went grocery shopping. He's such a responsible adult. If you disregard the 2 bags filled with hero merch alongside the normal groceries. It's a good thing he had his own money, because spending Inko's grocery money on his newfound impulse spending habits wouldn't exactly be favorable. He wonders if there were any unforeseen consequences for spending money that was minted in another universe. Was it even legal tender? Even worse, did he just cause inflation? Well, the cashier took it, so it's no longer my problem. He thought to himself. Help. Anyone please? Goodness, what is happening over there? AFO decided to check out what was happening. He was running. A bit reckless to run in without a plan, but that was his instincts for you. Ninth called it heroic, he called it a lack of self-preservation. Quiet down and hand over all your sheet. AFO concluded that the sound was coming from a discreet alleyway. So, rushing up and hiding behind a wall, he assessed the situation in front of him. There was a burly man cornering a wealthy-looking young lady, who was clutching a purse in her hands. How cliché. Striking in the middle of daylight, this one wasn't too bright, was he? Neither of them seemed to have quirks he can determine by sight, so he'll have to proceed with caution. He debated about stepping back and just alerting a hero, but the situation is just a bit too dire right now. Oh my, the man just pulled out a gun out of what seems like himself. A storage quirk? Then? How useful. Striking in the middle of busy hour? How bold. AFO casually revealed himself. The buff-looking man turned around looking alarmed, before bursting out in laughter. Yeah, what are you gonna do about it, scrawny dumbass? No heroes check this shithole anyways. The man then stored back his gun and drew out a knife after reaching into a glow in his chest. I'll make your life hell for interrupting me. A gun won't do the trick, you gotta bleed out little twerp. The man said, a creepy grin on his face. Well, that would shake up anyone normally. Being murdered by a dull knife wasn't great, but AFO had witnessed his father commit plenty of atrocities, so he wasn't shaken at all. That creepy grin doesn't compare to his father's either. He had regeneration quirks on hand anyways, who cares about some knife? He would have preferred if the idiot just tried to use the gun instead. Ah, what a useful quirk. So many useful quirks are wasted on such idiotic individuals. AFO taunted the man. It's a good thing he has his father's sadistic tendencies to draw from. Huh? The large man was boiling with anger. This little sheet should be shaking in his boots right now. Time to put him in his place. The man drew back his fist holding the knife, and tried to hit AFO. Keyword, tried, because AFO simply caught his fist, and promptly stole his quirk. Ugh, sheet. You're gonna effing die. The man, having realized he cannot best him physically, tried to pull his gun back out, only to realize that he couldn't. What the F dash? What the hell did you do? He said, a look of panic overtaking his face. Or maybe his angry face just looked like that, AFO didn't really know. Well, I took your quirk. It would be such a waste for someone like you to have it after all. The man lunged at AFO again, faster and quicker, probably losing himself in the heat of anger. However, even the man pushing past his limits was no match for the boy who trained under the villain network boogeyman. One duck under the punch, and a counter-punch which for legal reasons was definitely not boosted with a couple strength quirks, and the man was out cold. Oops. That's a bit more damage than he intended to do. At least the alleyway wasn't damaged too much. You should report this to the police, ma'am. I will bring this man to the nearest police station. The wealthy woman stood there, breaking out of her petrified trance, before responding with an, oh okay. Too caught up in the moment, she never asked for the name of her rescuer. As much as AFO would have loved to keep the quirk he stole, it's still kind of against his ethics to keep it. He only really took it to intimidate him, and maybe he felt just a twinge of joy taking it away from him. But, against his better judgment, he returned the quirk back to the petty robber before dropping the unconscious man at a random police station. Thankfully, AFO didn't forget the groceries he left on the ground when he went to haphazardly rescue someone, or else that would have been a very awkward conversation with Inko. While finally walking back to the apartment, he pulled out his phone. 3:15 p.m. That whole scuttle was only a mere 5 minutes? How laughable. What wasn't laughable, however, was the gravity of the situation finally setting in on AFO. Not knowing what to do, he decided to call Ninth and hope he doesn't get angry. Ninth. What's up, onesie? You're really pushing this nickname, aren't you? Hee hee. AFO let out a big sigh at that. Well, back to the main issue, I seem to have accidentally broken the law. AFO could almost hear Ninth straighten up and change his demeanor. You did what now? I thought you said you weren't a villain anymore. No, it wasn't a villainous act. I just seemed to accidentally have partaken in vigilantism. Okay, cool. Stay safe on your way home. You seem very nonchalant about this. No, it's fine. You know, I had my own vigilante days back in my UA days. Get that heroism out, onesie. Are you sure you're the #1 hero in your universe? Yeah, why? I don't know, I just assumed someone in that position would be more of a stickler for the laws. Well, anything to save people, right? I suppose. You don't sound convinced. But not to worry. I have a new friend that'll sway you in the right direction. What's that supposed to mean? You'll find out. AFO definitely didn't like the sound of that. He could already feel a burning headache coming on. But if he maybe felt some joy saving someone, even if it did technically break vigilantism laws due to quirk usage, and he was maybe looking forward to listening to Ninth talk about vigilantism when he gets back, well, that's for no one to know but himself, isn't it? To say Toshinori was in a state of panic right now was a bit of an understatement. He was currently pacing around Tsukauchi's office, trying not to melt into a puddle right then and there. Goodness, the stress feels like it was getting to his injury. Calm down. It couldn't possibly be all for one, you finished him off years ago. You don't know that, Naomesa. What else could it possibly be? The woman said he took the man's quirk, and your quirk confirmed it. What if I never really finished him off? What if he's still running rampant? Toshinori promptly coughed up blood from the thought. Look, quirks that deal with other quirks are very common. Anyways, the woman described the vigilante as a green-haired, freckled young adult, which is absolutely not what your arch-nemesis looks like. And that's the thing, they were a vigilante. Why would All for One randomly save a woman in an alleyway? A background check on her showed she wasn't in anything shady. Wiping away the blood with some tissues he kept on hand, Toshinori managed to calm himself down. I suppose you're right. Just the thought of that man brings me into overdrive. But still, a vigilante with a quirk that can steal others? Did All for One have children? Toshinori burst into a fit of laughter. What a joke that would be. Who would love a cruel and insane man such as his arch-nemesis? We don't know for sure if that was what the quirk actually was, unfortunately. It could be similar to Eraserhead's quirk, where it's just a cancellation, or it could very well be a quirk like All for One's. We'll have to keep a very diligent eye on this vigilante. Toshinori nodded, before heading out the police station. He truly hopes this doesn't become any more serious of a situation than it already has been. Oh dear, I'm not sure I can serve for Izukus. Inko was a bit worried of her pantry getting SCKD dry if Izuku kept summoning more versions of himself. Not that she minds them though, they're all so nice. It's a good thing the very polite Izuku came back with the groceries, so she can at least get started on cooking. It's okay, Mom. We all should probably head back to our universes today anyways. Ninth said. Oh, nonsense. Let me cook you all something to eat before you go home. Inko had already started heating up the stove, to which Ninth had responded by inserting himself into the kitchen with her. Are you leaving? But it's only been a day. Izuku said with a crack in his voice. Don't worry, little me. Just call for us whenever you need us, okay? We'll be right here for you. Ninth comforted. My apologies, Midori mother, but did you just say for Izukus? AFO asked, now sitting on the living area couch, finally arriving back from his eventful grocery run. That was my surprise. Ninth chirped. He's in the bathroom right now, but Izuku summoned another US at school. It was pretty fun when it happened. In the middle of Izuku tinkering with some support gear he was going to use for his vigilante war store for a hero student to use, a portal had opened up besides him. Too observed on working, he didn't actually notice until he heard a shout from the other side. Not to mention the support course laboratory he was using is soundproof, too soundproof in fact, to the point where sounds are muffled even inside the lab. Power Loader described it as perfect for your rambunctiousness, which leads him to believe he gave Hatsum a similar lab as well. That is definitely something he now knows to work on. What if that had been a villain? Hi, said an older-looking version of him? In a hero costume? Wait, there was a child version of him too? Double wait, are they in his old preschool? What the are you me? Izuku said, startled. I know you must be pretty petrified right now and like all confused, but long story short, quirk that transcends time, space, and universes. Quirk that transcends what, who, and huh? Time, space, and universes? What? This is the little one who summoned you. The older him ruffled the hair of the younger him. Yeah. The younger him said, with the other kids around him still in awe. I always wondered if I'd ever go down the support course. So I told him to try to summon a version of us that went down that path. Wait, so you didn't go to the support course? Nope. I'm a bona fide pro hero. A version of him. A real hero? That's so cool. Do you, maybe want some support gear? Izuku flared up with excitement that his counterparts seemed to be on the same wavelength. Hee, you'll have to work hard if you want to replace the stuff I use right now. They're done by the best of the best, you know. What an exciting opportunity. Underneath his breath, Izuku entered a mumbling ramble, one of his mumbles being, wonder if I could be a vigilante in another universe too. And being the professional pro hero that he is, Ninth had heard. Did you say what I think you just said? Ninth had sparkles in his eyes, like he just struck gold. Wow, it really worked. Ninth said excitedly. Come on in, hurry. AFO could feel the impending headache. No wait, it was already here. Goodness, do I even want to ask? He paused, hearing the water flow from the bathroom sink stop, and then hearing the bathroom door open right after. Then came footsteps down the small apartment hallway, and there comes another version of himself. Unlike him in Ninth, he didn't look to be an adult but rather a teen boy, and judging from his well-known, not-so-well-worn UA uniform, the way that tie is tied should be outlawed, he is only in high school. While in the bathroom I came up with this support gear idea for you. Hey Vigilante buddy. How lovely. Ninth had already informed the newcomer of his transgression against the law. Inko, sensing Ninth wanted to join the two in full, said she could take over the kitchen now, and shooed him out, to the dismay of said hero. Sue, onesie meet support. Ninth's eyes were practically separating from each other, with how fast they were zooming between the two Izukus to gauge the first impressions. Please don't introduce me as onesie, Ninth. He could handle Ninth calling him onesie, but he can absolutely see how it can spiral out of control. Don't worry, AFO's the name, yeah? Weird abbreviation, but it's cool. Support said. Ninth didn't tell him what it meant? What a kind gesture, although he's not really sure why he's surprised, considering the man's altruistic nature. As much as he wanted to reclaim his father's villainous name, it makes sense to try and save the headache from having to explain that he wasn't a bad guy every time he introduced himself. Yes, thank you. Pardon me if this assumption is wrong, but putting two and two together, you must be a support course student at UA, correct? Well, it's not the only thing I do. Support was trying to hold in a laugh. AFO could feel some sort of ominous headache coming on, like a warning sign. I'm also a vigilante. There it is. You know, I was curious if there was ever a version of me that was a vigilante. I was gonna ask Izuku to summon one eventually, but I got a 2-for-1 special with Mr. Support Course over here. Ninth explained. This is why I said what I said earlier, onesie. Me and Support over here will teach you all about the wonders of vigilantism. We even got little Izuku on board. Child Izuku shot AFO a sunshine smile, but he could feel the mischief underneath it. What has Ninth done in the one day that he is away? He needed to lay down. Oh, don't make that face. Ninth said, pointing out the tired expression on the other's face. I know you want to hear our vigilante stories, huh? He said in a sing-songy tone. That's quite the delusion you've concocted in your head, Ninth. Regardless, if you and support decide to discuss your law-breaking ways in front of me, I will have no choice but to listen. Skillful manipula convincing, AFO. What? Don't look at him like that. What good would come out of Ninth finding out he has a troublemaker mind? Very convincing, onesie. Well, with that out of the way, I have a burning question for you, Ninth. Well, a couple actually. But firstly, why did you say you were a vigilante for a while? Support questioned. During my first year at UA we had this whole war with the League of Villains, and it got pretty out of hand. So eventually, I tried to take things into my own matters by leaving UA and saving people without a license. To be fair, I still think it would have worked. But everyone else thought different, so they caught me when I was tired from fighting. That's so cool. I'm so jealous of your quirk. I only became a vigilante because I thought I could never become a hero the normal way due to my quirklessness. But I'm still saving people, and even better now with my support gear. Support said. Okay, wait, my turn. Did you have any cool vigilante names? Mine was just my hero name, sadly. Ninth solemnly said. Unfortunately, I don't have anything of note in the name department either. I've had some cool ones before, like Viridian, Serpentine, Emerald, and Genie, but none of them have really stuck with me. I guess the anonymity is better though. Goodness, both of you are incredibly reckless, aren't you? Shouldn't you at least try and be law-abiding? AFO lightly scolded, although he wasn't being that serious. He sighed. I suppose I can't criticize you, however. Even I was temporarily a vigilante to spite my father. Ninth let out a big gasp. You were a vigilante? Oh my, you must be in need of a hearing aid, Ninth. I said no such thing. AFO had accidentally let that slip out. Oops. Lies are hard to fabricate when you're caught red-handed, unfortunately. Come on, tell us what happened, onesie AFO. Support and Ninth said in unison. Someone save him from these feral children, please. Okay, dinner's ready, everyone. Inko said, finishing up in the kitchen and plating everything on the dining table. His saving grace, dinner time. No wait, they're just going to pester him more while they eat. God damn it. Fine. If you won't tell us how your vigilante life was in your universe, we'll just have to make you a vigilante in this one too. Support declared. I'd like to see you try. AFO muttered. I'm not insane like the both of you. I prefer to follow the law. Today was merely a series of unfortunate circumstances, is all. Don't worry, onesie, we'll convince you somehow. Ninth brightened. And if we can't, we have the ultimate weapon child Izuku. Said ultimate weapon was currently slurping up his noodles, being the loudest at the dinner table. How endearing, wait. Don't fall for it, Viva. You are the convincer, not the convincee. Do you know Eraserhead FO? Support asked. I know of him. In my universe, he's the teacher of the famous Class 3, so of course I know him. Well, if you didn't know, he's also an underground hero. In my universe, he always seems to catch me on my vigilante patrols. Honestly, I don't know how he hasn't caught me at UA, he's so perceptive. Support said. Fondly? Was his empathy quirk broken? I see. But what does that have to do with me? FO bluntly said. Well, all I'm saying is, if you ever do vigilante stuff again, try not to get caught by him. He's a crazy good quirkless fighter, and whatever your quirk is, if you even have one, it'll be cancelled out by his. Should you need it, I have analysis on all his weaknesses. That won't be necessary, but thank you for the offer. I won't be performing vigilante activities though, not anytime soon. We'll see about that. Support ominously said. Aizawa, we need your help to track down this new vigilante. He can take away quirks or at least disable them for a time, we haven't really determined yet. But, you're the best candidate since you can cancel it out, and at the very least, you're our most skilled quirkless fighter. Tsukauchi told the hero, taking a debriefing at the Mustafu police station. That's Eraserhead when I'm in costume, Tsukauchi. And anyways, why should I do this job? Rehabilitating or capturing a vigilante is better fit for a daylight hero, all it would cause for me is unnecessary media coverage. Aizawa fought back on this. He was too tired for some bullshit like tracking down a vigilante they hadn't even researched for a week. As much as I'd like to help you, Eraserhead, it's direct orders from the Public Hero Safety Commission. It's out of my hands. The Safety Commission is directly involved in this case? For whatever reason, they're pretty concerned about this vigilante. Tsukauchi decided to leave out that he knew exactly why they were concerned. Damn it. Just keep piling all the ridiculous things on our hands, why don't they? Much to Izuku's reluctance, the 3 other Izukus were sent back to their respective universes after dinner. Ninth had said something about staying in touch with their universes was important, which he guesses is right. But that didn't mean he wasn't sad about it. He had 3 new super cool friends. Everyone had to go home at some point though, so Izuku resolved to not keep them occupied in a different universe forever. That would probably make them angry with him, and he wouldn't want that. Although, that doesn't mean he can't portal them here when he wants to, since it's their choice to step through the portal or not. All is well if they consent to playing. After all, it's the next day anyways, fresh in the morning as well. It's time for another day of multiversal fun with his other selves. Once he finished school, that is. He didn't want to bore the other Izukus after all, even Ninth looked a little bored after a couple hours yesterday. Support is awake. The reason this is bad is because, well, it's 4 a.m. In his defense, he spent a lot of time in the other universe which made him tired and had him fall asleep at 8 p.m. the day before. So if you think about it, he's really not at fault here. If you disregard the fact he went out being a vigilante the day before that one and got no sleep. It's a good thing he lives in an abandoned building. It's very homey when you get used to it. He doesn't have to worry about anyone catching him. Not like when Mom was around. It's actually kind of surprising that UA hasn't found out that the home on his file isn't his home anymore, or even interrogated him on why he doesn't have any emergency contact. At least he has his old home in another universe now. God, seeing Mom again was a surreal experience, even if she was younger than when he himself had last seen her. He's just glad he managed to bawl his eyes out in their bathroom without anyone catching him. Well, he's pretty sure Ninth heard him, but at least he didn't say anything beyond a side-eye. That probably won't last forever though. Just stepping into that apartment for the first time in forever was like reopening his oldest wounds. Little Izuku even had all his old All Might merch. He threw away all his merch save for just a couple pieces. Looking back, he doesn't really know why he did that. Maybe it was the memories it brought, maybe he grew out of hero worship, maybe it was both. Maybe he just didn't like All Might that much anymore, he didn't know. But there's no use dwelling on the past. After all, there's people to be saving that the heroes won't reach in time. That's where he comes in. Now he gets to do it in another universe as well. Double the saving. Speaking of which, support wonders when little Izuku is going to summon Himaga. Greetings. Ah. Support let out a blood-curdling screech and stumbled out of bed, bedsheets following him in the process, making him disoriented. Goodness, quiet down would you? You wouldn't want to wake up anyone. AFO said, through the portal that was all of a sudden in Support's room. Don't worry, I live Aloe, he paused, a few words too late. A good, oh shit, feeling settled in on him. He didn't tell Ninth or AFO that yesterday. AFO darkened. You live alone? A first-year high schooler? Why was I not informed of this earlier? Yeah, about that, I didn't want to trouble you, and it's not like you can do anything about it anyways. See. However, why don't you live with Midoriya-san? Support was stunned at AFO bringing up such a sensitive topic up so suddenly. Not that AFO knew it was sensitive. My mom is, not alive anymore. Oh. AFO said. That makes 2 of us then, huh? He chuckled to himself, somewhat amused at the morbid similarity the two shared. That certainly does complicate your situation, doesn't it? Perhaps Ninth will be able to provide some insight on this. He looked off to the side while holding his chin, seemingly deep in thought. He eventually snapped out of it, clapping his hands to hurry Support up. Chop chop now. Izuku can only hold one portal open at a time. You should totally get Aizawa-sensei to adopt you. Ninth said, dead serious as he settled in on the living room couch. They all moved to living area to lounge after breakfast. That's actually a decent idea. Eraserhead is quite famous in my world, much to his chagrin. He's well known for being a softie for children. AFO added. That's putting it lightly, onesie. Ninth playfully nudged AFO. The man would lay down his life for anyone in my former class, really. I'm not getting adopted by the man who keeps trying to arrest me. Support sputtered out. Well, maybe arrest is code for giving you food and shelter. If Ninth knew anything about Aizawa, it's that he wouldn't let a random 14-year-old rot in jail for mere vigilantism. Sure, next I'll walk right up to Principal Nizu and confess that I'm a vigilante, and have him transfer me to the hero course. Support shot back. Great idea. Ninth said, patting Support's back, unaware of the teen vigilante's sarcastic tone. You know, one of these days I should come and visit your universe. I'll find a way to help out somehow. The hero in green said, pumping his fists into the air. Support groaned at the thought. The fact that Ninth probably had the power and charm to execute those plans perfectly frightened him more than it excited him. Just don't worry about it too much, okay? Ninth said, his tone shifting to a more serious but caring one. You have us now, so you have all the time in the world to calm down. If you really don't like the idea of Aizawa, then give me some time, I'll figure something out. Well, in any case, we should get a move on. FO said, interjecting before things got too mellow. It's already 3 p.m. and Izuku summoned us to play. I believe this is a prime opportunity for bonding time. We've only known each other for a few days after all. He ruffled Izuku's hair, who was swaying back and forth in his lap. I have the perfect idea then. Ninth exclaimed, shooting his fists into the air with stars in his eyes. I knew this place was dirty for years, but wow, it's just how I remembered it was when I was 14. The memories. Ninth said, relishing in the nostalgia trip he was on as the group arrived on the dirty shores of Dagoba Beach. Your perfect idea for a leisurely excursion was to go to a trash-infested beach? FO questioned, holding Izuku close to him so he doesn't get lost in the garbage. Gosh, this is the perfect grounds for hero training. We can mess around with Support's gear, and there's even a nice cat cafe near here where we can rest. Izuku explained. A cat cafe does sound nice, however, you do realize a trash dump like this is an unsafe environment for a child, yes? Do you know how easily you could prick yourself with any of the rusty materials here and get an infection, a disease, even? FO questioned, giving Ninth a disapproving look whilst raising an eyebrow. He was extremely concerned with Ninth's nonchalant behavior about this. It's finny. I can monitor Izuku, no problem. Ninth flashed AFO a dopey-looking sunshine smile. Perhaps I should do the chaperoning. AFO resigned to his position as Izuku watcher, not that he minded. Izuku was a very adorable child, and that's not narcissism because technically Izuku is a different person. Reaching a part of the beach that was relatively clear, Ninth still cleared up a bit more space for them. Safety is key. FO finally let go of the death grip he had on the back of Izuku's shirt, letting the child roam free. Ninth had explained to him that All Might had used this location to condition Ninth's body for one for all. In other words, it was a great way to work out. In AFO's words, it was a great way to test. If Izuku has gotten his tetanus shots, he supposes All Might was acting on good intentions, but surely there must have been a safer way to go around the issue. Okay Izuku, let's start your hero training. Ninth said enthusiastically, pointing to a small piece of garbage and telling Izuku to try and pick it up. Support tried pulling out some pieces of garbage himself, and Izuku attempted to mimic him. Both were struggling, because one was a 4-year-old who hasn't developed quite enough muscle tissue yet, and the other was a decently built teenager trying to move a rusty car with no wheels. With a hearty amount of effort from Izuku, sliding on the beach sand in the process, he managed to dislodge a small metal fold-up chair from a trash pile. However, he fell back from all the built-up force rubber banding onto him. Thankfully, the chair wasn't an integral part of the trash structure, and such a calamity was avoided. See, Ninth knew what he was doing. Of course, he still had to check on Izuku, just to make sure he didn't bruise anything. Judging from the giggling Izuku though, everything was peachy. AFO, deciding to back down seeing how Izuku was enjoying himself, tried to at least make it a more safe environment to train in. He sighed at the turn of events. Don't you at least have gloves so he can't cut himself? Oh, that's a good idea, actually. But my hero gloves are too big for little me's hands. Ninth sulked. I have some spare gloves at home. They might still be big, but they'll be fine. Support chimed in. He gave up on the car, but that doesn't mean he wouldn't try other heavy things as well. A pair of gloves would come in mighty handy for both him and his little counterpart. Hey Izuku, can you open a portal to my home? Just for a quick second, I'll get you some gloves. Support bent down to ask Izuku. Man, children were short. Izuku opened the portal for Support, and AFO couldn't help but feel a premonition that their lovely vigilante friend wouldn't be coming back with just a pair of comfy gloves. That teenager version of him practically radiated chaos, so he's really not sure what exactly he would bring out, but it would probably induce him with a migraine. At the same time, Ninth had felt his danger sense go off, but it wasn't a big threat like a villain. It would rag on his brain if it was a villain, but this was just a minor alert, like an alert for something harmless like a prank, if that made any sense. Curiously, it was coming from within the portal, so Support was probably bringing out. Oh dear. He really hopes his counterpart's inventions aren't anywhere near the level of combustible as a certain pink-haired former classmate. Come to think of it, he wonders if Support has met Hatsum yet. Now that was a terrifying thought. After a short delay of hearing some clunking from the portal and seeing Support run off to a place not within the portal's vision, Support came back to the beach. Lo and behold, he came out with a stack of random gadgets which Ninth and AFO both assumed to be Support gear, with 2 pairs of leather gloves haphazardly put at the top of the stack. This garbage beach outing now felt a lot more dangerous than before. Hey, Izuku. I got some toys for you to play with. Oh, and here's your gloves. Support said, setting down all the gear he brought and helping Izuku put on his spare set of vigilante gloves, which were indeed too big for his hands. But it was good enough fit. Meanwhile, Ninth decided to check out the Support gear. He wanted to check that they were safe enough for a child, and maybe just satisfy the curiosity that was calling him to the gear. He was extremely worried because he was absolutely sure that Support was on the same level as Hatsum in terms of inventing, which means that there is definitely something explosive in there, intentional or not. But it also means that most of the gadgets were probably very useful, and honestly he just wanted to see what his counterpart came up with. He's also looking out for Izuku though, so he is responsible. Take that onesie. Oh hey, this looks like Aizawa's capture scarf. Ninth said, pulling out a scarf from the pile of gear clunk. Support finished putting on his own pair of gloves and turned to look at Ninth. That must be a prototype I developed for Shinso. He came specifically to me to ask for a scarf like Eraser's. I felt so honored. He explained. Ninth held the object with awe. I've always wanted to learn how to use this thing when I saw Aizawa using it. He tried swinging it around on his neck. Although I guess it's not very practical when I have Black Whip now. One of the scarf's swings bounced back and ended up hitting Ninth right in the face. From there it was all downhill. Trying to untangle himself from the mess just made it worse, making the Support weapon bounce and flail in all different directions until he was tied up by the scarf. How did this happen? He lamented. Support was holding in a chuckle, but let out a smirk. Yeah, you need some serious practice with that thing to get it to work. AFO was watching from the sidelines, monitoring Izuku trying to dislodge another piece of garbage. It looked somewhat like a coat rack. That idiot seriously only gets by with his pure charisma and ideals. It's baffling, but... He took a picture of Ninth wriggling around helplessly in the scarf. Still, a grandiose sight indeed. Izuku, now having given up on the coat rack, made his way to the pile of Support gear, and after jumbling around the mess, pulled out a weird canister resembling a hairspray bottle. Unlike Ninth, AFO assumed Support didn't create extremely dangerous items, which was his first mistake. He didn't have any experience with the Support course, so how was he supposed to know? He was the only one monitoring Izuku and he had assumed it was probably something silly like a stink bomb. Curiosity killed the cat, some may say, but in this scenario it's more like curiosity killed AFO's trust. because Izuku had sprayed what was in the canister, and out came a large burst of fire that directly concentrated onto AFO's face. Not that it did any physical damage, he was stronger than that, but it still damaged a few emotional nerves. Now, Izuku. That's dangerous, so let's put that down, okay? Izuku started sniffling, sad that he hurt AFO with the weird kind of fire support gave him. Shoo, it's okay. I'm okay, Izuku. See? AFO held Izuku's shoulders and flashed him the best smile he could manage, which was not much. But it seemed to work, and Izuku's sniffling devolved into giggles. Turning to support, who just finished untangling Ninth from the scarf, AFO darkened. Care to explain why a flamethrower was inside your little pile of toys? His comforting smile contorted into a villainous, intimidating one. Sometimes he's grateful for his genetics. Aha, I didn't know that was in there. Support stuttered out. He truly didn't. He just grabbed whatever he could find to make the trash beach outing a little more exciting. AFO clicked his tongue. This simply won't do. You need to return all these gadgets back to your world. Oh, okay. Support mumbled under his breath, party pooper. What was that? Nothing. Support shot up. He took off to get Izuku to open up a portal so he could bring his stuff back home. Well, that's one headache taken care with. You guys. I got stuck again. Ninth said, tangled once again inside the capture scarf. Are you sure you're the #1 hero? AFO questioned. I can break out of it. Ninth protested. But I don't want to break one of Support's prototypes. This is going to be a long day, isn't it? After a long 2 hours on the beach, the tired group had, finally, moved to a more appropriate place to hang out at. A cat cafe. Izuku was really excited because he'd never really been around cats before. Apparently the cafe wasn't around anymore in Ninth's world, so he was really excited too. The cafe seemed empty, which was honestly a blessing because a group of 4 of the same people with varying ages was probably going to draw a lot of attention. The barista had made an off comment about it while AFO paid the cover fee for the cats and ordered his coffee, but other than that, they were free to lounge. Once again, he wonders if his money is actually valid in another universe. Still not my problem, he thought to himself. You sure you don't want any coffee, Ninth? AFO questioned. Izuku was too young for coffee and support went straight for the cats, which left the 2 legacy bearers at the register. Nah, I'm good. I don't really drink coffee, too bitter for me. It only works when I'm really tired. AFO was a bit taken aback. All of Ninth's energy and adrenaline was purely natural? His fear of the hero has skyrocketed astronomically. He hadn't noticed it before, but Ninth was giving him an amused look. What is it? Did Izuku burn something I didn't see with that flamethrower? He shouldn't have been affected by the fire because of a flame resistance quirk, but maybe. It's nothing. It's just, well, you look so normal compared to Support and me. I'm wearing my hero costume and Support is wearing part of his Vigilante outfit, and you're just wearing a casual t-shirt with jeans. Ninth said. It's funny, considering how unique of a person you are. AFO hummed. Am I supposed to be playing dress-up with you both? Don't be like that, onesie. I'll help you design a hero costume one day. Ninth patted AFO on the back and walked to where Support and Izuku were. The former villain rolled his eyes and picked up his coffee, which was ready and waiting for him on the bar counter. He has no idea what he would do without caffeine keeping him going. Walking over to the cat area, he took in his surroundings and noticed there were around 14 cats to his disposal. He would befriend at least one of these before they went home. He could feel it in his veins. Unfortunately, the universe had different ideas for him. You see, another trait he inherited from his useless SPRM donor is a lack of affinity for animals. Really, it was more of a negative affinity towards them. Without fail, any animal he walked up to would immediately scamper away from him, as if he was the king of the animal underworld. What exactly had his father done to get this kind of reaction to animals? And why did it rub off on him? One of many questions that will forever go unanswered to him. He couldn't even walk near a passerby's dog on the sidewalk without them barking senselessly or running away, tugging their owner along with them. So, when AFO had walked up to the table his counterparts were staying at, he inevitably scared away the white cat that the three were playing with, jingle of its collar heard as it scurried off to another section of the cafe. Damn it. You scared Cappuccino away. Ninth exclaimed. Guess even the cats are intimidated by you, huh? Support said. AFO responded with the hardest glare he could manage. Eep. I'm going to keep trying. Surely one of them must warm up to me, right? AFO was doubting his own words. He was right to doubt himself. Try as he did, all 14 cats had ran off in the other direction when he tried to pet them. Perhaps he had to go about this another way, strategically lure them in somehow. He could manipulate a human's mind to his will, he definitely could convince a cat to like him. This cannot be the objective he can't beat. It would wound his pride. He's quite jealous of Ninth, who seems to have the exact opposite effect on animals. It's like he's a Disney princess, all the cats had approached him on their own. Without any prompting or enticing from Ninth or anything. Completely outrageous. He even saw some of the cats eating cat food out of Ninth's hands, super trusting and adorable. It's just not fair. Maybe if we approach a cat together, the effects cancel out? Ninth suggested. And so, Ninth and AFO had huddled together like conjoined twins, and had approached an orange cat stealthily. As stealthy as you can get when you're bunched with another person whom you aren't coordinated with, anyways. This is stupid. AFO whispered. Shut up. I think it's working. Ninth whispered back. The orange cat, adorned with a collar that said, Cheeto, had approached the duo, paused, and then nuzzled against AFO's hand. Of course, AFO had almost let out a squeal out of pure excitement, but he had managed to conceal himself. Taking some cat food from Ninth, he offered it up to the cat, and it ate out of his palm. He had stars in his eyes, this was the best day he had in a while. Ninth, on the other hand, was delighted seeing a smile on Onesie's face that wasn't completely terrifying. Unfortunately, while they were enjoying themselves very much, especially since AFO's caffeine was finally kicking in, the day had come to an end, and they had to head home before Inko got on their cases. As they got their last pets in and washed off their hands, the gang had almost finished preparing to leave. But, with a cruel twist of fate from the universe, a familiar face had walked in just before they left. Support was immediately alarmed. His vigilante instincts had kicked in, and you couldn't blame him for that because holy shit, Eraserhead just walked in. Shoyuta has been through many things. Traumatic things, somewhat traumatic things, you know. The whole heroics shebang. He's been friends and roommates with Hizashi for a while now, a traumatic experience on its own, which has definitely conditioned him into taking any negative experience quite well. That, or the speaker with banana hair has just made him go deaf to any annoyances in the world. But all in all, despite him being a pro hero with only a decent amount of years under his belt, he's seen and been through hell and back. Vigilantes, villains, Nemuri teasing for the umpteenth time, nothing truly gets deep under his skin. That isn't to say he doesn't get mad or annoyed from time to time, everyone does, but it doesn't get to him. A logical take on everything keeps him grounded and on the objective at hand. An underground hero has to keep a cool head at all times, after all. Now though, it seems his streak of going about his hero career logically and unprovoked has come to an abrupt halt. A certain green-haired vigilantes, has jumbled all of his priorities up. He's never been so frustrated and confused, who knew the best way to throw him off track was whatever the F just happened. Not that he minds, however. He believes in his morals over the hero system despite many calling him a stickler for the rules. If anything, at the very least, Hizashi and Nemuri know better than to call him that. Regardless, as he continues on this path, though, he can't help but wonder a few things. 1. What the hell is going on? 2. Who the F is the new vigilante? What is their quirk, even? And finally, 3. Is this headache going to go away anytime soon? This is quite a conundrum, isn't it? AFO said, sitting with the other Izukus in a table off to the side, still visible but hard to see from the front bar. Not that it would help. They were the only people there. He might not have shown it, but he was just a tad worried on the inside. Eraserhead was a major player in taking down his father, and he's seen what the man can do. Absolutely terrifying. However, he can't see why they can't just walk past him. Was he truly that alert? Ninth and support, however, had no qualms in showing their fear, which was a lot more than AFO's fear, the former breaking out in a sweat while twiddling his thumbs, and the latter looking around the corner every few seconds to make sure the scruffy man wasn't making his way towards them. At the very least, Izuku was blissfully unaware of his surroundings, and was occupied with a few cats who'd taken a liking to him. As much as I'd like to make fun of you for saying conundrum, you are very, very right. What the F do we do? Usually it'd just be your problem because you're the only one who's broken the law in this universe, but we all look the same. He'll take us all. Support said. Are you sure we can't walk right past him? He's probably on low alert right now, he's in a literal cat cafe. AFO said. He really felt like the other two versions of him were overthinking this. With a stone-cold face and eyes burning a hole through his forehead, Ninth said, Aizawa-sensei is never on high alert. Never. Don't make the same mistake I did. Support nodded his head in approval, while AFO sat dumbstruck at the two's paranoia. This must be an exaggeration. Why don't we get Izuku to portal us back home? Support said, glancing at the small version of himself who sent back a dopey smile before resuming his play with the colony of cats he's been assumed king of. No. Izuku's quirk doesn't work like that. It's only for summoning and re-entering universes. It can only open portals to the Izuku of that universe, or where they were before they left. And anyways, it's not like the portals are discrete. Aizawa is probably looking at us right now. A portal quirk isn't exactly the best idea. Ninth exclaimed, but whispering because he knows Aizawa can eavesdrop, even from all the way at the counter. The thing that neither support nor Ninth had taken into account was that their Aizawas were more experienced than this one. The former's Eraserhead had 10 more years of experience, and the latter's had sure, this one was on alert, but not to the extent that the two thought he was. He was just there for fluffy cats before a long day of work. Speaking of which, the group in the corner seemed to have 4 cats, or more specifically, the child was playing with 4 cats. He wasn't jealous. He was more concerned with monitoring the group. If staring at the group and wondering how a family's genetics could be that close together could be considered monitoring. Maybe the 2 adult-looking ones were twins, but how could you explain the teenager and the child? They were practically carbon copies. But enough about that. What caught his attention, besides the cats, was that they all had green hair, which was a defining feature of one of the new vigilantes running about. If vigilante was even something to describe them, because so far it had been a one-time thing. Unfortunately, much to his dismay, the Hero Commission, Bloody Bastardis, had placed the vigilante at a high priority, for whatever weird reasoning they had. It's most likely one of the 2 adult ones in the group, if it's even one of them at all. It definitely wasn't the toddler. But it would be illogical to simply go up and take them away for questioning. That would break the classic, innocent until proven guilty code. Maybe he would check some city cameras to keep some tabs on them. The vigilante took a rural route without many cameras last time, or possibly even follow them on their trail for a bit after they left. Hopefully his suspicions aren't misplaced, or else it'd be a waste of time, spying on civilians. The vigilante that Aizawa had been worrying about had been sneakily using a quirk on him. A quick check with an empathy quirk and AFO had confirmed that yes, support and Ninth had been overestimating Eraserhead's awareness. If anything, he just felt more tired than any other emotion. He did sense some suspicion and alertness, however, so it would be smart to evacuate the premises as swiftly as possible. You two are being ridiculous. I'm leaving with Izuku, and you both can choose whether or not to come along. AFO said in a stern voice. He took Izuku's hand, who was bidding his farewells to his cat. Empire, and walked towards the front door. Wah, but hey! Ninth sputtered in protest. But it was too late as the 2 were already going out the door. He spared a glance at Aizawa, who seemed to be doing his own thing with the cats. He was actually getting ready to leave, seeing as they were departing, and decided he didn't want to be abandoned next to a younger version of his former mentor. So he rushed out the door to catch up to them. Act fine. Wait up. Support rushed after Ninth, not wanting to be left alone with Eraserhead either. Although he could have sworn he saw Eraser make brief eye contact with him when he looked back. Here begins the real conundrum. The teenager-looking one had made eye contact with him. He looked nervous and broke away pretty fast. Maybe he shouldn't rule him out as a possible vigilante. Or maybe he's just awkward. Whatever the case is, he's been on the group's trail for around 10 minutes now. He left around 3 minutes after they had. He wishes he could have stayed longer. His break was cut short due to them. He managed to somewhat overhear their conversations from on top of buildings. The one in the green jumpsuit in particular was a loud talker. The cover of night helped him blend in and hear them better as well. It would have worked against him were it not for the trail of street lights keeping the group in his sight. It's a good thing the underground hero rule set is a lot more lenient than the daylight rule set, or else this would definitely be an extremely illegal tactic he is applying here. If it turns out he was trailing a group of lookalikes and there was no vigilante within them, this would be a very awkward situation. He can only hope the Hero Commission doesn't get on his butt for wasting time. The tall one in casual wear started speaking. Why not over action.eras.arrest? DMN, he could barely hear anything from up here. Why did they have to be such a gentle speaker? He wanted to jump down, but should he risk getting closer? Shoyuda made his way down to an alleyway as light as a feather, deciding that the slight chance of intel was worth looking for. Not the most ideal situation as he'd have to move alleyways every couple minutes to keep up, but it's workable. They haven't seemed to spot him yet anyways. Unfortunately, stealth doesn't make up for time, and he had missed whatever the casual tall one had said. The other tall one had started speaking instead. That I'm just saying. Awa-sensei is amazing. That's exactly why he's terrifying. Sensei? Perhaps the two tall ones were college students? Or freakishly large high schoolers? It wouldn't be his first time seeing those. UA has some absolute units. The teen with a black hoodie, goggles on his head and a utility belt had responded even louder than the other speaker. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Dot was spying on us right now. That stubby, I'll really get ya. Shoyuda was starting to get really confused. The teen knew the tall one sensei? So maybe they are freakishly large high schoolers. But what was that part about spying? Does he need to investigate a school? Wait, focus on the objective at hand. His mind is still on Cat Cafe, break mode. It's highly likely it could be a case of an actual suspicious teacher, but he can't help but feel like something else is up. Is it some kind of code talk? Is Sensei some kind of target or enemy? But then, that would imply that all three were up to something. Surely he didn't run into a triple vigilante problem, did he? That would be a mess he wouldn't have the energy to fix. Logically, it's improbable, so he won't entertain the thought. Who discusses law-breaking topics in front of a child relative anyways? That would almost be asking for a leak. And by the way, if you see Ira's weakness, DM, he can't hear anything again. The group was too far away from the alley he was in. Why are they all such fast walkers? But what the hell are they talking about? All he could make out was the word weaknesses. And he's pretty sure he deluded himself into hearing eraser, but that doesn't mean they were talking about him, surely. Wait, the casual tall one is speaking again. All due respect support. I don Did they just call the teenager support? Was that some kind of nickname? It had to be right? Were they a support gear developer or something? That would certainly explain the utility belt and goggles. He hopes his hunch of a vigilante being there is just a fluke, because he can't engage without endangering a child. Hell, all of them might be children. Not to mention, if they were openly speaking about him, they either had to be fans, very unlikely, he's an underground hero after all, or they all had to be vigilantes. That's a shitty thought. Before he could hear further, he had to make a move fast without them seeing him. But he couldn't go through the main path to the next alley, because if a single one turned around, the entire operation was a bust. Climbing back up to the roof and performing the same gymnastics as last time to get to the next alley was the safest option. So as fast as he could, he scaled the side of the building he was on, using balconies and any faults in the building to help him up. Then, just as quick, he jumped down to an alley a bit ahead of the path the group was going in. The group had simply walked away from Aizawa. Ninth didn't even know that was an option, but here they are. Blocks away from the Cat Cafe with no repercussions. Now he can really take in the nostalgic scenery, so many stores and buildings he had passed by as a kid that had been dormant in his memories. Stupid little things like the gas station mom used to go to that shut down around middle school, or the public playground him and Kaken played hero at. Combine that with a night sky and some sad music he was imagining in his head, and the memories come flowing back to him. He hasn't even been to these parts Muzutafu in his actual world in a few years. He moved away from his mom's apartment a while ago, much to her dismay, and he takes the same path to the apartment whenever he wants to visit. He's taken a detour to Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Maru like, once. Apparently the trip down memory lane wasn't destined to last forever though, since the laughter of his three counterparts from some conversation they were having snapped him out of his trance. The future has a ton of new memories for them to make and reminisce on later too, and that won't happen if they get jumped on. His danger sense was starting to tug on him, making Ninth a bit more wary of his surroundings. Nighttime isn't just nostalgia hour, it's crime time. Hey, let's pick up the pace, yeah? Ninth said, speed walking ahead of the group and gesturing them to follow along. What? The number one hero is afraid of getting jumped by some villains at night? FO teased, while holding Izuku's hand as the group walked down the sidewalk on their way home. Technically he had a good point, but you never know, right? And no, you're just like a super slow walker onesie. Ninth blushed and defensively said, and anyways, it's good to get home as early as possible during the night. And besides, what if Aizawa-sensei is following us? Goodness, why do you have such an overreaction to Eraserhead? You do realize he has no grounds to just walk up and arrest you, yes? I'm the only one who has broken the law here anyways. Caution is never bad. We all look the same. I'm just saying, Aizawa-sensei is amazing. His smarts and strength are crazy. That's exactly why he's terrifying. Ninth said defensively. Support, wanting to jump in on the conversation, said loudly, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Eraser was spying on us right now. That's where he'll get ya. FO rolled his eyes at that, but Support went onwards anyways. Oh, and by the way, if you ever see Eraser, I should give you some of his weaknesses. Cutting in, FO shot back. With all due respect, Support, I really don't believe I will be running into Eraserhead that soon. Shoo. Expert Vigilante talking. It's always good to be prepared when it's Eraser. He's a cunning man, you know. He tried tricking me into coming with him once by trying to let me stay at his apartment. Some bullshit about a rehabilitation program. FO gave a weird look at that. You know, I think Eraserhead is making his own efforts to try and adopt. Anyways, in terms of weaknesses, let's see, Eraser has dry eye, he can only disable one target at a time, what else? Oh. Ninth chimed in. Don't rely on your quirk if you fight him. I don't really know how All for One and Erasure interact, but it disables all functionalities. Eraser helped take down my father, so it gave me some insight on his quirk. Man, he's still never going to get used to the fact that a version of him has All for One as a parental figure. Nevertheless, Ninth snapped out of his thoughts and said, great. Well, I guess technically not great, but if you need any help fighting quirkless, Support and I can definitely, he paused. Support paused as well. His danger sense has gotten a lot more serious all of a sudden. But he didn't feel or hear a presence around at all, so where could they? Support gestured Ninth and AFO to huddle close together as they kept walking, the latter having to get Izuku to pick up the pace to catch up. Why did you both suddenly pow? Support put a finger on AFO's mouth to gesture, shut the F up, dude. Whispering while trying to remain inconspicuous, Support said, I think Eraserhead is on our trail. FO immediately shot Support an unimpressed look, while Ninth had a grim look on his face as if all his suspicions were confirmed. I was wondering why danger sense was going off. How can you be so sure it's Eraserhead? It could very well just be a villain nearby. AFO prodded. I just look, when you deal with him long enough as a vigilante, you just develop a sixth sense for this kind of stuff, okay? Support tried, and failed, to explain. That I hate that I believe that's something you would have. AFO conceded. While the former villain and support course vigilante were bickering, the hero was coming up with a plan. Okay, let's see. Here's what we do. As soon as we turn the next corner, You both grab onto me while I hold Izuku and I boost us near the apartment with one for all before Aizawa can realize what's going on. Got it? AFO clicked his tongue, but conceded. Fine, I'll oblige if it'll keep your conscience happy. Just try not to let the cameras see. Ninth let out a hum of approval, before scooping up Izuku from a reluctant onesie, and said, Zuku, wanna see my quirk for reals? We're going to go super fast with it. Yay yay. A ride with Ninth. Izuku let out a bunch of giggles. He was such an adorable little broccoli. The group had almost reached the corner, and AFO with a few of his enhancer quirks could hear someone on a roof jump down to an alleyway behind them. There was no alley in front of them anymore. Honestly, he felt the presence the entire time, but he left it alone because they didn't feel hostile. I suppose you have your chance now, Ninth? AFO reluctantly whispered. Well, everyone hold on then, okay? Support and AFO both held Ninth on opposite sides, and Izuku was snug within Ninth's arms. 3, 2, 1 and lift off. Shoyuta couldn't hear them at all anymore. When they turned the corner, it was as if someone had pressed a mute button. Maybe they just weren't feeling like having conversation anymore? Not like he could see their faces though, so how could he judge? Swish. A mild sound penetrated the silent night. If it was a crowded daytime, he could have very much missed it, but it was there. At first he thought it was just getting windy, but it sounded too different. It reminded him of the sounds All Might made whenever the idiotic media got close enough to him to pick up noise in the fight. The sound of abnormal agility, if he had to put it into words. Is there a villain in the area he has to take care of? Seems like he'll have to abandon ship on the potential Vigilante. For now, he has to keep his priorities in order. But, before that, he might as well look at them one final time, seeing them off. So, he turned the corner, expecting the group to just still be walking down the corner, but instead he was met with nothing. Where in the did they go? There's no more corner turns for a good number of blocks, but they just vanished. Did they take an alleyway shortcut? Hopping back up to the roof of a random building to scan the alleyways suggests no, they didn't. So then? Did the Vigilante steal a portal quirk? But then would the others in the group know they were a Vigilante because it was a stolen quirk, or wait? Was that noise earlier the group making their escape? They must have had some sort of speed enhancer or even a general strength enhancer on them. That still begs the question of who had it. If the whole group were Vigilantes, then it's possible that there was another lawbreaker alongside the Vigilante they were after who had a strength enhancer, and then what about the child? This is quickly becoming a lot more than Shoyuta bargained for. It already was more than he bargained for at the beginning, but this is bullshit. For now, he might as well report the whole thing at the police station and get on with his patrol. It would be a bit overkill to use a large percentage of power just to get home in one jump, so Ninth would use only a little bit of OFA, and just do a couple of smaller jumps to travel. Plus, he's not really sure everyone would be able to hold on if he used that much power. Woo-woo. Izuku said mid-jump, letting out sounds of amazement as he looked down at the city. The view was amazing from up here. He felt like a skyscraper. He could see all the streetlights and buildings. The cars looked like little fireflies. Why didn't Ninth do this earlier? Support said, enjoying the ride. This reminds him of when he goes patrolling as a Vigilante, although he doesn't have nearly this much agility, so it's a little less fun than this. Why does Ninth get to have these kind of views when he fights? He's so jealous. AFO yelped in pure fear as Ninth continued jumping. This was a horrific experience. Who knew he had a fear of heights out of all things? He could handle a villain's punch, even his father's glare, but this? He felt like he was going to puke. We're here. Ninth announced as he slowed to a stop, landing perfectly on the sidewalk and dropping off everyone. Izuku let out a bunch of giggles. Again. That was so fun. We should totally do that again sometime. Support said, still on a dopamine high. NRH. AFO croaked out. Ninth let out a chuckle as he walked over to him. You good onesie? He said as he patted the other adult's back. Warn me better next time. He said as he pulled himself up by Ninth's shoulders. Well, I'm beat. Let's all go to sleep, yeah? Support yawned as the group walked up towards their apartment door. The lights are off. Looks like Mitter Mom has already gone to bed, so we should be quiet. Hey, where do you think you're going? AFO caught Ninth trying to head to the guest room. It's my turn in the guest room. You get the couch. Okay, fine. Ninth groaned out as Support already settled in on the couch. Izuku already went off to his room, so he's the only one who's really awake. Was everyone really that tired? As he watched AFO walk into the guest room, Ninth was formulating an idea in his mind to pass the time while everyone else sleeps. At first he was just going to scroll through his phone until daylight, but he had just thought of something super productive. After all, no one would notice if he slipped out and fought some crime, right? Keeping up with the Izukus. Scene 1. Okay, I think the camera is finally set up. Ninth said, fiddling with the camera stand until he finally got a good angle. So, to whoever is watching this, hello. So, the other Izukus and I decided to record ourselves while we're here to show off to people in our respective universes, kinda like a reality show. We even have a camera here to vent to you. This going to be bad, isn't it? AFO groaned. Okay, should I introduce myself? Let's see here, I'm a pro hero, #1 in my universe actually. Oh, and my name's Midoriya Izuku, like most of us, hey. But my alias is Ninth, because I'm the 9th holder of weight. I shouldn't say cut the cameras. See cut. Ninth yelled as Support panicked and scurried to find the OFF button. Scene 3. I am Izuku Shigaraki. I bear the power of all for one, yet I am the only sensible one here. AFO side-eyed Ninth, who let out an awkward chuckle and broke eye contact. Luckily, I can tell you that, as it's not a secret. Now to get this out of the way, yes, I was a villain, but I've reformed, so please don't come after my head. AFO begged with his hands clasped together in a praying motion. He remembers the day Ninth's Bakugos had started screaming profanities at him the moment he found out he possessed all for one. He couldn't actually harm him, because only Izukus could pass through the portals, but it was still annoying. He'd like to avoid a repeat of that. Scene 4. The camera starts the scene shakily out of focus, before it slowly gained clarity and stability to reveal Ninth and AFO at the cat cafe, once again huddling together in order for AFO to be able to pet a cat. Support says from behind the camera, so cats only approach AFO when he balances out his bad mojo with Ninth's, but AFO wants to try and get them to like him without Ninth's help. This is their 10th try. Ninth and AFO walk up to the friendliest cat, advertised by the day shift barista, and AFO begins to pet the black cat. The camera zoomed in on the collar, which read, Lucky. AFO carefully brought up a handful of cat treats up to Lucky, who started eating out of his palm. While distracted, Ninth lets go of AFO and slowly backs away. Lucky looks up and notices that Ninth is gone, but continues to eat out of AFO's hand anyways. He started tearing up at this, and soon enough full-blown tears were rolling down his face. Lucky stopped eating and went to lick at AFO's tears. He started crying more. Hee, I'm happy for you, AFO. Support laughed from behind the camera, before hearing the door jingle and panning the camera to it, only to discover that one Shoyuta Aizawa had walked into the door. Not a guy. The video cuts off. Scene 4 Ninth and Support's confessional. We need to stop going to that cafe. Support said, seated next to Ninth as they recorded their confessional in the guest bedroom. Agreed. Onesie has been taking it pretty hard ever since we had to jump out of the windows and leave Lucky behind. Ninth nodded in approval. Did you see his face when he got Lucky to eat his treats without you being there? I'm so glad I caught that on camera. Yeah, was so serious about it too. I'm just glad we didn't have to go through any more cats. That was so exhausting. Like, did you see? The two ended up talking in incoherent babbles about their second journey to the cat cafe, which the microphone couldn't pick up clearly. Scene 4 AFO's confessional. Eraserhead will rue the day for ruining my first experience with an animal that wasn't absolutely repulsed by me. I swear, mark my words, you scruffy little old piece of AFO aggressively said as he stood up and threateningly pointed at the camera. Whoa. Calm down, Onesie. Ninth said as tried to sit AFO back down, to little success. You're gonna pay. Eraser! AFO declared. New! Ninth shouted. Scene 4 AFO's second confessional. Ahem! AFO said, looking very unkempt compared to before, with his shirt looking roughed up and his hair more crazy than usual. He had a piece of paper in his hand which Ninth had handed him. I apologize for my actions. What I said was very wrong. AFO said without any sincerity behind his words. I won't be killing or harming Eraserhead, nor did I have any intention to when I said that. He stated clearly, while Ninth nodded his head in approval off camera. Now looking up and away from the paper, he added, however. The camera cuts off. Oi, wait up Zuku. A certain spiky-headed blonde was running behind a green-haired teen, making their way to class in the hallways of UA. Izuku giggled, quickening his pace and leaving Katsuki scrambling to match him. Try and catch up then, Sloopuki. He started taunting his childhood friend, skipping across the hall carefree while still outpacing him, before making it to the Class 1A door. The explosive teen caught up to Izuku, out of breath and gasping but not surprised. He's always been the faster runner, but why does it have to stay the same even through high school? How the hell I can't even yell at you right now, sheet. Izuku had a bright, comforting smile on his face. Behind it, however, was complete sadistic bliss. He always loved messing with him. It was like prodding a sleeping bear with a stick. Bad idea, very fun. Letting out a laugh, he said, "Wanna know a secret, Kaken? I can use my telekinesis to push air against me. It makes me move faster." At the mention of his quirk, Katsuki immediately sobered up. His fatigue quickly transformed into trademark Kaken fury, grabbing Izuku by the shoulders and shaking him violently. "You demon cheater! I shoulda known you FNG shitface. I want a rematch right now." Ahem. Bakugos, I would appreciate if you stopped berating our friend in front of the classroom door. Are we interrupting? Todoroki said, appearing alongside Ida, Eishuu and Uraraka, who were apparently walking right behind the childhood duo. Bakugos was currently holding Izuku's face very close to his, so close in fact that he mistakenly thought they walked into a kiss scene. But Todoroki, it's really not. Izuku rushed to clear up the misunderstanding, sputtering out responses, a big contrast to his teasing personality just seconds ago. It was important to clear up though, kissing Kaken? Disregarding his thoughts on the matter, Kaken would probably burst out in explosions at the thought of them kissing. Except he didn't. Instead, to which Izuku presumed was because of his dramatic friend having a good day, Kaken just set down Izuku with a face surprisingly only 50% fury, 50% something he couldn't make out. Recollecting himself, Katsuki set his face to a stone-cold expression and said, "Just get inside already." He's so proud of Kaken for making it so far in calming the storm that is his anger issues. Maybe he'll finally get a calm Kaken in class. Katsuki stopped Izuku from going inside. "Not you, please. I'm getting that rematch right now, nothing you can do about it." Katsuki said as if Izuku had no say in the matter, which, up against Kaken's determination, he probably didn't. But. No buts. There's still 30 minutes until class starts. We have time. Katsuki said with a fierce look in his eyes. This is when he breaks out his seriousness? Out of all times? The other four had went on inside, squeezing past the duo who were still partly in the way, however, not before giving their own insights on the imaginary relationship they had cooked up inside their brains. Uraraka passed by and simply gave him an encouraging thumbs up with both hands, which would have warmed his heart were it not in this context. Todoroki and Eishuu both passed by as well. He could see them share a glance with each other, before they both gave the childhood duo a look of pity. Maybe he could make out what it meant if he could just eavesdrop on what they are saying. Those idiots will never confess. Here I thought the other fire wielder in this class would apply his smarts for once. Todoroki said, Midoriya seems too focused on heroics to even realize his feelings, ribbit. Maybe he doesn't even know he has feelings. Eishuu responded. Uraraka joined in on the conversation. Can't you guys give them the benefit of the doubt? Maybe they really are just close friends. Todoroki and Eishuu both rejected with a resounding no. The last of his friends to enter was Ida, who before entering, immediately sprung into a lecture about restricting your PDA, much to Izuku's chagrin. For some reason though, or maybe he's just going delusional here, Kaken looked like he was actually listening to a lecture from Ida. Pretty attentively too. Did he forget that class hasn't started yet and the class rep wasn't just starting a presentation he had to take notes on? Still though, as Ida finished his rant, he couldn't help but get lost in his thoughts. Kaken hadn't even refuted the wrong implications of what they were doing. He must be in a good mood for sure. So, like any best friend would do, Izuku was going to take full advantage of this. By annoying the hell out of him. Letting out a laugh, Izuku told Katsuki, "For a second I really thought you were gonna kiss me. Better luck next time, eh?" Joking around of course, because that has to be on Katsuki's list of top 10 worst nightmares. But it's not like he's going to let him live it down. So, following up his tease, he blew him a kiss with his hand, letting out a flame and forming it into the shape of a heart with his telekinesis. He discovered that trick a few weeks ago when he was training his pyrokinesis, and he's gonna milk it for its worth. An embarrassed Katsuki responded by flipping him off, followed by a "F off, dumbass," before dragging him outside, presumably so they could race fairly this time. Another day was business as usual for the aspiring hero. And business as usual meant a happy, content life to him. Today would be great. So maybe he spoke too soon. Currently, right after Aizawa had taken roll call, a green portal formed in front of him. Immediately everyone was on high alert. UA decided to pump up the speed of battle readiness for everyone ever since the USJ incident. Not to mention a portal user was one of the main threats during the attack. Of course everyone would be on guard. Inside the portal was a small child who looks suspiciously like him. Aizawa, as always, the man to take action, had used his quirk on the kid. Instantaneously, the portal had disappeared as soon as it appeared, only for it to appear again once Aizawa's quirk could no longer reach the child. Izuku decided to get closer to try and figure out why the hell he's staring at a younger version of himself. The closer he got, the more convinced it was really him. The kid had the green hair, freckles, all Might merch on his wall, but Aizawa and his classmates had stopped him. "Don't get closer, Midoriya. It could be a trap," Aizawa warned. "Well, what do we do then?" Izuku said. "We have a portal in the middle of class with a child that looks or could be me inside. Don't be irrational. I taught you all to be more sensible before jumping straight into action, didn't I? For starters, it could be an illusionary quirk. And secondly, how could it possibly be you? Quirks like time travel have never been recorded before." Aizawa shot back. "The best course of action is to evacuate before villains start pouring out of that thing, and additionally, oi, this thing isn't even a portal. I can't get through it," Katsuki said, reaching behind his desk to the portal in front of Izuku's, putting his hand up to the glowing knot portal, trying to get through, but his hands stopped and touched it as if it were just another wall. Aizawa deadpanned at Bakugos. Readying himself to launch into a lecture about rationality before actions, Izuku promptly stuck his hand through the portal and went wide-eyed when his hand very much went through, unlike Kaken's. What the F dash? For the second time this week, support had woken up at 3 a.m. This time, however, it wasn't on purpose, and for alibi reasons, he wasn't awake at 3 a.m. at all the first time. Getting up from the really comfortable couch, he really missed this couch, or maybe he's just tired, he went towards the hallway where he heard the noises that woke him up. At first he thought Ninth went into the guest room to bug AFO, but upon getting closer he noticed that the noise was actually coming from Izuku's room. Glancing back at the living room, he could see Ninth was still sleeping on the other couch anyways, so that old idea was trashed. Then, is there an intruder in Izuku's room? Not on support's watch. Grabbing a pan from the kitchen, look, he didn't have his vigilante tools with him, okay? He tiptoed as quietly as possible into Izuku's room, making sure to hold the door in his perfected technique, which made sure it wouldn't. Kriya AKKK. Oops. Hopefully he didn't wake anyone up with that. Taking a glance at what had happened, however, waking anyone up had quickly reached the bottom of his priority list. There was a portal next to Izuku's bed, which he could have sworn he just saw a hand retract from. Now, Support had heard of quirks accidentally going off when you're asleep, not that he would know, but with a quirk like Izuku's? What kind of person would Izuku summon in his sleep? Hopefully he isn't having a nightmare or something. The portal had noises coming out of it, and getting closer to the portal he had realized that the noises were actually voices. Voices he's heard before. They were talking quite loudly too, so how the hell is Izuku still asleep? Was he always such a deep sleeper? Did you guys hear that? Shiro said in the seat right next to Izuku's. Hear what? Don't pull pranks in a situation like this, Shiro. Mina scolded, on the opposite side of the room where she couldn't hear anything from the portal. No, I heard it too. It sounded like a door creaking open. Jiru said. Shoji nodded his head, saying, I heard it as well, out of one of his hands. Aizawa signaled them all to ready themselves to neutralize a villain if needed, but hopefully he won't have to resort to relying on his untrained students. Support, on the other hand, eavesdropping on the conversation, cursed himself for opening the door so loudly. Well, no reason to hide away now. Yo, Eraser. Can't you see there's a child trying to sleep? He said, setting down the pan on Izuku's desk knowing there's no immediate threat. A pause was heard in all of the commotion the class was going through, before quickly roaring 3 times the volume when they saw who was on the other side of the portal. Hey, I just told you a child is sleeping, 2 other people in this house are too. Quiet the F down. The Izuku on the other side of the portal was, quite understandably, freaked out, and so was the rest of the class. Including Aizawa. What is that me? The other Izuku yelled. Midoriya, get back from the portal. What if it's Toga? Aizawa said, another example of someone trying to rationalize and ground themselves in the situation. The other Izuku jumped back from the portal, heeding the warning, while Katsuki was staring thoughtfully at support, very much not heeding the warning, getting closer to the portal to study him. Katsuki let out a noise as he was pondering. Okay, fine, use your quirk on me. Support challenged. And stop staring at me, Kaken. It's weird. He expected Katsuki to recoil and bark out from his request, just as he always does, the difficult teen that he is, but instead this Katsuki just complied without fighting back. He keeps forgetting that he's looking at an alternate universe and people are different. Thinking about it for too long gives him a headache, but could you blame him? Katsuki outlashing at him at the smallest inconveniences was one of his constants in life, even if it's starting to diminish now that they're building some semblance of a friendship in his world. In this world, that constant is gone, or at the very least, not the same. Confirming that support was indeed not Toga or any form of quirk-based shapeshifter, Aizawa felt conflicted. Unless you can justify why this portal is here, you are still labeled a threat by my authority. Support was starting to get irritated. It wasn't justified, because they were right to exercise caution, especially in a situation like this. But everything would be so much easier if they just went along like he did when Ninth summoned him. Actually, on second thought, he's really lucky they were giving him a chance, isn't he? Dudug, fine, but sit yourselves down because this is going to be a while. I suspected this. Katsuki said. What? You foresaw all of that? I didn't even retain half the stuff the other me said. Izuku said, stunned at Katsuki's genius. Just call me support, other me. Support quickly added. No, not the whole thing, dumbest. Just, I was thinking the other you was well, another you, because if you look at him closely he actually looks different than you. That's why I didn't think he was Toga. Katsuki explained. Izuku looked like a lost puppy, so Katsuki continued. Okay, Izuku. Take a look at support's arm. He pointed to the counterpart in the portal, who didn't even realize his sleeves had rolled up a bit far in his sleep. You don't have scars like that, do you? Whoa, you're right. Where'd you get cool scars like that, support? The other Izuku said, almost going through the portal getting such a close look at his counterpart's arms. Stuff like hero training and support gear malfunctions, I'm sorry, did he just call you Izuku? Yes? Yours doesn't? Izuku said, baffled. Kaken has been calling him Izuku since childhood, even that can change in an alternate universe? Support, shaken by any version of Katsuki calling any version of himself an affectionate nickname like that, continued forward. Well, anyways, if you're too paranoid that you don't want to join the fun, then it's your desitio. No. The other Izuku said, a little too excited. He thought it over and he really wanted to meet other versions of himself, although it might be a bit risky to trust so quickly. It sounds really fun. But didn't you say it was night over there? Yeah, but there's still stuff we can do, like He's actually drawing a blank here. Everyone is sleeping right now, after all. He'd recommend going out on a vigilante patrol, but something tells him that wouldn't go well with a room full of heroes in training and a licensed hero. Something tells him ninth was a fluke. Wait, just get ninth. That's brilliant. That actually, hold on, let me get ninth. He's better at this whole convincing thing. Support decided. Ninth got him to join pretty easily, so maybe his charisma can infect this new Izuku too? Maybe he can come up with something for them to do as well. Telling the other Izuku to stay put, Support went back out into the living room where he saw Ninth sleeping on the couch perpendicular to the one he was sleeping on. Pissed. We have a newcomer Izuku again, so get up and help me because I'm so lost on what to do. Support's blood ran cold as he yanked the blanket off of Ninth. Oh shit. Support let out, as he realized what he thought was Ninth was actually just a collection of pillows spread across the couch, and a pair of shoes at the end which upon closer inspection, are actually Mom's shoes. Well, what the f does he do now? Going back to the portal, Support said, change of plans, Ninth's gone missing, so I think the best course of action would to. Someone's gone missing? Why didn't you say so? I'm coming in there to help, hold on. The other Izuku said, shoving his desk out of the way and walking into the portal despite his classmates' cries of warning. Wow, I knew we all had a habit of being rash, but you really just waltzed in the second you heard someone was in danger, huh? Support said, dumbfounded. Is this what he's like? This is what Eraser has to deal with every day? Somehow he feels a bit of sympathy for the old man. Really taking in his surroundings and ignoring that comment Support just made, the other Izuku felt amazed. Speaking in a low voice as to not wake up the child, he said, is this really another universe? This looks just like my room as a kid. Even the All Might merch he had as a kid was the same. The only thing missing would be the scorch marks that were left on the floor when he discovered his quirk for the first time. Looking behind him, he saw everyone in the class slow to a stop through the portal. That's so cool. They really did freeze in time. Then, the portal abruptly closed. The child is sleeping. Support said, the counterpart slapping his hand over his mouth like he was just told world-ending news. Just calm down, dummy. Izuku can reopen the portal when he wakes up. The other Izuku letting out a sigh of relief knowing he wasn't led into a trap. I was surprised when I first got here too, it was only a few days ago. You get used to the weird nostalgia. Support gestured the other to follow him into the living room, where they wouldn't waking anyone up with their chatter. Oh, by the way, do you have any name you want to go by while you're here? We're all named Izuku so we can't really dot well. You know. Oh, how about my hero name? It's Ignition. It fits my quirk, pyrokinesis. But even more importantly, it fits with Kaken's hero name, Sparkler. We named ourselves the Fireworks Duo, hee. Ignition kept going on. Support, on the other hand, blanked out, more stuck on the fact that he has a quirk in the first place. Come on, is he the only DMN Izuku without a quirk? I mean, maybe Ninth counts, but he got one for all plopped into his lap. But this one had a fire telekinesis quirk like he was genetically supposed to if he didn't hit that unlucky 20%. Sparkler? Kaken's hero name is Sparkler? Yeah, you know, like those little sticks that give off a little sparkly light? It fit the fireworks theme really well. No, I knew that part, it's just. Since when was Kaken the kind of person to pick such a cutesy name? The more Support thought about it, the more it makes sense. He can already tell Ignition has that charisma and optimism that seems to runs in their blood, Ignition rivaling Ninth's sunshine smile. In a world where him and Kaken didn't grow apart, he could see some of that sunshine-y personality rubbing off on Kaken. But still, a nice Kaken? Has the world turned upside down? Oh, by the way, you said there was another Izuku besides you, the kid in Ninth, right? Should we get him before we go looking for Ninth? Support knew Ninth would be fine wherever he was. He suspected that he just went out on patrol, what with him being the #1 hero and all, but he wouldn't crush Ignition's spirit now. It's something to do to bond with the newcomer after all, and he's also just bored. Nah, we should let him sleep. He had a. Support remembers AFO gasping for air while cursing out Ninth a few hours ago for attempting to murder him after they boosted home using Ninth's power. He had a really long day yesterday. But don't worry. You'll meet him later. He's a bit condescending at first, but he'll warm up to you. His name's, he paused. Should he tell Ignition that one of the Izukus is literally named AFO? It's just an acronym, but if he knows it he'll freak out, unless he doesn't know who All for One is yet. The adult Izukus never told him what the abbreviation was, but he could infer what it meant. With the rumors of a quirk-stealing vigilante running around and AFO just being a weird name in general, it was pretty obvious to him. If he followed his timeline alongside the timelines AFO and Ninth told him, UA and the general public should know All for One by the Kamino Ward incident, which happens because of Katsuki's kidnapping at the training camp, that itself happening after the first semester. How far are you into the school year? Support said. I don't really remember, we just finished our first hero internships if that's any help. Okay, first hero internships that should be. The Hosu incident. The incident went different for all three of them. Ninth, Ida and Todoroki almost murdered Stain. FO took care of Stain himself and turned him in. As for himself, he was off on his own internship with Aizawa of all people, while Mirio saved Ida from Stain. As for the Nomus, well, everyone took care of them in all the universes. Regardless, that all happened way before they met AFO, so it should be fine to tell Ignition. Hopefully some weird event didn't happen which made Ignition know about him much farther in advance. It'd be much easier if AFO went by onesie to everyone, but alas. Support hummed thoughtfully. So how did the Hosu incident go? Almost murder anyone? Ignition went pale. How did you? There's different versions of you here, remember? It's only natural we've experienced what you have. Support felt giddy inside, happy that his prediction was right. It was actually just a shot in the dark, but Ignition didn't need to know that. Now what was I talking about before? Yes, the other Izuku's name is AFO. AFO? Support felt a bit of suspense as Ignition pondered the name. Like, an acronym? It's a bit strange to call someone by pronouncing out 3 letters. Phew. He didn't know. Yes, well, that's how he'd like to be referred as. No, you can't know what it stands for. Support said before Ignition could ask the question. If you'd like to take all this in or look around, take your time. We'll look for Ninth when you're ready. Ignition decided to look around just for a little while before they took off. Can't let the missing person wait after all. But you can't help but satisfy your curiosity in this kind of situation, right? Honestly, nothing really seemed out of place, although everything was arranged how it was in his childhood, which hit him with a wave of nostalgia more than anything. If he looked closer, Ignition found that there were a few cups or plates that were still around when in his world he accidentally broke them with his telekinesis going whack. The thing that stood out to him most, though, was that there were fewer photos in this apartment compared to his specific photos, to be exact. Hey, where's all the pictures of Dad? Ignition asked. Support freezed. You have pictures of your dad? Like Ninth himself, and this world's Izuku, Mom and Dad divorced before he was born, and so naturally Inko had erased any sort of evidence his father had existed. They all had to grow up with one parent, although Support and only Support later lost that privilege later on as well. Ignition was completely oblivious to the other Izuku's circumstances, so he trekked onwards. His face lighting up at the mention of his father, he said, I do. He and Mom got divorced a while ago, but they're still super close friends. He only lives a couple blocks down in my universe and Mom has lots of photos of them lying around. I wonder why it's not the same here. Ignition, for a long time to come, would not connect the dots until pointed out to him. Having enough reminders that told him his life was sad, cold, and unlucky, Support decided against answering Ignition. It's not just don't worry about it. He said, Ignition innocently head-tilting in confusion. Let's just get going, yeah? Don't want to keep Ninth waiting now, do we? Perking up and storing the conversation for another time, Ignition responded excitedly with a, yeah. Let's go save myself. Running along the rooftops of Mizutofu while wearing his bunny-eared mask, Ninth couldn't help but lose himself in his thoughts while he was patrolling. While he shouldn't be surprised vigilante crime fighting during the dead of night wasn't that exhilarating. Now that he thinks about it, most of his fond vigilante memories were during the middle of an all-out war, so nothing's really happening in the era of peace All Might has set, not until later. He already made a note to save Eri when she exists. Stuff like busting underground trafficking rings or illegal quirk booster distribution that underground heroes or vigilantes were known for are actually not that common. Not common enough just to stumble upon, anyways. At the very least though, he can stop a few villains that are trying to work under the cover of darkness, and maybe break up a couple fights between some drunkards. He can safely say that being a limelight hero is more his jurisdiction. Although if Hagakure or Shinso called him in for a spy mission, well, he can't resist that, can he? But either way, it's always a good idea to explore your options in the field, even if he isn't technically licensed to be doing that exploring in this universe. It's not always the funnest job, but at least he can take pride in knowing he saved a couple lives that weren't saved before in his world. It's actually a bit of a grim thought the more he thinks about it, but he knew that even the most powerful heroes he couldn't reach everyone in time. That's Support's whole thing after all, helping those the heroes can't get to. Such a noble little vigilante. Also kind of concerning how much he knows about society to make a statement like that, but he can relate being a fellow quirkless buddy. Former quirkless, technically. In hindsight, Support would probably love doing this with him, but unfortunately Ninth was bored and by the time he decided to leave, the crazy teen was still completely knocked out. It would be rude to wake him up. Maybe AFO would join them next time too, although he thinks that the other needs just a little bit more introduction to the idea to be more familiar with it. If Izuku summons another Izuku anytime soon, he hopes they'll like activities like this too. A quirkless hero version of himself would totally be down for vigilantism, right? Hold it. A gruffy voice said. Someone had managed to sneak up on Ninth while he was lost in his pondering. Ninth quickly turned around, almost falling off the building he was on from the lost momentum, but a scarf reached out to him and yanked him back up. Finally getting a chance to look at who tripped him up, he sobered up rather fast as he realized that Aizawa had found him. How did that happen? Was he so lost in his thoughts that he wasn't even paying attention to danger sense? He's not even too surprised that Aizawa could sneak up to him, especially when his clothes blend in with the darkness of night, but it's a matter of how it happened. He's supposed to be the #1 hero, but he let his guard down just because he's in a situation he hasn't fully adapted to yet. Don't be reckless, Aizawa said grumpily, before releasing Ninth from the scarf, giving him time to breath out a sigh of relief. He got nightmare flashbacks from the time on the beach. We really need to start training heroes better. Good thing I became a teacher. He could hear Aizawa muttering under his breath. Hello, Aizawa erased her head. What brings you to me? Ninth said, nervously hoping that the pro-hero would leave. He wasn't watching him beat up villains, right? Please don't ask for his hero license. If Aizawa was shocked that he knew who he was, he didn't show it on his face. How do you? No, never mind that. Are you a new hero? I haven't seen a debut of any heroes looking like you. Are you sure you didn't just miss it? Debuts can happen during work hours, you know. Ninth gulped apprehensively. He wasn't exactly the best liar in the world, if you couldn't tell. That's impossible, Aizawa said matter-of-factly, leaving no room for argument. Well, time for a different lie. I just didn't have a debut. I'm an underground hero. Aizawa took one look at Ninth's green jumpsuit. It wasn't bright, but it was a shade that definitely didn't help with camouflage. Not to mention the bright red shoes and utility belt. You don't look like an underground hero. You got a daylight hero costume on. Did you mess up your schedule or something? He questioned. You don't have to lie to save face. At this point Ninth was sweating bullets and was a nervous wreck, and Aizawa didn't have time for this mess. Just show me your hero license so I can confirm you aren't a vigilante. I've seen you fighting villains, so you can't run from this. Well, shit. He was monitoring him. Technically, he could show them his hero license, but would Aizawa really go out of his way to see if it has the authenticity seal when it's dated like 13 years in the future? H.no thank you? Ninth said. He bolted. He couldn't get away from Aizawa fast enough, so right now he is currently running away from a wild eraserhead who is hot on his trail. His eyes are right on him, he can't use OFA like last time. Thankfully, his own Aizawa-sensei had added quirkless training to the UA curriculum during his second year, so in addition to his own copious amount of quirkless training, he just might be able to get away. Hopefully this Aizawa isn't as skilled as his. I mean, his Aizawa had 10 more years of experience under his belt. Surely this one wouldn't catch up to him as fast as his Aizawa did during training, right? Ninth took an opportunity to go look behind him, and saw his teacher coming at him at full speed, red eyes signifying his quirk and all. He almost yelled in fear from the sight, honestly. Of course, this slowed him down, and Aizawa's scarf missed him by just an inch, barely grazing his shoulder. Okay, well, maybe he's not getting away. But he's not going down without a fight. As always, Ninth quickly cooked up a plan. He hopped down from the building he was onto an alleyway. He has to act really quick, he only has a small window of time where Aizawa's eyes aren't on him. Using OFA to boost himself down, he readied his fingers, waiting to see a glimpse of Aizawa and then Delaware Smash Air Force. With a flick of empowered fingers, the gust of air sent Aizawa flying back, looking like a ragdoll as he fell back onto the roof, with a loud thump. Oh god, he didn't use too much force, did he? Did he hurt Aizawa? He thought he would just dodge out of the way and he would have to follow up with fighting him hand-to-hand, especially since he only used 30%, but he jumped back up to the roof, worry overloading his rational thoughts. Aizawa-sensei, are you okay? Wait, there's no one on this rooftop. Wha? Where did? He heard a sharp movement, and danger sense suddenly started blaring at him. It was too late though, because by the time he could respond, danger sense had fallen silent and his vision was obscured by a well-known white fabric. Man, he hated this scarf. Omake. Watching over the Izukus. Alright, so since we all don't get to be in the same room very often, I wanted to show you guys a little something, Ninth said in a cheery voice to the room filled with Class 1A heroes as well as all Might and Aizawa. The gang keeps in touch with each other and meets up at least once a month, and the two teachers help plan the events. This month they were all gathered in Kaken's luxury penthouse, because of course he's going to spend all his hero money on something fancy. Everyone was situated in his comfy living room. I know some of you have already caught me going into portals and all that, and you're all super frustrated that I won't give you answers, but today is the day you get your answers, my friends. Portals? What is he talking about? Chaco asked. Shoto answered. You might not have known since your schedule doesn't pair you up with Izuku that often, but he keeps disappearing into these portals and comes back out immediately, looking like he lived through a whole day. Exactamundo, right there, Shoto. So, if you would all direct your attention to Kaken's needlessly large TV where I've already set this up, the answers will unfold in front of you. Just as he said that, Ninth clicked a button on the remote in his hands and scurried off. Everyone was a bit confused, but nonetheless they all got situated for whatever shenanigans Izuku was getting them into this time. Before the video started playing, it paused and Ninth came back panting. .1 second. Phew. Okay, so small context, I got summoned to a different universe by a version of me with a cool quirk. When I get summoned, time pauses here and I meet a bunch of different versions of myself. Okay, bye. He zoomed off, this time with the added flair of using OFA, probably so they wouldn't be able to catch them. So there they were. Flabbergasted. And a video playing on a huge TV. After fiddling with the camera, you could see Izuku on screen after it focused. Okay, and I think the camera is finally set up. Is he filming something? When did he have time for that? Doesn't he have like the busiest calendar out of us all? Denki said, exasperated that Izuku could fit even more sheet into his schedule. Goodness, how is that possible? I can't manage my schedule and all I have is commercial and modeling work on top of heroics. Momo said, I can't imagine attending all those hero events and doing all those interviews on top of it. So, to whoever is watching this, hello. So, the other Izukus and I decided to record ourselves while we're here to show off to people in our respective universes, kinda like a reality show. We even have a camera here to vent to you. Looks like he's enjoying himself. Jiru said. Munch, we're just going to skip over the fact, Munch, that he's causing trouble with Munch even more problem children? Aizawa said, stuffing his face with a cake Sada had baked for the gathering, trying to eat the stress away. It wasn't working. Much to his dismay, he still wasn't entirely fond of sweet things. Just be glad it won't be you dealing with it, Aizawa. Toshinori said, patting the scruffy man's back. This going to be bad, isn't it? The camera panned over to another Izuku, crossing his arms at ninth. Whoa, the other Izuku looks so different even though they have the same face. Mina said, pointing out the differing scars and general stance. That bro, he's just as hot. Siro said what everyone else was thinking. People let out noises of agreement. Okay, should I introduce myself? Let's see here, I'm a pro hero, #1 in my universe actually. Oh, and my name's Midoriya Izuku, like most of us, hey. But my alias is Ninth, because I'm the ninth holder of weight. I shouldn't say the cut the cameras. See cut. Toshinori sweat dropped. So did everyone else in the room. Hopefully Izuku cuts this out for the other worlds that see this. Wait, so does this mean the other Izukus don't have one for all? Ochako wondered. It got the others to think about it as well, wondering if he would still get into UA and meet them all. Toshinori couldn't believe a world where Izuku wasn't his successor, but if he hadn't met him that day, then he would have just chosen Mirio, wouldn't he have? The scene changed, and a different Izuku was on screen instead. I am Shigaraki Izuku. I bear the power of all for one, yet I am the only sensible one here. The pause. And then chaos. The whole room bursted into a combination of yells, confused looks, and overall something Aizawa wouldn't want to deal with. Thankfully, Aizawa is part of this chaos this time. Katsuki glared at the screen, clicking his tongue in dismissal. He had already met this Izuku, after all. He probably knew more than anyone else just because he's in a part-time hero duo with the shitnerd. But Izuku doesn't. What? How is that possible? How could he become Shigaraki? Ochako tried to rationalize. Shinso, late addition to the 1A crew, said with absolute seriousness, I can fix him. He could just tell that version of Izuku would treat him right. He might not be as cute and bubbly as his Izuku, but well, he'll take any chance he can get. Luckily, I can tell you that, as it's not a secret. Unlike someone else. He glared at someone off-screen, with a faint awkward chuckle in the background of the audio. All Might felt himself starting to faint, knowing that a version of his successor, his totally not child, held the power of his arch-nemesis. He had the personality of him too, just as cynical. Hopefully not as evil. Now to get this out of the way, yes, I was a villain, but I've reformed, so please don't come after my head. He clasped his hands together. Dumbass probably got scared after I threatened him the first time I saw him. Katsuki said proudly. But Midobro as a villain? That's just the thought is unmanly. Idra said, well, there's your unmanly thoughts manifested, ribbit. Tsuyu said, jabbing at the crimson head. The scene changed again, into a cat cafe with their Izuku and the all-for-one Izuku hugging together approaching a cat. They saw about one frame of it before it paused. Everyone looked around to find the remote, only to find Izuku off to the side, muttering, that sheet. He wanted to save the cat cafe bit for after Aizawa left as he didn't want him to see AFO swear murder on his name, but now that Aizawa has seen the cat cafe that he used to frequent before his schedule changed, something tells him it's going to be a bit harder to convince him to leave. Midoriya. Aizawa stepped towards him, a glint in his eyes, and did he activate his quirk? Why did he see his eyes flash red? Pause. Video. H.no thank you? And so once again he bolted. About a measly few minutes later, Ninth gave up and came walking back with Aizawa to the group. Unpause the video, Midoriya. And stay here. Aizawa said. Okay. Ninth said, defeated. With a press of a button, the TV started to play again. The camera starts the scene shakily out of focus, before it cleared up to reveal Ninth and AFO at the cat cafe, huddling together in order for AFO to be able to pet a cat. What the F am I looking at? Katsuki said, befuddled at the situation. Is this really what you're up to in another universe, Izuku? Not saving the world or something ribbit? So you asked. In my defense, I'm working on it, okay? Ninth raised his hands up in defense. Midoriya, listen to me very carefully, okay? I need you to send me pictures of all those cats. I have not been in that cafe for years. Aizawa said. So, cats only approach AFO when he balances out his bad mojo with Ninth's, but AFO wants to try and get them to like him without Ninth's help. This is their 10th try. You think the actual all-for-one was a cat repellent too? Hagakure asked the room. He was an everything repellent, young Hagakure. Toshinori said. The former class all chuckled at that. Wait, who's talking behind the camera? Denki said. Izuku responded. That's support. He's a quirkless UA student in the support course. Doesn't sound crazy enough to be you. Shinso dryly said. And he's also a vigilante. Huh, and there it is. Ninth and AFO walk up a black cat, and AFO begins to pet it. The camera zoomed in on the collar, which read, Lucky. Ah, the friendliest cat in the cafe. Aizawa was reminiscing. AFO carefully brought up a handful of cat treats up to Lucky, who started eating out of his palm. Ninth lets go of AFO and slowly backs away. Lucky looks up and notices that Ninth is gone, but continues to eat out of AFO's hand anyways. He started tearing up at this, and soon enough full-blown tears were rolling down his face. Lucky licks at AFO's tears, which makes him cry even more. Aw, that's so cute. Mina cooed at the screen. Well, that's certainly much more like the young Midoriya I know. Toshinori said. He felt comforted that the other Izuku did not share all his tendencies with the infamous villain. Hee, I'm happy for UFO. The cafe door jingled, and the camera panned to it, only to discover that one Shoyuta Aizawa had walked into the door. Not a guy. The video cuts off. You had to go and ruin things, sensei. Mina whined. Why'd they even run from me? Aizawa questioned. Funny story, AFO is kinda a wanted vigilante? I mean, he's only captured one villain over there, but he's on the high priority list for some reason. Aizawa sighed. Do any of you have respect for the law? But still, sounds about right for you. The scene changed into Support and Ninth sitting side by side looking at the camera. We need to stop going to that cafe. Support said. Agreed. Onesie has been taking it pretty hard ever since we had to jump out of the windows and leave Lucky behind. Ninth said. No, Midoriya. The pictures. The pictures. Aizawa protested. Did you see his face when he got Lucky to eat his treats without you being there? I'm so glad I caught that on camera. Yeah, he was so serious about it too. I'm just glad we didn't have to go through any more cats. That was so exhausting. Like, did you see? Let me turn up the volume. Ninth fiddled with the remote. How tired I was by the 5th cat. And poor Onesie was in shambles. I can't believe you went through 10 cats. 10. We almost ran out of cats to test. Never in my many years have I thought of shortening all for one into Onesie. Now I'm a bit sad. I can't use such a perfect demeaning name on a corpse. Toshinori said. Hey, it was supposed to be endearing. Onesie likes it. Ninth pouted. The scene changed again, to the same room but only one chair was present, with AFO sitting. Eraserhead will rue the day for ruining my first experience with an animal that wasn't absolutely repulsed by me, I swear, mark my words you scruffy little old piece of. Valid. Shinso said. Wahitoshi. Ninth said. What? I'd be sad if someone barged in on cat time too. I concur. Aizawa said. Not you too, sensei. Ninth cried out. Whoa. Calm down, Onesie. You're gonna pay Eraser. Okay, well, maybe that's a bit much. Aizawa said sarcastically. Oh goodness, I'm seeing the all-for-one parallels again. Toshinori started seeing swirls in his vision. I promise he usually isn't like this. The ninth laughed awkwardly. Quite, how do you put this, pas magnifique? Oyama said. Ahem. The scene slightly changed to a more disheveled AFO sitting down. Goodness, what happened? Momo said, concerned. I had to keep him from doing who knows what to the camera. He was really angry. Ninth said. I apologize for my actions. What I said was very wrong. A piece of paper that AFO was clearly reading off of appeared in frame for a couple seconds. This is worse than Tenya trying to say he didn't want to kill Stain. Shoto said. That was quite uncalled for, Shoto. Ida exclaimed. I still can't believe it took you 2 years after graduation to tell us about the real incident. Ochako said. I won't be killing or harming Eraserhead, nor did I have any intention to when I said that. I guess we finally found a worse liar than Izuku. It's Izuku. Zero said, shooting up jazz hands. I'll kill you. Ninth said with complete seriousness. However, the video cuts off. He didn't say anything extreme, did he, young Midoriya? Toshinori suddenly felt quite concerned that his successor was hanging out with a disguised all-for-one. No. Mostly. Ninth said. That did not comfort Toshinori at all. Ninth stood up and turned the TV off. Welp, that's all for now. But the second episode is in production. That was definitely something. Ojiro said, leaning back on the couch. Kuda next to him nodded. He was especially intrigued by the other Izuku being so bad with cats, considering when he introduced his pets to Izuku it was almost like a scene from a Disney princess movie. Is this your way of making that hero reality TV show you oh so desperately wanted when you were younger? Katsuki teased. Kaken. I told you not to tell anyone about embarrassing childhood details anymore. Ninth shrieked. Katsuki stuck out his middle finger and his tongue. He said in a taunting voice, bleh. Eat sheet. One for all, full cowling 200%. Izuku is awake. He knows it's still late, or technically early, considering the digital clock on his desk reads 3:15 a.m. But he doesn't really know why he woke up. He thinks he felt the apartment slightly shake, which only happens when someone closes the door, so maybe someone was going out. But at this time? Whatever the reason was, it wasn't his main concern. It's still a school day, so mom would probably be mad that he's up at this hour. But then rises another problem. He can't sleep right after he woke up. That's just not how sleep works. He's completely refreshed and full of energy right now, and he has nothing to channel all of it into. Maybe he could watch just a few All Might videos to fall asleep? No, he doesn't want mom to catch him. Then she'd assume he was up all night. But then what can he do? Maybe the older hims can help, now that he remembered that they're still here. They've been alive longer, maybe they also have times like this and know how to deal with it. But he'd feel rude waking them up. And what if they'll be disappointed like mom? No. He can't be thinking about that right now. He needs to be well rested for school tomorrow, or else Kaken and the others will draw on his face if he falls asleep during class. Throwing his blanket off and scrambling out of bed, Izuku resolved to gently wake up one of his older selves so they can help him sleep. Stepping through his already open door, which he could have sworn he closed last night, he made it to the living room, to which he discovered that no one was there. Where did everyone go? Did he send them back yesterday and he just didn't remember? He remembers the apartment. Slightly shaking, which was probably someone closing the door and leaving, but they all left? To where though? Maybe they were going out to do cool hero stuff and they couldn't take him because he was a burden? Hold on, they still have a guest room. It can only hold one person and he doubts the 3 versions of himself would even try to squeeze into the same bed, but maybe there's still someone left? Trying to quietly open the door and failing. Why are all their doors the squeaky kind? He saw AFO, not sleeping but scrolling through his phone. AFO was quick to notice Izuku, although the door squeaking wasn't much help to the child's case. Putting his phone down, he let out a bunch of concerned questions. Izuku? What are you doing up so late? Are you okay? Did you have a nightmare? Izuku was a bit overwhelmed with the questions. I am okay. I just woke up and now I can't sleep again, but why are you awake? Asked him. He was a bit embarrassed. He couldn't tell Izuku that he had sleeping problems when he came to him for help to sleep, not to mention it would set a bad example if he found out he was awake the whole night. Trying to change the subject, he said, "You said you can't fall back asleep, yes?" Izuku nodded his head. He really wished he had some sort of sleep quirk on hand, but he didn't. They'd have to solve this the old-fashioned way. "Well, let's try some warm milk and—" He sighed, hoping it won't come to this because it'd be embarrassing to him even if no one would hear it besides Izuku. "That if that doesn't work, I'll sing you a lullaby." It worked well for him as a kid. It's a bit unfortunate that he's using his abusive father's methods to put another child version of himself to sleep, but even more unfortunately, his father had good parental tactics for smaller things like this. He likes to think in another universe, there's a version of his father that gave up villainy to focus on his family. Maybe Izuku could summon an Izuku who's lived a life like that. Both a fun and terrifying thought for him. Walking out into the kitchen while holding Izuku's hand, AFO started to prepare the milk, grabbing a random cup from a cupboard and the milk he bought the other day from the fridge. He let his eyes wander to the empty living room, and he thought to himself absent-mindedly. He heard a little bit of chatter while he was in his room, although he didn't eavesdrop on them to give Ninth and support some privacy. At least, he thought it was Ninth talking, but who knew he had such a high-pitched morning voice? He's not worried about the pair, they left on their own accord and they could handle themselves, unless they run into Eraserhead, for some reason, but he couldn't help but be curious. As AFO placed the milk into the microwave, which he hopes won't wake up Midoriya-san from the loud buttons, Izuku looked up at the much taller version of him with his doe eyes and asked a question that both of them were asking themselves. "Do you, know where Ninth and support went? I'm worried about them and it's super late." "Ah, don't worry about them, Izuku, they can handle themselves just fine," AFO reassured, but Izuku's face still looked constrained. "You'll see them tomorrow, okay? They're both strong just like you'll be. Even if they're a little rash sometimes. Promise." "I promise." AFO stopped the microwave right before it hit 0 to prevent any noise to disturb Midoriya-san, and handed the warm milk to Izuku as they walked over to the child's room. "Thank you, AFO." He tried hard to enunciate every part of the acronym. It was a weird name that he couldn't voice well. "I really hope Mom doesn't find out I'm awake right now, so I really want this to work." "Well now, don't say that. You'll jinx it." He smiled before he paused. "And you don't have to call me AFO." He knew being referred to as an acronym was a dumb idea, even if it was the logical decision to go with overall for one. But it just doesn't sound good when Izuku struggles to make it roll off the tongue. Not to mention a child saying it amplifies how stupid it sounds. He had one solution to this problem. He doesn't wish for the nickname to spread, but if it's Izuku saying it then surely it's okay? "Just call me Onesie like Ninth does." Izuku's eyes widened. "Are you sure? I thought you said only Ninth is allowed to." "Well, him and now you, Izuku." "It's okay with me." AFO flashed a rare genuine smile to Izuku, who smiled back. "I actually think it's quite a cute nickname." But don't tell Ninth that, okay?" The little one nodded in response as he drank the warm milk, sitting up in his bed. "Here, lay down. I'll take that cup from you. Feeling drowsy yet?" AFO asked, laying Izuku down and pulling the covers to his neck. "Only a little." Izuku admitted. "Well, it seems like you'll need a bit more assistance then." He started to gently glide his hand through Izuku's hair, repeating the calming motion to settle the little one in for his next attempt to make him fall asleep. He closed his eyes. He didn't want to do this, but just for Izuku he cleared his throat, chose the least cringy lullaby he knew, and began to hum in a soothing voice. "The world is imperfect, but I'll change that for you. So say out your wants. No matter what it is or who. I'll bring all you need. And whatever you please. The world will be perfect for you." Izuku's eyes started to flutter, but he wasn't asleep. So, AFO continued to brush his hair as he sang. "What the world wants. Or what they will say. If you don't like it, they won't have their way. I'll shape the world. And take down your foes. All for you, darling. My sweetheart, my rose." There was one more verse of the dumb lullaby he chose. Izuku's eyes were closed, but AFO could tell his pupils were still moving under his eyelids. So, with reluctance he sang out the full lullaby. For you I'll give, and cater to your cause. I'll break any boundary, any rules or laws. The world's imperfect, but for you my love, you'll fly up high, and soar like a dove. FO opened his eyes, and slowly let out a sigh of relief. My, out cold just from that? He chuckled to himself, then let out a rather large yawn. It seems the lullaby had gotten to him too. It was originally his father's lullaby after all, so he supposes it's only natural for it to trigger the response it did when he himself was a child. Ah, I'm glad the others aren't awake to make fun of me for that. He's just happy he remembered one of his father's more calming lullabies that weren't disguised anti-hero propaganda. Even the one he sang has disturbing undertones when you realize an underground crime lord was singing it, but it's still one of the better ones. Now in retrospect he could have sang something more simple like, My Sunshine, but he has to admit his father had came up with brilliant lullabies to make people sleepy. Even if it was a little abnormal? Taking one last look at his younger, happier self, he stepped out of the child's bedroom and back into the living room, just to confirm once again that his other selves are gone. He still couldn't sleep, so he decided to call Ninth to find out where he and the younger one had gone. A few seconds after hearing his phone ring in his ear, he heard a vibrating noise coming from the coffee table near the couch, and approaching it showed a bright screen lighting up with the text 1Z on it, with the options to pick up or decline. Ninth left his phone here. Goodness, what an idiot. If only he added support to his contacts. Well, that's about all he can do at the moment. Maybe he should head out and look for them? Ah, the idiots can handle themselves. If they wanted his help they should have brought him along. On the upside, however, he's finally feeling a bit sleepy, so maybe he can get a few hours of shut-eye after all. He'll be energized to lecture the two idiots when they return in the morning. Support and Ignition had set out for Ninth's rescue, however the latter was the only one concerned for the missing Izuku's safety. The former was more using this as an excuse to go on his vigilante patrol with someone. You're so mobile that how are you so athletic? Ignition said, struggling to keep up with Support. Well, it's all I have to work on, physically speaking. I don't have a quirk to train like you do. Why you're quirkless? Ignition sputtered out, tripping on his feet at such a casual admission. Yeah, why? You got a problem with that? Support challenged, looking back at Ignition with unusually cold eyes. No, it's not like that. Ignition quickly said. He wasn't a quirkist. It just surprised me. I thought you'd have a similar quirk to me or something. I never thought of a universe where I'd be quirkless. Support rolled his eyes. Then don't worry about it. I don't need you to throw a pity party for me or anything. He tried to focus himself back to the task at hand. Usually he'd run into one or two criminals during his patrol which he'd be able to apprehend and turn in, but for the most part the night had been quiet. This adds to Support's theory that Ninth had snuck out to crime fight, considering there's no more wrongdoers left for him to fight. He couldn't leave anyone for him? Actually, scratch that. Why didn't he just take him with him in the first place? Stupid Ninth and his consideration of his sleep schedule. It's so cold out here. Why did I have to wear your extra clothes? Ignition said, donning a thin shirt and pants. He would have much rather preferred keeping his warm UA uniform on. Just use your quirk to warm up. It's fine if you burn the clothes a little. Support said. UA uniforms draw attention. It's the most prestigious hero school in Japan. People might realize you aren't an actual student in this universe. This is what most of their time out looked like. Nothing was really eventful, save for Ignition tripping over a few buildings, so it was mostly just them making conversation more than a vigilante patrol. It was actually pretty calming, but he still wished that something would happen. Where the villains wait what just passed by. It was so swift he almost missed it, but he could have sworn there was a flash of black and green in his peripheral vision. Could luck be in his favor today? A villain to stop and save a life that wouldn't be saved otherwise? Hold it, Support. Ignition called out. HM? What is it? You can't just go down there. The fiery boy said, stopping the other teen from jumping off the building they were on. I feel like we're already breaking some kind of trespassing law being on all of these roofs. Some of these buildings are residential areas, you know. Ignition sounded a bit desperate and tired. He wasn't used to running on rooftops for hours on end. After all, he wasn't a vigilante. He had less experience. And your point is? Support sounded confused. My point is that you can't just be chasing after people all willy-nilly. If that's truly a villain, then we should take cautionary steps and call the police and heroes so we don't break any laws. What if the heroes are too late to save them by that point? Hero response time averages 2 minutes. It usually doesn't take 2 minutes either. Someone can get shot in less than 2 seconds, that doesn't mean anything. Plus it's night, response times are slower right now. Support waved his hand in the air, as if to physically brush off Ignition's claims to pair with his verbal brush. The other tried to combat that point, but he continued. Anyways, even if it's part of heroic conduct to be timely, it's not an enforced rule, nor is it reliable. Haven't you heard of the case of that quirkless woman who bled out because the heroes took an hour to get to her? He flailed his arms in the air to exaggerate his point. The police got there in less than 5, but they aren't equipped to deal with higher intensity situations these days. Funds being moved to heroes and training going downhill and all that jazz. Ignition was dumbfounded. That happened? I never even heard of something like that. An hour? How could the heroes take so long, especially when there are so many agencies spread out there? Maybe it didn't happen in your world. But something similar probably did. They're just covered up by the media to paint the heroes in a better light. I only found out about it because I browse a lot of quirkless forums online. Ignition felt sick. How much had he been ignorant to? At one final attempt to assert his crumbling opinion, he said, even so, it's still vigilantism. So you're saying you would rather not break the law than save someone's life? Ignition sighed in exhaustion, giving up the argument, while Support had a stupid smug smirk on his face. Just don't engage first, or else it will get you into a lot more legal trouble than it's worth. Oh, don't worry. Most vigilante laws don't apply to me due to quirklessness loopholes. Support said cheerfully. Ignition gave his counterpart a questioning look. You do know that there are other laws that you'll be breaking besides those, right? Support tilted his head in confusion. Oh, just never mind. Grab onto me, I can propel us forward with my telekinesis. It takes less power if we're closer together. Well, that's definitely not a villain. Ignition said, much to Support's disappointment. They decided to spy on who they saw earlier after they finally caught up. It turns out it was 2 people they were tailing, except one of them was unconscious, and the other one was the pro-hero that one of them is deathly afraid of for all the wrong reasons. Currently, they're watching him walk into the police station while they're hiding. Who knew Aizawa-sensei used to patrol around my area? Looks like he just brought a criminal into the police station, although that criminal looks vaguely familiar to me. Move over, I can't see anything. Support got a chance to survey the situation better. Man, there's really no villain? And it's Eraserhead as well, we better turn back before he notices. Wait. He did a double take on the criminal in Eraser's hands. Oh my god, of course he looks familiar to you, that's us dimwit. He berated Ignition. So that's the missing Izuku? He got arrested? Well, that's certainly what it looks like. Oi, be quiet for a second, I'm going to try and hear what they're saying. How are you going to eavesdrop from all the way over here? I have a handy little gadget on me. Support had a somewhat crazed look in his eyes. Ignition would compare it to that one eccentric pink-haired girl from H1. Wait, were all Support Corps students like this? As he pulled out what looked to be a hearing aid from his pocket. Upon closer inspection, it looked to have some modifications to it. It was a bit more clunky than normal earpieces. Not in the Support course for nothing. Now be quiet when I put this on because it's extremely sensitive. Support tinkered with the earpiece in his hands and put it on. He could now hear just far enough into the police station, although he might not be able to catch it all even with the gadget. Is it working? Ow. Support yanked his earpiece out. Every word that just came out of the other felt like 20 gunshots, no, 20 cannon shots. Like gunpowder was directly poured into his right ear, and a match was lit inside. Thankfully he didn't make the thing too strong, or else he might have gone deaf right then and there. Clutching his one ear, which was still ringing quite loudly, he quickly turned around to give his fiery counterpart a glare. "Dude, what the F did I just say?" "I'm sorry. I thought it'd be okay if I was whispering." Ignition quickly broke eye contact with Support's glare and nervously looked off to the side, a dejected expression clearly on his face. Support, on the other hand, quickly backpedaled. He didn't mean to outlash that harshly. "No, it's fine. It's partly my fault anyways. There's a reason I don't use this junk more often." He reassured Ignition. The young tinkerer had to fall back and lean on the smooth, stony wall of the building they were hiding behind, as he patiently waited for the ringing to go away. He couldn't wait for long, or else he'd miss any talking Eraser was doing inside. He ushered away Ignition's apologizes, who was profusely apologizing the entire time he was waiting, and eventually he had enough. Despite there still being ringing in his ear, he decided to start the eavesdropping anyway. He gave a warning to Ignition beforehand, however. "Don't muscle." He put the earpiece back on, and resumed spying on Eraser. "Sorry, Eraserhead. We wanted to send a police car to you, but everyone's been dispatched and we've been so understaffed lately." Someone was talking to Eraser in the police unit. If he is hearing right, it's Officer Sansa. He's usually the one at the front anyways. "It's fine. Do we have an open interrogation room? Oh, and is Tsukauchi here? He'll probably want to be there too." Aizawa said. "Yes and yes. In fact, let me ring him over right now." He could hear clicking noises, most likely Sansa using the old station handphone keypad. "But why are you in such a hurry to question him? Who did you capture?" Support could hear Aizawa set down ninth, probably on the waiting chairs they had set up in the front. He was talking to Sansa as the other was on the phone with the detective. This might be the new quirk-stealing vigilante. The commission has been on our butt for him. But it could also just be someone who at the very least knows them. They look alike. Probably related, at least. Whatever the case is, they're a vigilante themselves, and they have valuable info. Sansa let out a whistle at that. "Sounds like you got a lot on your hands." He set down the handphone and turned to face the other. "Tsukauchi's in interrogation room C, so you can head over there now." "Thanks." Support pulled out the hearing aid. "Ugh, I can't believe Ninth got captured by Eraser, #1 hero my butt." "So? What's happening?" Ignition questioned. "Ninth's being taken in for questioning." "I have no clue what to do. Arg, why did he have to go out in the first place?" Ignition felt a little pity for Support's frustrations. Maybe they'll let him go after they're done? The teen vigilante couldn't take a chance like that. His resolve had already decided. "I'm going in there to help." What? That's such a rash decision. You're just going to turn yourself into the cops just so you can help him? Do you have any sort of self-preservation? Do you think they'll even let you be with the other Izuku? Ignition scolded. Support brushed off Ignition's worries. "It's fine. I've been in police captivity before. I'm sure I can think of something. If you have a better idea, I'm all ears." Okay, fine. I guess that's really heroic of you, even if it's a bit self-sacrificial, but am I supposed to do nothing then? I can't go in after you." "HM? What do you mean? Obviously, you're coming with me." "Eishuu? No way. I can't wait, let go of me." Support took Ignition by the arm and they both walked into the police station. He knew he shouldn't have been so reckless, but here he is. Deep within police captivity, face to face with the one person he can't lie to, which restricts what he can voice without revealing the absolute mess of a situation he is right now. It doesn't help that they took off his mask and saw his face. Right next to Tsukauchi is the man who caught him and put him in this situation in the first place. One of few who can overwhelm him in a quirkless fight, and in a real fight considering his quirk, and the person he completely let his guard down around. His bleeding heart once again placed him in another crappy situation. He doesn't regret it though. In fact, if anything, he was relieved to see that Aizawa was okay. Even if he only saw him because he informed him that he was being forced into questioning. He might be relieved, but that still doesn't change the fact that if he didn't have these quirk suppression cuffs on, he would have bolted to the door a long time ago. If you could cooperate with us, we'd be happy to sort out a situation for you that doesn't end in your arrest. Tsukauchi said, hands folded on the interrogation table. If he didn't know the two men questioning him on a personal level, he would have been very suspicious of them. Even now, he's still a bit suspicious, but it's not like he's in a position to act on it. That's quite assuring given the hospitality you've provided. He might be happy to see these two since he never gets to talk with them anymore, but doesn't this infringe on some kind of right? I promise, your capture will not reflect future interactions with the Force. You were a formidable opponent, according to Eraserhead, and that is all. Aizawa had been quite surprised when he bested the Vigilante quite swiftly. He's confident from his initial analysis of the scarred adult that they were an experienced fighter and well-equipped with their strange quirk. He hadn't thought the sympathy fake-out would work, and if it didn't he could have lost the fight. Considering he was a confident opponent against the villains he was capturing yet ran away at the sight of him, perhaps he caught him off guard? Ninth remained silent, so Tsukauchi started off immediately. They took care of basic introductions, protocol questions like age, name, etc. He answered them quickly and truthfully. He knows they won't be able to find him on any databases, but Tsukauchi knows he was telling the truth. Unfortunately, the last protocol question was one he forgot to account for. Quirk? Tsukauchi asked, speeding things along and ready to ask the actual questions he and Aizawa had prepared. Ninth froze. He had to be more serious about this. There were so many secrets he could let loose with a lie detector around, and his quirk was only one example. He needed to be crafty with his wording. It's, a form of super strength. Specific name? He always admired Tsukauchi for being a thorough detective, but right now he wishes the man would loosen up. The official name on file is superpower. It is the truth since he couldn't put one for all on official documents, so hopefully Tsukauchi doesn't notice the strange phrasing. Aizawa had thought that this Midoriya had been lying, but Tsukauchi didn't give him any signs of the Vigilante doing so. His quirk had just been a variation of super strength. Then? Was the smoke screen, black rope, and literal floating supposed to be support gear? Even science has its limitations. He could have sworn he saw that rope shoot right out of the Vigilante's skin. Maybe it was some sort of weird mutation? He didn't speak up about it, since the Vigilante was telling the truth, and instead told Tsukauchi to note it down for later. So the detective finished writing down all the basic info he had on him, and Aizawa started off the actual questioning. How long have you been active as a Vigilante? You looked experienced when I observed you. Well, no use trying to avoid this situation now. Technically, I'm not a Vigilante. I'm really a hero. That's my stuff on the table, right? You should have my license. Aizawa scoffed. That license couldn't have looked more fake. It was dated years into the future. Tsukauchi, on the other hand, looked confused. No, he's telling the truth. Maybe the Vigilante had altered memory? His quirk did only tell him what the person thought was true, after all. If he was truly in contact with the quirk stealer, all for one, it would make some semblance of sense. But what kind of person would this Midoriya be if all for one went out of his way to alter his memory? Are you saying you're a time traveler? You realize that's a bit. Ninth pondered the question for a bit before realizing, yeah, that's basically the situation he's in. Give or take a universe or two. In a way, yes. He sighed. This is why I didn't show it to you in the first place. Not a very believable story, is it? Let's come back to that another time. Tsukauchi said, concerned and intrigued by the person in front of him. While unlikely it's true, even with his quirk telling him it's the truth, he has his doubts. The amount of intel they could get from a hero in the future was a potential gold mine. What's your relation to the new quirk-stealing Vigilante? Now here we go. He has to be really careful around this question, or else he'll reveal too much for them to handle, and they'll put him in a psych ward because they'll assume he's insane. No one would believe him if he said he knew a version of himself from a different timeline, right? It's not me, if that's what you're thinking. He's, a friend of mine. We only met a couple days ago, but I feel like we're growing close. Aizawa looked skeptical, even though Tsukauchi confirmed it was truthful. Just a couple of days ago? No, scratch that, just friends? Are you sure? I'm not sure what you mean, Eraserhead. I ran into you at a cafe earlier, yes? Was the quirk stealing Vigilante among the group you were in? Yes. And you're not blood-related in any way? I would have assumed you were quadruplets if there weren't obvious age gaps. Well, not necessarily, I think. Tsukauchi spoke this time. A simple yes or no will suffice, Midoriya. He needed concrete answers so no loopholes would get through. Still, someone as young as him related to All for One? Did he have children? Was the quirk stealer not All for One, but a child of his? It's just a really complicated situation. I can only assume based on what info I have. We have plenty of time for you to explain. I can promise you we've dealt with our fair share of complications. Tsukauchi was cut off by a knock on the door. Tsukauchi? I don't mean to interrupt, but neither you or Eraserhead were answering yourselves. Sansa's muffled voice came through the closed door. Sansa? We're in the middle of an interrogation. Tsukauchi was a bit peeved that he was interrupted right when they were getting interesting info. Yes, about that. There's 2 kids outside who seems to be asking for someone with the same description of the Vigilante you just took in. They look just like him, albeit a bit younger, so I thought to inform you, since Eraser said something about lookalikes. All 3 people in the cold room perked up, Tsukauchi and Aizawa because it meant they were about to get more intel, and Ninth because what? Was it support? How did he get here? He's a vigilante. One with a bad sleep schedule to boot. He must have seen that he was gone and went looking for him. Now he really wished he just brought support in the first place. Maybe support would have saved him from Aizawa and he wouldn't be in this mess in the first place. No. That's bad, Knife. You are the adult in this situation, the strongest hero in this situation. You need to be better at protecting others. But who was the second one? Surely it wasn't Izuku, right? Sansa would probably describe him specifically as a child, but it couldn't be onesie either since he looks the same age as him. Did Izuku summon another him? They might have to set restrictions on his quirk for the time being. Bring them in. Grab 2 extra chairs as well. Tsukauchi said. Ninth was rapidly spiraling, but managed to maintain a calm exterior. He was incredibly nervous for how this spontaneous double interrogation would go. It's not like he can just whisper what to say to support. Can he rely on support's own interactions with the police on this? But there's so many K and KS they have to work out, lest the police find out more important details than they need to. Not to mention he doesn't even know who the other version of himself is. The info has to get out eventually, but they had to keep a low profile right now. They've only had a couple days to settle into a whole new universe. They can't blow their cover immediately. He has to come up with a plan ASAP, and he knows he can figure out something because he's not a tactician, analyst, and the FING #1 hero for nothing, but there's just not enough time and the situation is more high pressure than it should be and fancy seeing you here. Support casually said to Ninth, walking into the room holding a chair, more like waddling, since he was holding the chair awkwardly with his cuffed hands, while Sansa closed the door behind him. Hello. Ignition said, sitting down whilst stepping quite hard on Support's foot. He didn't want to be here at all. And he feels really uncomfortable with the strange look Aizawa was giving him. It offset him even more because he looked so much younger than his teacher. The older Izuku sent a pleasant smile to Ignition to acknowledge his presence, and he just nodded in response. Meeting someone for the first time during a police interrogation wasn't the best look. It's worse when they were all wearing quirk suppression cuffs. You really weren't kidding when you said they were practically identical. Tsukauchi whispered to Aizawa, staring at the green dynamic duo in front of them. I didn't see that second one in the cat cafe, the teen without any arm scars. Aizawa said, God, it was already a headache to keep track of 4 of them. Tsukauchi patted Aizawa on the back. Alright, well, this is a bit of an impromptu meeting, but can you 2 introduce yourself and explain why you came here? Support is quickly realizing that he, in fact, does not have a game plan, and he definitely should have heeded Ignition's warnings. Looking at the way Ninth is melting in his chair right now, he definitely should have heeded Ignition's warnings. And it's not like he can form a plan with Ninth when he's right in front of 2 of the biggest threats of the police department. Okay, whatever, he just needs to start slow or something. Be rational. Well, I noticed that this idiot was gone when I woke up an hour ago, and it turns out he left his phone at the house, so I took my friend and went out to look for him. We ended up spotting him being, escorted into the police station, and now we're here. It sums everything up pretty well. Of course, omitting the attempted vigilantism. In hindsight, it's probably for the best that they didn't run into any villains. Tsukauchi finished jotting down his thoughts. Okay, that's fine. Could I have both your names? Izuku Midoriya. Ignition and Support said at the same time. Tsukauchi's quirk said they were truthful. That you're all named Izuku Midoriya? I did tell you it was a complicated situation. Ninth shrugged. Tsukauchi sighed. I don't suppose either of you have quirks that can steal others, do you? I'm quirkless. Support responded immediately. He knew Tsukauchi didn't discriminate, most of the police force didn't. Although the chances get higher the farther up the chain you get. My quirk is pyrokinesis. Ignition responded. Ninth turned his head at that. A version of him who actually got a quirk? He supposes it makes sense, onesie got his quirk genetically after all, but he was a special case. This was the him he so desperately wanted to be back in middle school when he yearned for a quirk. How different was life compared to him? How happy was he? How far has he progressed with his quirk? How was the dynamic in Aldra? Alright, so, going off of Eraserhead's account, the other one around your age at the cafe, he pointed to Ninth, is the one with the quirk stealing quirk, yes? I doubt a child could beat up that man from a few days ago. Yes, that's correct. Ninth said. This situation has evolved far beyond what Tsukauchi expected, and he is quickly realizing this all cannot be solved in one night. Okay, well, I'll be keeping you all here for just a little bit more, but I'd like to reassure you three that we won't be making any arrests today, and depending on the situation of the quirk stealer, we won't have to arrest anyone. Although the Hero Commission will probably fight that with full power. Even he's a bit reluctant to hear the quirk stealer out, but he can't be discriminatory just because they have a similar quirk to him. That soothed everyone's nerves quite well, and Ninth almost turned into a puddle of goop with how much he relaxed his tense muscles. Now, let's continue with the questioning, shall we? Inside his head, Ninth was beating himself up. How do you end up losing to a version of your mentor that is down 20 years in experience? How do you get caught just because you care about the well-being of your mentor too much? How did you let yourself get captured so easily? How did you let two teens let themselves get captured just so they could check on you? If the quirk suppression cuffs allowed for more mobility, he'd be holding his head in his hands in shame. Was he really getting rusty? Ever since the war was over in his universe, the world entered another era of peace. The crime rates plummeted to an all-time low. His full strength hasn't been exerted since his first year at UA. He was getting too complacent in the peace of his world. It was making him weaker than he should be. I need to harden myself. I shouldn't be letting others take responsibility for messes I can clean up on my own. Ninth stared at the interrogation room wall blankly, deep in thought as the two teens were answering basic questions from Tsukauchi. Excuse me, Midoriya. The oldest Midoriya. Tsukauchi said, snapping to get Ninth's attention. We really need answers as to what is going on with. He gestured vaguely to the three almost identical Izukus sitting across from him. Whatever this is. Ninth took a deep breath. Well, if it was Aizawa and Tsukauchi, he was going to end up telling them the whole deal eventually anyways, so he shouldn't be this stressed out about this. But he still wanted more time to prepare for such a pivotal conversation. He bit down on his lip, admitting that, I really can't tell you all the details, because I don't know them myself. He paused, trying to think of the safest way to word things. The gist is, we're all kinda the same person. What? Tsukauchi asked, puzzled. How is that possible? It's a multiverse thing. You know what that is, right? Ninth paused, waiting for Tsukauchi to nod before continuing. There's this really, really powerful child who's also a version of us. He can pull different versions of himself over here from other universes. What? Tsukauchi repeated. The story stunned him. Midoriya was telling the truth, so logically the story should check out, but it was outrageous. He still wasn't completely convinced that this wasn't some weird trickery from an illusionist quirk or something. Literally anything was a more rational explanation than this. So, you three and the quirk stealer are all? Yeah, we're all alternate universe versions of the same kid. Look, I know it's a lot to take in. He quickly brushed over the complicated nature of the situation, focusing on the thing he was worried more about, but you absolutely cannot let the higher-ups know about this. Ninth said firmly. I really don't want to complicate this kid's life. It'll be better if things are quieter for him, at the very least until he goes to UA. If the Hero Commission got their hands on little Izuku, he could only imagine the horrid things they'd do to him. He's heard what Hawks has been through. He didn't want something similar to happen. Tsukauchi felt conflicted. Midoriya, you know that's a big ask. This information is huge. The implications of a quirk like that, it transcends our authority on things. Shouldn't you two know how corrupt the higher-ups can be? Sending a powerful kid to their doorstep is certain doom. Support fired back. Aizawa eyed the teen with a black hoodie and goggles at the top of his head. It was strange he was speaking like he knew the two of them personally. Was this one also a troublemaker vigilante? He felt his headache growing even larger by the second. No, wouldn't it be better for them to know? Ignition timidly looked at support. The higher-ups have way more resources to deal with this kind of thing. He was still ignorant to a lot of the corruption within the system, but surely some people had to be good, right? Resources to make another child soldier, maybe. Support said, still jaded and distrustful of the system. Okay. Ninth said, quieting down the teens. If you're unsure about it, let's make a deal. He reined the conversation back in to focus on himself. He didn't want the two teens to have to talk more than they had to. This was his mess. Oh, what do you have in mind? Tsukauchi was curious about what the strange hero had to offer. Other types of info. Things that I can more freely share with you. Ninth said. My universe is years ahead of this one, which means I can tip you off on things that will happen in the future. In exchange, just keep quiet about the kid. Tsukauchi eyed the hero license that was confiscated, still in Aizawa's hands. If this license really is real, then you're a hero, right? Wouldn't you be informing us of these things regardless of this deal? I'm confident in my ability to handle everything myself. Izuku said, telling you will provide me with aid, but I can do without the force and the commission. Well, dear men, this hero must be quite strong to have the confidence to brush off the support the force could provide. Tsukauchi was already hesitant to inform the commission about this interaction, anyways. He knew how they were at times. If this Midoriya was this desperate to conceal things, then perhaps he could divulge in his pleas. All right, fine. Tsukauchi said after considering his options. We'll keep quiet, right, Eraserhead? Aizawa grunted in agreement. He had his own distaste for the commission, and this whole situation would have been a headache to explain anyways. He just wanted to end this case as quickly and cleanly as possible. But don't think this is over. I'd still like to meet with the kid and the quirk stealer, even if it's outside of police surveillance. Tsukauchi said. Ninth let out a big sigh of relief. Yes, all right. That's fine. So it's over? Can we finally go home? Ignition said with hope. He hated the feeling of quirk suppression cuffs, and he was terrified of actually being arrested. He couldn't believe support really dragged him here. It's not like he had anything useful to say. Tsukauchi let out his own sigh. Yes, I think we can call it a day. We'll have your cuffs unlocked and you can head off. Support was glad. Honestly, this felt way more smooth than any of his own personal interactions with the Force. Ninth was amazing at passing charisma checks like these. Still though, he felt unnerved as Aizawa eyed him suspiciously the whole time. He didn't even break the law in this universe, yet, how was he already suspicious? Hey, are you listening? Please, don't do that again, support. Ninth said, breaking through the thoughts swimming in his head as they walked out of the police station. They had been in the station for over an hour, sorting out everything. The sun was already out. I know I encourage your vigilante efforts, but I'm strong. I can handle myself. You got captured though. That's not handling yourself. Support said back, exhausted. I'm sorry, I guess. I panicked when I saw you got captured, but I should have known you would have been able to talk to those two. I rushed in without a thought and dragged Ignition along with me. Ninth smiled. You don't have to beat yourself up about it too much. That's a heroic trait you have. Oh, and that reminds me. He turned to Ignition. We haven't properly talked yet. Eishuu? Oh, right. Ignition said, perking up. He was still a bit out of it after everything they've been through, but he was still excited to meet other versions of himself. I'm Ignition, that's my hero name. You already heard in the interrogation room, but my quirk is pyrokinesis. He was a bit hesitant to ask what Ninth's quirk was after Support spontaneously admitted that he was quirkless, so he waited for Ninth to bring it up himself. Ah, that's so interesting. What a cool quirk. Ninth was so excited to meet a version of himself who rolled the 80% chance of actually having a genetically passed down quirk. Well, technically Onesie won that too, but Ignition actually had a normal quirk. I go by Ninth. My hero name is actually Deku, but I decided to let someone else take that name instead. I still can't believe you made your hero name Deku of all things. Support interjected. Why the hell would you go and do that? I reclaimed it. Ninth said defensively. And besides, Ochako said it sounded like Dikairu, which made it sound like an actual palatable hero name. Ignition stared at the two. Was Deku an important name for them? He doesn't ever remember being called that in his universe. Forget about that. My quirk is a really strong strength enhancer. It's kinda like All Might's. Again, it was All Might's, but Ignition didn't need to know that yet. I'm super powerful, I'm even the #1 hero in my universe. Why yeah, I heard Support mumble something about that. Ignition shot up, amazed that he heard correctly. But still, really? There's a version of me that managed to become the #1 hero? You're super cool. Ignition said, stars forming in his eyes. It was kinda cute, it reminded him of the kid Kaken in this universe. But how is that your quirk? Is that in our family tree? It was just a weird quirk mutation. Ninth lied. But enough about me, I need to know everything about you. There was so much he needed to know. How would his life have gone if he simply didn't get unlucky with his genetics? Are you good friends with Kaken? How much have you trained your quirk? No, wait, tell me all the specifics of your quirk first. Is Dad still around for you? How's school life? Oh, and blah blah blah. It's nice to meet you, Ignition. AFO said, all the Izukus finally together again after the incident at the police station. AFO was shocked to see a third Izuku return with Ninth and Support, but was pleasantly surprised to find out he was more sane than the other two. But, just to double check, do you happen to be that quirk-stealing vigilante they were talking about earlier? Ignition asked hesitantly. AFO froze in place. That certainly wasn't a title that gave off a good first impression, is it? Is that how they referred to me? I did break the law once to save a civilian, but I would hardly label myself as a vigilante. He couldn't believe the police force was so enamored with him after one instance of breaking the law, but it wasn't a surprise given the type of quirk he wields. And yes, my quirk can steal other quirks. But you needn't worry, I returned the villain's quirk after I disarmed him. I don't keep most quirks I take. You can simply think of it as a more extreme version of Eraserhead's quirk. That's good to know. Ignition said. He felt intimidated by someone with such a powerful quirk, but at least it was someone he was familiar with, himself. It would be a lie to say that it didn't scare him, though. I'm glad that kind of power is with someone trustworthy. I mean, imagine if a villain had that kind of power, right? He chuckled awkwardly. Ninth and AFO share a glance. Yes, you're right. But please, try not to be afraid of me. It's normal to be hesitant, but... No, not at all. Ignition cut the other off. You, have a very comforting presence. But at the same time you have this strangely scary aura around you. He hoped that didn't come off too mean. AFO chuckled slowly, in the way a cartoon villain would. It freaked Ignition out. I get that a lot. Well, as we get to know each other, I'm sure that will go away. He said in a pleasant-sounding tone. I'm glad there's another sensible version of us around. Unlike some others, his face turned ominous as he stared down Support in Ninth. Come on, Onesie, how was I supposed to know I'd get captured by Aizawa-sensei? I just wanted to save some people, Is that so bad? Ninth pleaded. Yeah, I just wanted to save people too. And, find Ninth while I was at it, I guess, Support sheepishly said. You two are idiots. AFO scolded. Noble hearts, but still idiots. But whatever, what's done is done and there's nothing to do about it. He looked over to Izuku, who woke up only a couple of minutes ago and was currently eating breakfast, mindlessly watching some All Might cartoon. The kid was equally surprised that he managed to summon someone when he was sleeping, but he didn't dwell on it at all. He was just excited to make more friends. I need to prepare myself and Izuku for when the detective arrives. It's a brand new day, but you lot have fooled around here too much for one night. Why don't you all head home, recuperate? I guess I'm pretty tired. Patrolling all night took the wind out of me. Ninth admitted. I'm lucky that I left when it was night in my universe. Unlike you, I actually got some sleep. Support said. It's like 3 a.m. in my universe? Maybe I could patrol some more? FO rubbed his temples out of stress. You can't stay out of trouble for one night? He asked. Well, whatever, I suppose. It's your universe. Just stay safe. But it's only been a few hours since I got here. Oh, but I guess I did leave right in the middle of class. Ignition sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck. Your studies are important. Don't neglect them. Ninth said, trying to give out his adult wisdom. If you don't go back soon, you'll be too tired to get through the school day. FO glanced at the clock. 7:30 a.m. Well, all of you should stop dawdling around then. Hurry up and ask Izuku to let you leave, he needs to go to school soon. Ignition and the two idiots eventually made their way back to their respective universes, even though Izuku himself wanted them to stay for longer. Izuku was dropped off to school and Midoriya-san headed off to work, which left AFO all to his thoughts for the first time in days. Ninth said the detective would drop by the apartment in the afternoon, so that it'd be after Izuku was out of school. Which meant that he had a whole day to kill. Alone. The last time this happened, didn't he break the law? Perhaps he should have gone home as well, but someone had to hold down the fort. Having more eyes on Izuku surely took off a lot of the stress Midoriya-san was under. And for some reason, he felt hesitant to head back to his universe. Like Ninth, the big war against Tamura and his father was already over, and it was peaceful. But that was only for normal civilians. For him, well, he was the son of the biggest threat in the war. Everyone knew his face as a horrible villain who fought against Class 3A when they were first years. The heroes managed to break him free from his father's control and he switched alignments during the class's second year, but the media simply didn't cover that part of his story as much. Even if they did, it would have changed nothing. He thought to himself. People had a natural aversion to him because of the kind of quirk he held. It was only amplified by his former villainous history. To many people, quirks were an integral part of their lives. They were one with their quirk, it was part of their soul. The thought of a quirk that could rip that away from them must terrify them. He could tell that even Ignition was scared of his quirk, even though he tried to hide it. The ways his eyes shook. The subtle shift in his seat. The way he tried to avoid skin contact. He'd seen it all before as he tried to assimilate himself into the world after the war. Everyone treated him like a walking bomb. It didn't help that he had no social skills. He was trapped in a vault by his father for 15 years. It's not like it was his fault. He could only dream of having the kind of charisma that Ninth had. The ability to brighten up a room just with his presence. Even the Hero Commission was scared of him. Immediately after the war was over, they took him under their wing, trying to groom him into a hero and trying to place restrictions on him. They wanted to tame him, like a dog. His quirk was too useful for them not to exploit, but also too risky for them to let loose. None of the people they sent over to talk to him could ever convince or intimidate him, though. Eventually, the commission just threw him into the hands of the Class 3A graduates, since he had fought alongside them during the war. Some of them were still a bit tense around him. They were still much more friendly than the other heroes he'd met, but he could sense their hesitance, even without the empathy quirk his father gifted him. Still, he managed to forge some friendships. The one he had grown closest to, Todoroki, allowed him to stay at his apartment. He was endlessly grateful for how much the other had given to him. The two had bonded over their less than ideal fathers. Todoroki was the hero who could empathize the most with the path the other went down. They had both mindlessly followed their father's ideology as children, something they had to break down as they reassessed their worldviews. He was glad to have a friend who understood him so well, a genuine friend. But regardless, he felt like he was overstaying his welcome. Todoroki had told him time and time again that he could stay as long as he wanted, but he felt like a freeloader. Shudo deserved a friend who wouldn't leech off of him. At least in this universe, people didn't stare at him, didn't pull their children close to them and whisper, "Stay away from that bad man," when he was still in earshot. He felt at peace. Not to mention he felt like he could actually be a helping hand to Izuku, to anyone in this world. When he was in his universe, he just felt like a burden. He decided to go out for a walk. Anything to get out of his head. It felt awkward to take up space in that small apartment anyways when he was the only one there. He didn't have childhood attachments to the home like the others did, so he simply wasn't as comfortable making himself at home like they were. Breathe in and breathe out. Everything will be fine, he repeated to himself. He found himself wandering the streets, not looking for anything in particular, just trying to burn time. But it turns out he didn't know the streets of Mizudafu very well, lacking the familiarity of the other Izukus. His feet trekked on the only paths he knew, and he eventually made his way to a familiar spot to rest. Toshinori was on a break. He'd rather not be, but the people close to him are not happy with him, working himself to death. That's part of the job, damn it. He had at least decided to save up the rest of his strength for the afternoon. Villains loved to cause ruckus during the rush hour. He took a stroll in Mizudafu, maybe deciding to stop by that cat cafe that he had heard Aizawa talk about in passing. On the path to the cafe was Dagoba Beach. He looked out onto the beach, which once had a magnificent view, now clouded by the pounds of trash that gathered in the area over years and years. If he had spare time to use his muscular form, he would have definitely cleared out the beach by now. But the number one hero had to prioritize dire situations, of which there were lots of. Toshinori, on the other hand, had the free time to do it, but he couldn't move all that trash in his weakened state. Perhaps this could be a place to train someone in the future. He noted. It was a great place to train. Different types of trash could work different muscles. Not to mention they'd be doing a good deed while getting that exercise in. They just have to be a bit cautious of anything sharp and unsanitary. His eyes scanned over the area, pocketing the idea for later. He was about to leave before movement out of the corner of his eye caught his attention. Someone was on the beach. They were sitting down, hugging their legs, gazing at the sea in a spot where trash wasn't blocking the view. He moved closer, trying to get a closer view of them. What was a person doing here? There were much better views to be seen in Mizudafu. It couldn't be good for someone to be around this much trash without a reason. "Excuse me," Toshinori said, walking towards them. "May I ask why you are here? If you wish to gaze at the sea, there are cleaner beaches in the area." "Ah." The man's head turned to face Toshinori. If he didn't know better, he could have sworn he saw a hint of recognition on the man's face, before it quickly faded away. He made note of the other's appearance. Green hair, freckles, young adult. These were all descriptors he'd used to describe the man, all consistent with the quirk-stealing vigilante that was being talked about. He had heard from Tsukauchi that the detective had already made arrangements to talk to the quirk stealer today. Perhaps he didn't need to prod. Any questions he'd ask would probably be asked by the detective later today anyways. This was a chance to get a glimpse at the man's true, raw emotions. "I apologize, I must look out of place," the young man said. "I needed to burn some time, but I'm not very familiar with Mizudafu. My friends took me here once, so it's one of the only places I'm familiar with." Toshinori raised an eyebrow at that. "Of all places to visit, they took you to Dagoba Beach? For what reason?" The young man donned a slight smirk. "They plan to clean up the beach. Apparently, it exhausts all your muscles, and there'd be a nice place to look at afterwards. Sounds like your friends are quite smart, and good-hearted at that." Great minds think alike, Toshinori thought. "Yes, they are," the man said wistfully. A comfortable silence fell between them as they both looked at the sea. "Do you plan to help them?" Toshinori asked. It's not every day you get such a unique way of working out. The man smiled. I've already worked on my physical form in other ways. I'll let them take the brunt of the work, they need it more than I do. But I will come and keep an eye on them. It can always be dangerous, working with dirty trash. Toshinori hummed. Sounds like you care a lot about them, being so considerate. Of course. The man replied. They're close to me. And even if they weren't, I'd still feel responsible for them. To make sure they're safe. That's a good trait to have. Toshinori said. Then, do you plan to be a hero in the future? Since you've worked on your strength and care about others so much, it'd fit you well. The man fell silent, seemingly contemplating the idea. He broke eye contact with Toshinori, fixing his gaze back on the water. I've dabbled with the idea before. He thought back to the times when the Hero Commission forced him out on missions to accompany other heroes. His eyes met with Toshinori once more. If it were to happen, I think I would enjoy it. I think it wouldn't be so bad. Toshinori smiled back at that. It seems this little vigilante had a nice heart. He was worried over nothing. They still had to find out what exactly was the vigilante's quirk, but it definitely had to be powerful. The man would make a great hero. If that's the path you wish to take, I wish you good luck on your journey. He offered. Thank you. The man said back, bowing his head briefly towards the other before resuming his ocean watching. It seemed the conversation had ended. If that man does end up becoming a hero, I wouldn't mind fighting alongside him. Toshinori thought to himself. AFO watched as the skinny blonde walked away. He was surprised to meet with All Might out of the blue, and for a split second he thought he was about to be taken into the police station without prior notice. But then he remembered that his civilian form hadn't yet been revealed to the public in this universe. The real All Might, Toshinori. Considering that Ninth said All Might took him here to train, it shouldn't have surprised him that he would visit the place every now and again, even if it was in his weaker form. Still, what a slide of luck to randomly run into him. The man had a nice conversation with him. He was constantly surprised with how docile and wise the man was when he wasn't putting on the All Might persona. It was a great distraction from his thoughts. But unfortunately, he still had plenty of time to burn. It felt like school day hours would drag on forever, and he wasn't even the one who was in school. Just a few more hours. And then I can go pick up Izuku. Fo waved to Izuku as the child excitedly ran out of school, clearly happy to be done with it for the day. Walk slowly, Izuku. We're walking all the way back home, remember? You need to save your energy. He chided. But I gotta train my stamina, right? Izuku said. The heroes on TV can run forever without getting tired. AFO chuckled. That's not something you can achieve easily. You needn't be in a rush, you have plenty of time to train before you're even of age to be a hero. Izuku pouted, walking alongside AFO back to the apartment, holding the hand of his older counterpart. But still, isn't it better to start early? It's better to enjoy yourself now than to get a head start. AFO said. I should know. After all, my father... He cut himself off. Anything relating to his father was probably too heavy of a conversation to have with a child. Huh? Izuku inquired, clueless. AFO paused, thinking how to phrase things gently. My father, he put me through a lot of training as a child. I wouldn't recommend it. He paused, realizing something. Come to think of it, you don't know much about me, do you, Izuku? I'm sure Ninth and Support have already told you all there is about themselves. Yeah. I know that Ninth's a super cool strong hero just like All Might. And Support makes all these cool things to fight villains with. Izuku supplied. Yes. Well, I suppose I should follow suit then. AFO said. My backstory might shock you though. Did you know I used to be a villain? Eishuu? No way. Izuku said, freezing in place. I'm not one anymore if that's what you're worried about. AFO said, gently tugging Izuku's hand to keep walking. I'll tell you more when you're older. But, I ended up switching sides and defeated a big villain with a bunch of other heroes. Isn't that cool? Whoa, so like, those villains who turn good at the end of a movie? Izuku said. I suppose in a way yes. AFO said back. It was quite an oversimplification, but it would have to suffice for a 4-year-old. When you're out fighting villains in the future, you should try and help them, like the heroes who helped me, okay? Hee of course. Izuku beamed. Heroes are meant to help people anyways. The two had made it home in what seemed to be no time at all. It didn't take long for Tsukauchi to arrive shortly after. Detective AFO greeted, meeting the man at the door. From what the others have told me, you seem to have been jumping through hoops to get a chance to talk. To me. You could definitely say that. Tsukauchi said, entering the home as AFO moved away from the door. My apologies. If I had known the scuffle I had on that day would stir up so much noise, I would have come to talk to you myself. Honestly, I thought it would just blow over. Well, at least it's happening now. But don't worry, this visit shouldn't take as long as the interrogation your counterparts went through. It's just an informal drop-in. Any legal issues have already been sorted out due to the unique situation you're all in. Tsukauchi said as they both took a seat. Oh, and I assume your name is also Izuku Midoriya as well? Izuku Shigaraki. AFO supplied. Although I have been considering changing to Midoriya. It's not like I'm quite attached to my current last name, given who it's from. Tsukauchi froze at the mention of the name Shigaraki. Like that Shigaraki? As in, the fearsome overlord of the villain hierarchy, all for one? The literal boogeyman of the underworld? Toshinori's literal arch-nemesis? That Shigaraki? How the hell did he convince someone to have kids with him? That if you're thinking of who I think you're thinking of, then yes, I am his son. AFO said. Oh, but I'm not aligned with him, if you're worried. Not anymore. Not anymore? Tsukauchi questioned, feeling like the temperature just dropped in the room by 10 degrees. I was a villain for a time, until the heroes saved me and got me to change alignments. AFO explained. Starting off as a villain is sort of inevitable when you're raised by despicable whelps like him. He left his father's name unspoken. Right? Yeah, I guess that logic checks out. Tsukauchi said, trying to steady his heart from the mini heart attack that was just dropped on him. It's a good thing we won't have to deal with two of that monstrous villain. If it's any comfort, the people in my universe dealt with that kind of situation and they managed. Mostly. AFO said, not noticing how unnerving of a comment that is. It's good to know we're well prepared then. Tsukauchi said, I'm glad you seem to be well reasoned. Part of the reason why I dropped by here was to make sure the quirk-stealing vigilante was actually someone we could trust. Couldn't just take your hero counterpart's word for it, you know. Believe me, I am well aware that you'd take precautions against a quirk like mine. You needn't explain yourself. AFO said. I'm just glad he managed to convince you to even give me a chance. I guess we're both grateful to him. Tsukauchi said. Oh, and that reminds me. Before I go, I should meet with that powerful kid too. Ah, right, Izuku. I'll go fetch him. AFO left Tsukauchi sitting in the living room, heading deeper into the apartment to fetch the child responsible for such a headache-inducing case. After what seemed like a little longer than necessary, the little green-haired kid came running out of his room, looking identical to the rest of the Izukus Tsukauchi had met, albeit much younger and tinier. Are you really a close friend of All Might? Izuku sputtered out. Oh, how did you? Tsukauchi stuttered in response, taken aback. My apologies. AFO said, slowly emerging from the hallway following Izuku's lead. I used that to get him excited. I should have mentioned that I know much about you from my own universe, detective. Tsukauchi was surprised he didn't connect the dots earlier. If someone like AFO had suddenly switched alignments, it would make total sense to call in a walking lie detector to question him. The detective turned back to the little Izuku. I am, but don't tell anyone else, okay? It's a secret. He held his finger up to his lips to signify that Izuku should keep quiet. Oh, okay. Izuku couldn't help but feel a little disappointed that he couldn't brag to everyone that he met All Might's cool detective friend, but meeting him at all was good enough for him. I'm just here because your quirk is so powerful it could literally solve every problem we could ever have. Your quirk is really cool. Tsukauchi chose to say instead. I'd like to see you use it so I can observe. Really? I'm so cool that you came all the way here to see me? Izuku exclaimed, happy to show off once again. Yes, really, he said, slightly overwhelmed at the child's bubbly energy. Just summon ninth, Izuku. He's probably woken up in his universe by now. AFO said. Ninth? Tsukauchi questioned. Ah, we use code names for each other. Ninth is the hero you met before. He's called that because he's the ninth user of One for All. AFO said nonchalantly. Tsukauchi knew about the quirk anyways, what's the big deal? He's what? Tsukauchi said. When would the shocking bombshell reveals end? Oh, he didn't tell you? Well, now you know. AFO said plainly. Tsukauchi sighed. Well, knowing that you're an all-for-one holder, it's only natural that there'd be a one-for-all user too. He needed to go home and take a breather. Instead, he motioned to Izuku, letting the kid know he was ready. Okay, ninth should be easy, Izuku said under his breath. Ninth had been around the longest, so he was the easiest to conjure a portal for. Izuku closed his eyes, deep in concentration, before a green portal opened up in front of him once more, showing ninth on patrol. The hero quickly noticed the portal staring back at him. Oh, hey Detective Tsukauchi. Wow, it's really real. Tsukauchi said, walking up and inspecting the portal. Surprise etched his features as his hand couldn't move past the portal, his hand hitting against it like a wall. Oh yeah, you can't go through. For some reason, only versions of Izuku can. Ninth explained, stepping through the portal to meet face-to-face with AFO and Tsukauchi. The detective watched as time stopped in the portal as Ninth fully stepped out. Your universe even pauses when you leave? I guess you could say it like that, yeah? Ninth scratched his neck sheepishly. It's really convenient. Saves us a lot of explanations back home. Tsukauchi took a deep breath. Just wow. He closed his eyes, trying to collect all the thoughts in his head. This really is amazing. His gaze fell onto Izuku, who was vibrating from the praise. This kind of quirk, the possibilities are endless, aren't they? It's easier to understand now why we wanted to keep it a secret, right? Ninth said. The info has already spread more than I'd like. Izuku has shown off his quirk at school, so a bunch of people already know. I've done background checks and cross-referencing with info from my universe, so I don't think anything will leak, but you can never be sure. Sounds like you've been doing some work. Tsukauchi said. I wouldn't expect any less from Toshinori's successor. Well, of course. I intend to make the most of this opportunity and wait. Ninth whipped his head around to AFO. 1Z, you told him? He complained. Is there a reason he shouldn't know? He tilted his head. No, but it's not good to overload him with crazy information. Ninth said. Plus, I wanted to reveal it to him. You totally stole my thunder. He pouted. AFO simply shrugged in response. Ninth sighed. Well, whatever, but anyways, you understand why you absolutely cannot let this info fall in the wrong hands, right? I understand, Midoriya. Or Ninth, rather. Tsukauchi said. That should be all I've come here for. I should be going now, but we are expecting you to drop by for your intel at some point. I'll be there, so don't worry. Ninth said. Now hurry and rest up, it won't do you good to do so much work off the clock. He chided, gently leading Tsukauchi out of the apartment. Night quickly came as the rest of the afternoon went by. Inko had returned home from her long shift, which she had been taking more of ever since extra copies of her son popped up that offered to babysit. You shouldn't overwork yourself, Mom. Ninth said, quickly scarfing down his dinner. Oh well, I can't help it. I have more than one son to feed now, after all. Inko pushed away Ninth's concerns. If money is a problem, I can help. Ninth offered. Although he still couldn't figure out the legalities of using money that was produced in the future, somehow it worked for 1Z, but he got the feeling that 1Z had less respect for the law than he did. No, I can't take money from my own son, what kind of mother would I be then? Inko said back. Mom? Ninth lamented. Then at least get some rest, please? He said, worryingly hovering over her. All right. Inko chuckled softly. When did you start fretting over me instead of the other way around? About 10 years from now. Ninth said, Inko offering a small laugh before she disappeared into her room. He sat back down on the kitchen table, offering onesie company. I bet you didn't expect to be back so soon. AFO commented, still eating. He wasn't a barbaric eater like Ninth seemed to be. Yeah, it was only an hour or two after I woke up. It's like I never left. Ninth laughed softly. Sorry about that. But it's probably better that Izuku doesn't summon any more new faces for now. We've been getting lucky with what he's been thinking about whenever he's opened up new portals, but something can always go wrong. What? You think he'll summon a bad version of us or something? Ninth said, trying to believe that no version of him would have such compromised morals. That if Izuku summoned me a couple years earlier, you absolutely would have been dealing with a villain. AFO said plainly. I guess that's true, Ninth said awkwardly. But wasn't Ignition summoned while Izuku was sleeping? That's what support told me, yes. Do you think we should get him quirk suppressants during his sleep? AFO asked. No, well, I mean maybe, but what I mean is... Ninth looked at Izuku's door. What if he's making another new portal in his sleep again? Izuku's mind drifted back to the conversation he had with Onesie in the morning as he tried to fall asleep. Did you know I used to be a villain? No, of course not. Onesie was always super nice to him, and everyone else too. Although, sometimes he was a bit scary, Izuku could definitely see it the more he thought about it. It's a super cool backstory, don't get him wrong, but it still lingered on Izuku's mind as his brain tried to process the depth of being a former villain. What kind of stuff did Onesie do as a bad guy? Hopefully nothing too bad. What really stumped Izuku was how Onesie became a villain in the first place. He always felt different compared to the other versions of him that he summoned, like he'd been through stuff that the others didn't. He didn't even call Kaken. He called him Blythe. That was just plain weird. Izuku feels like the other versions of him have always felt happy and heroic and kind and all those types of fluffy things. He could never in 1,000 years ever believe that they could do something bad. So just what in the world would cause a version of himself to become a villain? Izuku felt happy. Their plan had succeeded. Partly thanks to him, of course. He was only part of the team because he was smart and could make plans that worked. The UA trader had given away the location to the training camp that Class 1A and 1B were staying at, an opportune time to strike. A bunch of helpless teenagers and a few heroes isolated in the middle of nowhere, they set themselves up. The Vanguard Action Squad successfully brought havoc upon them, although a couple members got apprehended. But to tell the truth, Izuku didn't really care for the ones who got caught anyways. Especially that muscular. Something about him felt unsettling, but whatever the case may be, it was good he wouldn't be part of the league going forward. Neither he nor Shigaraki went to the fight in person. Shigaraki said something about not the right time to show up again yet, which Izuku thought was stupid and detrimental to the plan, but whatever. Shigaraki had ordered him to stay as well, citing Izuku's importance to their greater plans. He didn't really complain. Even though he's pretty sure Shigaraki just wanted someone to play games with to kill the time. He's been training hard to rival the strength of the UA students, but Izuku was still well aware of his innate inability. When the Vanguard Action Squad returned with a certain captured UA student, Izuku had felt both giddy and nervous. He honestly had no idea if they would actually be able to convert Kaken to their side, but unlike Shigaraki, he didn't really care what ended up happening. Seeing the face Kaken made when he saw Izuku standing alongside the league, no matter what came next, the whole plan was worth it, just for that one moment. That one moment where Kaken was in despair, and not the other way around. It had been 2 days since they carried out their plan. It didn't take long for their captor to break out of his depressed state, and he always barked incessantly at the mere thought of joining the league. He seemed to be a little more subdued whenever Izuku made his presence known. Here they were, everyone circled around Kaken like it was a party, trying to convince an inconvincible man. 2 days with absolutely no luck at all. Izuku couldn't say he was surprised, in full honesty. Kaken wasn't exactly a person you could change once he got his sights set on something. For some reason though, he felt like they were already running out of time. Kurogiri, what the hell is this portal for? Shigaraki grumbled, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. Tamura, that's not mine. Kurogiri said, tense. The League had quickly registered what that meant and readied themselves for something to come out of the portal, but yet another thing threw them off guard. Pizza DLVI. A voice rang out as someone knocked on the bar's door. Wait, we ordered pizza? Spinner said, disoriented. At the same time that All Might bashed through the hideout's walls, a bolting flash of green came out through the mysterious portal. That he really did make another portal? AFO said quietly, slowly opening up Izuku's door so as to not wake him up. Wait, do you recognize what we're looking at right now? Ninth whispered, unbelieving of the sight in front of him. AFO didn't know what suddenly put Ninth on edge until he looked closer at the portal and felt a surge of old memories suddenly rush back to him. The League's old bar hideout. He whispered back, confirming what Ninth was seeing. The portal was conveniently faced towards the League's backs. As Ninth looked closer, he quickly realized what was taking up all of their attention. They have Kaken. And oh my god, that's us right next to him. Did that version of us get captured too? Ninth panicked, still whispering but quickly losing his cool. AFO studied the scene a bit more. No. Look at him. He's acting all friendly with the League. Ninth suddenly felt queasy, silently observing this new version of himself talking casually with Shigaraki. No, wait, you're right. He clenched his fists, partly out of frustration and partly because of his nerves. I didn't think I'd have to face a villain version of myself this soon. I mean, you don't really count onesie, since you're reformed and all and… Calm down. AFO whispered, although he was also feeling somewhat bad, seeing that Dmed bar again. Assess the situation before you go in. If we line up both of our timeline of events, we're currently looking at right after your class's training camp trip. Yeah, that was when Kaken got kidnapped. I guess, in both of our universes. Ninth said, if we don't intervene, it's possible the heroes and their plan will carry out well like it did in our universes. But you don't know for sure, right? Ninth whined, dragging his hands down across his face. And if we act now, maybe we can stop that version of ourselves and Kaken from being transported to Kamino. Plus, he trailed off. Doesn't this scene bother you? Don't you want to find out how things ended up like this for a version of us? Ninth looked at the version of himself, casually standing right next to Shigaraki. Right next to that Dmed laptop that All for One was watching the League through. Why did that Izuku go down that path? What kind of choices lead him to believe that this was the right thing to do? AFO couldn't say he disagreed, so instead he just sighed. He could tell they were about to get into the most trouble they've gotten to this far. At least be safe, okay? I'll stay behind to watch over Izuku. Pizza DLVI. They heard Edgeshot's voice, even through the portal. The two older Izukus nodded at each other. And Ninth went in. Ninth's plan was simple. Go in, grab Kaken, grab the other Izuku, and run as far as he could so that they'd fall out of the warp quirk's range. He wouldn't worry about the rest of the League, they would be fine being transported to All for One anyways. He just needed to drop off the two somewhere safe, get a couple answers, and then head to Kamino to prevent All Might from burning his embers to All for One. In theory, it should be a slam dunk. But of course, there are also several problems that Ninth had to take into account. One, he had no idea how the other universe's Katsuki and Izuku would react. Kaken probably wouldn't like being grabbed abruptly by anyone, let alone someone with the same face as a villain. As for the villain Izuku, well, that was a wild card that Ninth couldn't read. Not until he learned more about the situation. 2, he had no idea where to drop them off. If he placed them with the heroes outside the hideout, it's very possible they'd still be in range of the warp quirk. He didn't know what would happen to the villain Izuku if he dropped them off at a police station either. Even if he was a villain in this universe, Ninth believed that villain Izuku was a good person. He had to be. He just needed to explain himself. Finally, Ninth had to deal with the heroes participating in the actual hideout raid. Ninth knew for sure that he was stronger than them, but they're still cream of the crop heroes, picked specifically for this high-level mission. They'd probably see Ninth as a threat and try to apprehend him, and he didn't want to have to hurt the heroes he admired. Especially not All Might, when his embers are dwindling so much at this point in time. He could definitely outrun them, he knew that for sure. But if he exerted too much power, he knew the kinds of speed he would reach would harm someone, or at the very least, cause too much collateral damage. Mindlessly destroying things probably wouldn't get him on the good side of the heroes in that universe. Still, the moment he heard Eishoo's voice, his brain drowned out any doubts that clouded his mind. Pizza DLVI. The ninja hero said. He had to do something, didn't he? Ninth bolted through the portal, swiftly dodging All Might's flashy punch through the bar's walls. He was lucky to join in such a hectic moment. The panic and chaos would give him extra time to enact his plan before the heroes or villains could respond. He quickly grabbed Katsuki and the other Izuku by their waists, both of Ninth's arms now filled as the two teens' brains registered what was going on. It was funny, both of them were so distracted by All Might that they didn't even see Ninth until he grabbed them. Some things never change, huh? Huh? What the hell? Let go of me, you bastard. Katsuki's voice quickly cut off as he registered Ninth's face. What the F dash? Was his first thought. What the F dash? The villain Izuku said, also. Registering Ninth's face. For once, their brains were synced. Who the Kurogyri, make some portals already, damn it. Shigaraki said, disoriented from this new character he didn't remember unlocking. Ninth had a feeling those portals wouldn't happen. In the recordings he watched of this fight in this world, the villains were quickly apprehended after Shigaraki issued those orders. That also meant that Ninth had barely any time left. And who are you? Unhand young Bakugos at once. A booming voice echoed. Ninth's danger sense quickly blared in his ears as he whipped his head around, realizing he needed to go ASAP and oh shit, that's All Might's fist. Irk. His body swayed to the side of the large fist, dodging it just in the nick of time. His movements were hindered by the two teens saddled on his arms, but he was still fast enough to get out of this. He just needed to zip out of the bar through the hole All Might created and avoid the whole police force, Endeavor, Gran Torino, Eishuu, and Kamui Woods. Ninth's danger sense was already blaring at him from All Might, so he didn't realize time had already been up. Tree branches quickly enveloped the whole room, incapacitating the villains. Ninth tried to dash out the hole in the wall, but the branches caught his leg as he was halfway out. Gah! He yelped, panicking and yanking his foot, shattering the branch. He hoped that it wouldn't hurt the hero too much, although he could see the hero wince just slightly out of the corner of his eyes. So sereno timato explain. Ninth rushed out. In the chaos of it all, Dabi tried to burn the branches away, but Gran Torino swooped in and knocked him out with one kick. Instead of falling back down like he did in Ninth's universe though, he bounced off the villain's head, shooting in a trajectory right towards the green-haired hero. He was in a tricky situation. The police force wasn't shooting at him due to the possibility of shooting Kaken, but Endeavor had already started to make his way towards Ninth, intending to block his path. It wouldn't be long until Eishuu joined in as well. Ninth pivoted midair, using the sheer force of his strength to knock himself backwards against the wind and onto the rooftop, successfully avoiding Gran Torino while landing on top of the building. He made his way to the edge of the building, intending to push himself off of the edge to rocket away from the situation. Why are you doing this? The villain Izuku was cut short as Ninth exerted his power, the two teens and the hero traversing miles of ground in almost an instant. It only took a couple of those boosts before he fully lost the trail of the heroes, not that he was worried that he wouldn't, because that was always going to be the easy part. He was simply faster and stronger than them. He didn't spend all that time becoming All Might's successor for nothing. Ninth dropped off on a random rooftop, barely breaking a sweat as he sat the two teens down. Phew. There's no way the warp quirk will get all the way over here. Just for safety, in case the bad blood Ninth had sensed between the two teens was worse than he thought, he took the precaution of putting quirk suppression cuffs on both of them before they could fully get their grippings. He had a feeling that the quirk suppression part didn't matter for the villain Izuku, but it was better to be safe. Who the F are you? Explain yourself now. Katsuki demanded. The villain Izuku seemed to share the same sentiment, although he was eerily quiet. Oh. Ninth didn't plan out how to explain himself to them. Isn't it obvious? I'm a hero. But, don't you recognize me, Kaken? It's me. He smiled softly. You think I was effin' born yesterday? Katsuki's eyes flickered between Ninth and his world's Izuku. There can't be two of you. I'm from another universe. Ninth said bluntly. It's a long story. I'll tell you all about it once I'm done dealing with things in Kamino. Teeth, you really expect me to believe bullshit like that? Someone needs to lock you up, you demon kook. Katsuki yelled. Hey, not so loud. Ninth covered Katsuki's mouth. Alerting any authorities would pose a huge problem right now. You need proof? Let's see, you wet the bed until you were 3, you have as much All Might merch as I do but you hide it in your closet and drawers, you still have the special All Might card we pulled as kids, you bullied me for years because you thought I was looking down on you. Katsuki muffled a scream from under Ninth's mouth. Oh oops. The hero quickly removed his hand from the blonde's mouth. Fucking fine. I believe you or whatever. Katsuki barked out. But then how the hell do you have a quirk? The villain Izuku spoke up. Ninth and Katsuki's heads both turned, not expecting the villain to speak up. You're me, but you have a quirk? His voice wobbled. That's also a long story. Look, I know this is really confusing and everything, but I'm here for you, okay? Ninth said, trying to be gentle with his wording, reaching out to try and offer the other Izuku a comforting hand. Don't touch me. The other Izuku said, slapping away Ninth's hand with his cuffed hands. You think you can comfort me just because we're the same person? Ninth felt shocked at how much venom he could hear in the other Izuku's voice. Hey, wait, let's calm down a bit. No. The other Izuku yelled. If you have a quirk, then we're nothing alike. I bet you have no idea what I've been through, all the days I've suffered being treated like nothing. Katsuki couldn't even meet the villain's eyes when he dropped that sentence. Is that the only reason you took me? Just because we share the same face? Thought we could understand each other or something? He questioned. Well, we couldn't be any more different if you tried. Ninth knew where the other Izuku was coming from. After all, he spent 13 years of his life quirkless too. He smiled sadly at the villain, which only set the villain Izuku off more. Stop it. Don't look at me like that. He yelled, his voice cracking. Don't look down on me. I don't need your pity. The villain Izuku couldn't handle it. What gives you the right to play hero and save people using my face? He choked out a sob. It's not fair at all. Hey, come on. Ninth said awkwardly. Clearly this other Izuku had some pent-up anger. I'm not pitying you. I was quirkless too. He contemplated whether or not he should tell a villain with active ties to the League. About one for all. He wanted to be able to trust another version of himself, but maybe he'd have to hold off on it for now. I was, a really late bloomer. I got my quirk in the middle of the UA entrance exam. He laughed quietly. The point is, I do know what you've been through. I can empathize. The villain Izuku stilled himself, still breathing heavily from his crying while trying to take in this new information. But still. You have a quirk now, don't you? You won't have to deal with being quirkless for the rest of your life like I will. Can't you remember how bad it was? Being treated like shit every day, not knowing if it'll ever get better? He glanced over to Katsuki, who was still looking away in shame. Of course I remember. Ninth said. But did that really warrant becoming a villain? The other Izuku's hands curled into fists within the HNDCFFS. Well, what else was I supposed to do? I couldn't live a normal life, being treated like that every day. And I can't become a hero either. I just wanted to live in a world where I can be accepted. The League promised me that. So you're okay with killing people if it means being accepted? The villainous teen averted Ninth's gaze. I haven't killed anyone. He mumbled. But you associate with people who have. Ninth shot back. The other Izuku's fists trembled, before relaxing. That you just don't get it. Ninth sighed. This was going nowhere. I guess I don't. 1,000 thoughts swarmed Ninth's brain, but for how urgent the situation at Kamino probably was, he had to block them out. Look, there are a lot of things we need to talk about, but that'll have to hold off for later. For now, I need to find somewhere where you two won't be at each other's throats while I go deal with All for One. Suddenly, he had an idea. Oh, I got it. Kaken, is my mom still alive here? Katsuki nodded. The villain Izuku seemed to panic, though. No, wait. I can't see her again, please. He ran away from home to become a villain. Izuku couldn't stomach his mom's pity for him, even if she still loved him unlike everyone else. Now, though, with his face plastered all over the news as a villain with the League, did she even love him anymore? No, maybe she already disowned him. I won't do anything to Kaken, so please don't take me there. Please, he pleaded. Sorry. Ninth said, picking the two teens up again. I want to trust you, I really do. Then why? The villain's voice trembled. It's just like you said, isn't it? Ninth replied, gearing himself up to jump once more. We're too different. I can't predict you. The other Izuku remained silent. Isn't it funny how he can't even get himself to be on his side? Ninth subtly glowed a green lightning as he channeled energy into his legs. Hold on tight, you two. What? Gran Torino asked, stunned. Yes, I seem to have heard that phrase quite a lot recently. AFO said, amused. The heroes who weren't All Might had gathered around the portal, the entrance point of the mysterious green assailant who stole away the villain Deku and the hero student Baku. They were expecting answers, but they hadn't expected such convoluted ones to their questions. I mean, that kind of quirk, isn't it unheard of? Kemiwood said. Yes, you can all guffaw at the child's power another time. AFO waved them away. He was getting a bit tired of going through the same reactions every time he had to explain the quirk. Shouldn't you all follow All Might? He'll need support at Kamino. The heroes exchanged glances. What about you? Endeavor said. Aren't you going to help your counterpart? I need to watch over the child. Surely a father like you would understand, AFO said, slightly taunting the man. Living with Shudo was starting to rub off on him. Go, run along now. Endeavor clicked his tongue, clearly not a fan of AFO's snippy tone. Still, he couldn't argue with the logic. Reluctantly, he set off, the other heroes scrambling to follow. As the heroes rushed away to Kamino, Izuku finally started to stir. It was surprising he didn't wake up earlier. The fighting commotion was certainly quite loud enough to wake up most people. He could only hope Midoriya-san wouldn't also wake up. Huh? What's going on? Izuku whined as he stirred awake. You opened a portal in your sleep. AFO supplied. Something bad was happening, so Ninth went inside. Huh? Izuku said, rubbing his eyes as he tried to see the portal in front of him. Did I miss something cool? Maybe a little. Ninth definitely lived up to his #1 hero title in moments like these. Do you remember anything from your sleep? Something that might be the reason for this portal? Izuku said, sitting up on the bed, still very tired. I think that's something about villains? 'Cause you were talking about how you used to be one. Oops. Maybe this whole thing was his fault. I see. Shouldn't you go help Ninth? Izuku asked. AFO looked through the portal, seeing the bar in ruins. The villains had already been teleported away, and All Might had left to pursue them. No doubt the man would be dueling with his pathetic whelp of a father. I suppose, AFO said. He wasn't exactly eager to face his father again, although he probably wasn't even his father in this universe. But do you think you can reopen the portal when you haven't even met the other Izuku yet? It was a thought that had lingered on AFO's mind for a while. Izuku has always been able to meet the other versions of himself before opening their portal back home. The other day, if Ignition didn't come into the portal and support went inside instead, that could have been really bad in retrospect. Maybe? Izuku said. He didn't want to be useless now, out of all times. AFO sighed, pinching his nose bridge and grumbling under his breath. Ninth. Always rushing into everything without even thinking things out, irresponsible brat. But I know I can open a portal to my home from another universe. Izuku perked up. How do you know that? Ninth tested it out when we met. Izuku said cheerfully. It's also why he won't let me open 2 portals. Ninth stepped into the portal that led back into his world, taking Izuku through too. Make sure to keep that portal open, okay? Ninth said. He didn't want to strand a child from his own universe. Okay. Izuku said. Ninth took out a notebook, eager to study the quirk more. We just need to see if you can open a portal back to your universe from another universe. I don't want you to get stranded here. Though, so you'll have to make a second portal. I did it. Izuku exclaimed. Eishuu. Ninth gasped. 2 portals stood in front of them, showcasing Izuku's bedroom in the exact same position through either one. Interesting, Ninth muttered. It was good that Izuku could come back home from a different universe. It was cool that he could open up multiple portals to the same universe, but they seemed to lead to the exact same spot. Is it possible that Izuku's quirk is only for traveling to other universes, and it can't be used for transport within the same universe? Or maybe Izuku would just have to think harder about where to place the portal. What an interesting quirk. He'd have to run a bunch more tests. The portals suddenly closed, followed by a small thump sound on the grass. What happened, oh my gosh? Izuku had fainted on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that he had fainted from quirk exhaustion. AFO's eye twitched. Great. Ninth, if my alternate universe father doesn't kill you, I'm gonna do it in his place. Well, that's good information at least, but still, that would mean I'd have to bring you to the other universe. AFO didn't want to endanger Izuku. He was only 4, he shouldn't be caught up in such big affairs. I'll be good, I promise. Izuku pleaded. He wanted to help so badly, he had a chance to help defeat a big bad guy. AFO bit his lip. It's not like he had that many options, did he? Fine. But you're staying with the heroes, you hear me? Nowhere near the villains. Izuku wanted to complain, but the look on AFO's face told him not to. Okay. Good. AFO said. Hesitantly, he took Izuku in his arms. Okay, I suppose this is really happening. Filled with uncertainty, he stepped into the portal. Deku. The villain Izuku said suddenly, as they stood outside of his mom's apartment. Huh. Ninth asked. That's my villain name. He said. I just thought you should know. Ninth smiled. I guess it didn't take too long for him to open up. That's funny. That's also my hero name. Deku's face had an unreadable expression on it. So I take it you were also called that before? Yup. Ninth said, throwing a casual arm around Katsuki, locking him into a noogie. Kaken's nickname stuck around for us both. Oh. BSE. Katsuki grumbled, but he didn't have the normal fiery spark he usually had. Ninth eventually let go, much to the explosive boy's relief. I knew it was a good idea to save that alias for someone else. From now on, me and the other Izukus are gonna call you Deku too, yeah. There are others? Oh yeah, big time. Ninth said. You're gonna have fun meeting them. Right now though, you should focus on meeting Mom instead. He gestured towards the apartment door. Deku fidgeted with his hands. Are you really gonna force this to happen? You aren't heartless enough to kill Kaken in front of Mom, right? Ninth chuckled, albeit the topic a bit grim. This is as safe as I can get you two to be without the help of the heroes or the police force. Oh, unless you'd rather be locked up? Deku remained silent. He really didn't know which he'd rather prefer, honestly. Hey, come on. Ninth said nervously. You aren't gonna run away just so you don't see Mom, are you? Deku looked away, still not replying. He didn't book it in the opposite direction though, which was good enough for Ninth. Well, here goes nothing. Ninth mumbled, mustering up the courage to knock on the door. Hello, he said, knocking gently. Anyone home? No answer. Is she at work? Maybe? But it's already so late. Mom. Ninth tried again, knocking a little harder. Ninth listened closely as he held his breath. He could faintly hear something shuffle around inside the apartment. Guess she wasn't expecting anyone today. He patted himself down, trying to make himself look a little more presentable. His hands ran through his hair, although it remained as messy as it always was. He reached over to Deku, trying to neaten his hair as well, with just as fruitless results. Well, at least your clothes are nice, Ninth grumbled. A white undershirt, a black vest, and a tie. Where'd he even get clothes like that? He didn't remember those being a part of any formal wear he owned in high school. Also, what kind of villain dresses up like that? Gentle maybe? His attention was redirected to the situation at hand as the door slowly creaked open. For a moment, Ninth and the alternate universe Inko just stood and stared, equally stunned at the other. Inko hadn't expected to see her son for the rest of her life, let alone in such a drastically different appearance. Deku was hiding from the doorway, so she couldn't see her more familiar son. Ninth, on the other hand, he didn't expect to see Mom in such a state. Her hair was wildly unkempt, almost rivaling the mess that was his own hair. She had dark circles and eye bags, like she hadn't gotten a good night's sleep in years. Ninth could even see a pile of unwashed dishes past Inko in the sink. He's seen his mom worried sick before, but this was a different person altogether. Mom, you don't look so good. Ninth quietly said, afraid that he might spook her dead with one wrong move. Izuku? Is that really you? She shakily reached out, worried she was dreaming. Well, yes, but from an alternate universe. Don't worry though, I brought your son here too. Ninth grabbed Deku and pulled him into Inko's view while also grabbing Katsuki. Oh, and Kaken is here too. Hey auntie. Katsuki said timidly. Oh, hello Katsuki. Inko said, still trying to process things, especially the fact that she was looking at two Izukus. An alternate universe, you say? Yup. Ninth said. It's a lot to explain. I have something urgent to tend to, so I'll have to tell you when I get back. Really, he shouldn't be staying here to chat at all, but it was hard to leave when the situation here felt just as dire. I hope it's not too much of a problem for you to babysit these two for a couple hours? He asked, ushering the teens inside. Babysit? Why yeah, of course I can. Okay, great. I'll leave you three to it then. I'll be back as soon as I can, so hang tight. He stepped back out of the apartment, looking at them hesitantly. Was it really going to be okay leaving them here like this? He couldn't tell. I'm coming back anyway. He tried to reassure himself. The situation at Kamino needed him desperately, and he couldn't linger here even if he wanted to. And he really, really wanted to. Mom looks like she needs all the help she can get right. Still he had to leave. He shot a two-finger salute at them before bolting off, leaving as fast as he arrived. The three people in the apartment, once again, fell into a very awkward silence. It's hard to start a conversation when the catalyst for why the two teens were here decided to leave with barely any explanation. It's even harder to start a conversation when the three people in the room consisted of a villain who ran away from his mother, said villain's mother, and the villain's ex-bully who was literally still kidnapped 15 minutes ago. Surprisingly, Katsuki was the first one to make a move after being strangely quiet during this whole ordeal. He nodded in Inko's direction and subconsciously made his way to the sink, getting started on the pile of dishes that were left there. The two met often, ever since Deku disappeared. Katsuki needed help to reflect on his actions, and Inko needed someone to comfort her in the absence of her son. They melded together in a strange, symbiotic way. Deku found the noise of running water and clanking dishes helpful to cover up the fact he wasn't talking. It was hard to say anything after being forced into this situation by a version of himself that seemed to be better than him in every conceivable way possible. Mom. He started. Don't. Inko said. Don't explain yourself. That's for later. Right now, I'm so glad to see you again. Shakily, she pulled her child into a hug, who half-heartedly reciprocated after hesitating. Why? Deku said. I'm not a villain now. You should hate me. Inko squeezed into the huge harder. I know. But, Izuku, I can't. Not after you left, not after you appeared on TV, not after anything. She pulled away from the hug, cupping Deku's face in her hands. You're my baby, Izuku. I love you so much that I can't help but feel like it was my fault. That I wasn't enough. No, Deku fumbled with his words. It was true that the way his mom pitted him got to his psyche, but it's not like she was the reason he became a villain. It was a culmination of things. It wasn't you. It's not your fault. But, Izuku, Inko said after a while, trying her hardest not to tear up. There was too much to be done to waste time on tears. She needed to help her baby. You have to know that it's not right, what you're doing. I know you felt a lot of hurt to become a villain, but you can't do this. But what else am I supposed to do? He said back. I want to be heard. I need to be. But you're helping kill people, Izuku. Inko pleaded. Deku grit his teeth. This conversation felt a little too familiar for him, and it was driving him nuts. Why didn't anyone understand him? Why couldn't the good people understand him? Why was it only the people who others think are bad? You could have become a hero. Katsuki spoke up from the sink. The teen had finally found his voice again. Or do literally anything besides becoming a FNG villain. Oh, come on. Spare me. Deku said, his voice automatically taking a more venomous tone when talking to Katsuki. I don't need you of all people to lecture me. Should I remind you who was the biggest problem in my life? Izuku, Inko started, trying to defend Katsuki. The alternate version of yourself seems to be a pretty fucking great hero. Katsuki pressed on, stepping away from the sink to face Deku head-on. He has a quirk. Yeah, one he got on the day of the UA entrance exam. Meanwhile, you're pathetic but didn't even try taking it. Was this a-hole serious? You're the one who didn't want me to take it. Well, I was effing wrong. Katsuki raised his voice, trying not to lose himself. I can't believe you didn't have the ball to take the DMN exam even if you might have failed. Are you really such a shitty loser coward? Shut up. Deku said, stepping back from Katsuki's imposing glare. You have no right to say that. It's your fault in the first place, it's all your FNG fault. Inko was not okay with the increasing energy in the room. Boys, wait, please calm down. Nah. Katsuki interjected. This idiot keeps hiding behind his quirkless status like it's some kind of get-out-jail card, and it's annoying the F out of me. Deku clicked his tongue at the accusation, but Katsuki continued. Look, that alternate version of yourself is proof you didn't have to turn out this way. The only reason you're a villain is because you're a whiny piece of shit that never wanted to try and prove me wrong. Are you kidding me? He has a quirk. A quirk. He repeated. Yeah, maybe he tried a little harder and took the entrance exam, but that doesn't change anything. If he didn't get his quirk, then he would have failed, and he would have become just like me. Katsuki let a small laugh out of hysteria. Sure to. Tell yourself that. Deku's eye twitched. You don't get to tell me that I should have tried harder. Anybody but you. So what? I can't learn my lesson, is that it? You want me to be an a-hole forever so you can feel good about your actions. Katsuki egged him on. If you wanted to change, you should have started years ago. Not now. Deku broke eye contact, trying not to get worked up either. He couldn't do something stupid not here. If it took me becoming a villain to change, you wouldn't have changed if I stayed a good person. It was hard for Katsuki to argue against that, but he wanted to believe he would have changed anyways. You don't know that. Things could have been different. Sure to. Tell yourself that. Deku mockingly repeated Katsuki's words back at him, not even bothering to reconnect eye contact. He moved to sit down on the couch, needing a breather after everything that happened. You're impossible. Yeah, and you're a piece of shit. So I guess we're all something. Deku shrugged. The two had already been bickering like this for some time, considering all they could do was talk, back when Katsuki was kidnapped. It was like clockwork. A silence befell on them as neither side made an effort to further aggravate the conversation, something Inko felt relieved about. She knew the two had a history that would take far longer than a night to mend, but it was different, seeing them argue right in front of her. Just when will that other Izuku return? It was easy for AFO to speed along the buildings to reach Kamino. He just had to replicate Ninth's technique of using the edges as extra leverage, and channel some of his strength-enhancing quirks into his legs. Izuku seemed to enjoy it just as much as he did back when Ninth did it, and it turns out AFO was a lot less afraid of heights when he wasn't forcibly being taken for a joyride against his will. The hard part was deciding a course of action. He observed the unfolding situation from a faraway rooftop, hoping that none of the aerial cameras that were circling around would catch him. One thing he quickly noted was Ninth's lack of presence, assuming that the other got held up by whatever happened with those two troublesome teenagers. Was he supposed to just sit here and twiddle his thumbs while waiting for Ninth to arrive? A silver lining that AFO noticed was that the rest of the league wasn't there. Without Katsuki there to hold them up, they probably just took All for One's advice to leave with far less grumbling and fumbling. Saves him a headache, lest he accidentally slips out a Tamura from his own villainy days. Izuku was held up in his arms, his excitement slowly dying down as the child looked towards All for One and All Might. There was a part of AFO that found it amusing his father seemed to SCK the life out of every version of him, not just himself. Of course, the bigger and more logical side of him is displeased at a young child seeing such strife and destruction, so he makes sure to deposit Izuku somewhere safe and less psychologically damaging. Unfortunately, as much as he wished he could just drop Izuku onto the heroes, everyone on site was currently occupied with the ongoing dire situation. Or, well, occupied in a sense. Everyone was mostly just watching besides the two people actually duking it out, but that's because they know they'd be minced meat if they stepped in right now. But AFO knows these people, he knows that the second they see an opportunity, they'll pounce. He can't afford to break the concentration of such seasoned heroes at a time like this. Luckily for him, there are a group of teenagers on site at the moment that are neither seasoned, nor do they really want to be there. They were trapped behind rubble, unable to move in fear of being spotted, and they also happened to be perfectly trustable people from Class 1A. It was like a big free babysitters sign, staring AFO in the face. He just has to swoop in and save them without All for One noticing. Perhaps the old man had already sensed the presence of them anyways, but that didn't matter too much. His father may be fast, but he was faster. That's what happens when you have a bunch of strength and agility enhancement quirks while simultaneously not being a giant walking meatball. He just needed to wait for All Might to make a big enough move to distract him and All Might throws a punch at All for One, and it probably didn't do much damage, but that's all he needed. He speeds up, child secured in his arms, as he barrels towards the group and suddenly 4 more children are secured in his arms. It was a surprisingly easy endeavor to carry so many people in his arms and whisk them off a couple blocks away right under his father's nose. The meatball barely spared a glance at the commotion, his attention focused on his arch-nemesis. For people AFO observes, the same as it was in his universe. Shuto, Kirishima, Ida, and Yaoyorozu. They take a moment to get their bearings, because most people would be disoriented after basically being hit by a freight train. "Hello, children," AFO says stiffly. The heroes in training logically assume the worst and get into defensive positions. Still, they try to talk to him, which is great because he wasn't feeling the prospect of beating up 4 teenagers at the moment. "Who are you?" Yaoyorozu said, her arm reaching out to cover the other teens. Dudes, doesn't he kinda look like that Deku villain from the league?" Kirishima said. AFO rolls his eyes. "No, I'm not him. I'm not a villain either. If I was, you'd all be dead where you stand," he said matter-of-factly, even though it was information that was very tone-deaf to the situation. Is that supposed to be reassuring?" Todoroki said. "Yes." Ida speaks up. "Are you a hero then? One we haven't heard about?" Sort of. AFO grimaces. This definitely fell under Vigilante work, didn't it? He really didn't want to deal with Tsukauchi another time, but it seemed inevitable. He shakes his head, trying to clear his thoughts. That's just something he'd have to figure out later. Never mind that. You all should get to safety. Also, please take this child with you. He holds out Izuku, who was still spacing out from the fight between All for One and All Might that was happening in the background. The child offers a saddened look, but doesn't fight back much. "Are you sure I can't help anymore?" Izuku said to AFO. "You've done enough. And you need sleep," he states bluntly, dropping Izuku into Shuto's hands, who seemed surprised that he was the one chosen to take the child. "Wow, this little dude looks like Deku too. Is he your son?" Kirishima says, offering a smile to Izuku, but not much more due to the stress of the situation. "I am not that old, thank you very much," AFO said curtly. "Little brother, I suppose? Just hurry up and go, I'm gonna go help out All Might." "You what?" Ida said. But that's insane. Didn't you see how powerful that villain was? Yes. He's my father. Well, I suppose maybe he's not in this universe, AFO said, much to the confusion of everyone else. Wait, so, this little dude is the grandson of that huge meatball-looking guy? Kirishima said, pointing at Izuku who was being awkwardly cradled by Shudo. He's not my son, AFO reiterated, fighting back the small blush creeping on his face. I'll meet up with you after I pummel this BSRD into the ground. To guarantee that we meet up again, I've taken your quirks as insurance. The tension noticeably skyrockets. You what? Yaoyorozu says, trying to conjure up anything with her quirk and failing. The other three also find similar results. He didn't really have to do it because they were trustworthy enough anyways, but he wanted an excuse to play around with their quirks. If he was breaking the law and was going to meet up with Tsukauchi anyways, he might as well have fun with it. Plus, considering how close he is with Shudo, his quirk is probably the one he's most adept with. Okay, that is all. Tada now. He speeds off before they can get a word in. Silence permeates the street as the four teens struggle to comprehend what just happened. The strange man had taken them just far enough that the raging battle between All Might and All for One was more of a muffled background noise than anything else. Todoroki felt strange, the cold and warmth that hugged either side of him now gone, replaced by the natural coldness of the night. You know, I'm actually half okay with this. To think that the rumors of a quirk-stealing villain were true, and that there are two of them. Ida said, wishing he could chase after the man who took their quirks hostage, but unable to. It felt weird, not having engines in his legs. Really weird, in fact. It's almost like his bones were missing. Are we sure that dude's actually gonna give us our quirks back? Kirishima laughs nervously. He will. The small child in Todoroki's arms pipes up, which reminds all four of them of said child's presence. That's right. That man was your brother, he said. Yaoyorozu said, her voice gentle but prodding as she tried to seem approachable to Izuku. He fiddled with his fingers in response. Kinda? They had the same mom, but not at the same time. Universes were weird, Ninth had told him. Kinda. Kirishima tilted his head. Anyways, Izuku diverts the conversation the best a child could. Onesie wouldn't do something like that. He'll definitely give you your quirks back. You're sure? Todoroki looked down at the child in his arms. Yep. Izuku nodded. And if he doesn't then? Ninth will kick his butt until he does. Ninth? Ida questioned. Izuku stilled. Another brother. Kinda. Kirishima repeated again. Kinda. Izuku repeated back. Todoroki sighed. Well, that's as much reassurance as we're going to get. Yaoyorozu chimed in, having realized something. Back at the shopping district. The Jumbotron. It's probably playing the ongoing fight. Ida nodded. Let's go then. I'm curious to see what he'll do. If anyone saw the expression that AFO was wearing as he landed a swift kick on his father, you'd think he was some kind of rabid villain getting personal revenge. A description that is not far off, to be fair. The snarl on his face is far from his usual, stoic expression. Old coot, what a gracious day, that I get to smash your face in a second time. All for One sneered back, his eyes moving between the new face and All Might, who was extremely close to exhaustion. Normally, I'd entertain a scuffle with a deranged pest like you, but I'm in the middle of something important. Move. His arm morphs into its signature form, swelling and pulsing with raging strength. It moves with inhuman speed as it slams against AFO, the man moving his hands in front of his body to soften the blow. For the average person, the strike could have killed them, with the protruding spikes and bumps easily piercing through a normal body. Of course, he's no normal person, so even as he's pushed to a wall with rubble crumbling around him, he feels nothing but more rage. Hata. AFO cackles, like a deranged maniac. You idiot. Don't you notice something missing? All for One ignores the gremlin yelling at him, focusing his attention back on his arch-nemesis. The theatrics have long worn their wear, and all he wants to do is watch this shiny farce quickly bleed into the ground. He draws his arm out again, intending to morph it once more, only to realize. My quirks. He couldn't feel the ones he used for his arm enhancement anymore. AFO grinned. His palms only connected with his father's fists during that punch for barely half a second, but that was easily enough to take away some of the man's most cherished quirks. How does it feel, UBSRD? That you made a son that hates you to the point of traveling universes to watch you lose a second time? He said, this time not being ignored. A son? All Might said, bewildered as he was reduced to a spectator in the ongoing debacle. A son? All for one repeated, a hint of amusement in his tone. Interesting. So you aren't a pest, you're my kin. Traveling universes, you say? I'd love to indulge in such a quirk. He outstretched his hand, not morphed but still within human speed, with intent to steal quirks from the man claiming to be his offspring. AFO dodged out of the way, his own speed not to be trifled with. I'm not so naive as to keep the quirk on me, you buffoon, he said, moving next to All Might, who seemed hesitant to fight side by side with AFO. Ha! Of course. All for one said, gazing upon both of his enemies. Then I suppose I'll just have to lock you up until you spit out its location. In the meantime, we could enjoy some family bonding. You. AFO cuts himself off, the anger of even being threatened to be vaulted again surging through him. He shoots out a thick, large sheet of ice with his right arm, something that won't hold his father for long, but enough for him to converse with All Might. That's young Todoroki's quirk. All Might said, alarmed. I'll return it. AFO said dismissively. Listen, I don't care who you've transferred it to, but you're only carrying embers right now, right? The buffer man stands there, mouth slightly ajar as he tries to take in all the information at once. But how do you? Great. That means your husk of a body can handle another quirk. He extends his hand out, expectantly. A regenerative quirk. One I stole from him just now. It's his strongest one. All Might looked at the extended hand wearily. How can I trust? If I wanted to kill you, I would have done so already. AFO said, getting impatient. He connects his palm against All Might's before the man could protest more, drawing his hand back not even a second later. Oh wow. This works fast. All Might commented, feeling rejuvenated already. Yes, well, it's not enough to fix your injury, but it's enough. He's cut off by the sound of the ice shattering, All for one floating ominously above them, to get back on your feet. Enough with the party tricks. You won't be having your petty revenge today, child. All for one's voice boomed. He paid him no mind, only looking to All Might once more. Don't exert yourself too much. You're still weak. Toshinori never thought he'd ever hear those kinds of words being directed towards him. He had half a mind to respond with something witty, but he could tell by the situation that the strange green-haired man was correct. So instead he merely grunted in agreement. AFO creates another burst of ice, making a ramp to where his father was floating. Engines form within his legs, and combined with a couple of strength enhancers, his first kick lands a sizable amount of damage on All for one. Still, he quickly recovered. A tough match, even without his best durability quirk. All Might lands a few swift blows, but AFO can tell he's still recovering from his own exhaustion. He'd have to do the heavy lifting. The large villain quickly retaliates, his arm morphing once more with a different arrangement of enhancement quirks that he was less familiar with, yet still did devastating damage. They're both knocked back, but they also both managed to land on their feet, AFO using Kirishima's quirk to soften the blow. Same move, different quirks, huh? AFO laughed. I never understood that about you. Such an expansive quirk, and that's the best you can come up with. What's effective is effective. All for one stated plainly, drawing his arm back for another attack. You should learn to be more creative. AFO says, zooming in once more to slam his palm against All for one, taking away more of his quirks while transferring a particular one to him. His father tries to grab his leg, but All Might lands another punch which disorients him, the damage being felt more with the absence of many of his durability quirks. That's not enough for AFO. He conjures something up with Yayarose's quirk and air horn megaphone. He wasn't nearly adept enough at using her quirk to create guns like she could, but a weirdly shaped piece of plastic? Kikwok. It's blasted right in front of All for One's ears, or what resembles ears, and it feels like he was hearing a bomb go off right next to him. I transferred a hearing quirk. AFO shouts over the blaring noise, making sure his father could hear him. It's not much on its own, but considering you already enhanced your senses to make up for your little potato head. The man's arms flail around, roaring in rage to make it stop. You. Enough of your incessant noise. All for One manages to get a large punch right on All Might's injury, making the man stumble back in pain, even with the regenerative quirk. He gets a grip on AFO's leg, crushing it with his grip as he holds him upside down, the air horn still annoyingly blaring. A creative idea, I must concede. Only my son could come up with such an idea. But raw power always wins. He grins, his palm connecting on the younger man's skin, the feeling of quirks being sapped away evident. FO flails like a ragdoll, not one to be outdone. His palm quickly reconnects with the older man's skin, now locked into a battle of who could take from who faster. The air horn is abandoned, tossed at his father's face just because he felt like it, both of his palms now suction to the other's skin to try and reclaim faster than the other could pillage. Damn it, he's fast. FO grit his teeth, trying his best to keep up. They're locked at a dead standstill, with both taking quirks as fast as the other could take them back. The only good thing the BSRD is good at, but he sure is good at it. All Might needs to get up now. He needs something to disorient the man, something to turn the tide so he can beat him into a pulp like he's always dreamed of. Suddenly, he's not being held upside down anymore. He's caught in the arms of a very familiar face. Never fear, because I am here. A bright green costume. A punch that knocks All for One down in one swift blow. And to top it off, the goofiest grin AFO has ever seen. You live up to your title, the ninth. AFO said, the absurdity of it all slowly settling in on him. Ninth had him in a princess carry, of all things. Pretty cool entrance, right onesie? Ninth smiled, landing beside All Might, now almost recovered as he set down AFO. AFO huffed. Yes, I suppose. And who might you be? All Might questioned, now feeling even more like he was being left out of everything. We can talk about that later, All Might. Ninth grinned. But I'm a friend, don't you worry. All for One himself was not amused, backed against a wall of rubble that Ninth's punch had flung him towards. A third one? My, how cowardly of you heroes, ganging up on me like this. Because you love fair fights, don't you? AFO spat out sarcastically. He motioned for the other two to get into position. Don't let him run away. All Might nodded. Of course not. Ninth stretched casually. Wouldn't dream of it. Oh, you impudent fools. All for One choked out, gritting his teeth as he watched the three people in front of him radiate with sheer power. United, All Might starts. No matter what you do, I will come back. States of, Ninth continues. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop now. FO looks at the other two. He feels his strength quirks flare up. He smiles. Dot smash. Izuku had never truly seen his counterparts in action. Sure, he experienced glances of their quirks before, like the time Ninth jumped up in the sky with him, but this was different. He watched with the hero students and the shopping district's crowd as the three figures on the Jumbotron landed their final blow. Holy shit, Kirishima mumbled. The others were too shocked to even get a word out. The man who had saved them had been a bit eccentric, but they never realized how much power they were in the presence of. Izuku stared at the Jumbotron. His eyes sparkled with awe. That's me. I helped do that. Deku and Bakugos sat together on the couch, right in front of the TV as the final punch landed. Inko stands off to the side, her hand pressed against her lip worryingly. The ire between the two teenagers is not forgotten, but pushed aside in favor of the situation at hand. Envy is the first feeling he feels, as it has been for quite some time. He remembered that sometime in the fight, All for One had gone on some tirade about sheer power being the most important thing. He found that, as he watched the fight go on, that conclusion was correct. Even if All for One wasn't the one with the most sheer power. His counterparts are too strong. That much goes without saying. The hero version of himself who saved him just moments prior knocked AFO to a weakened state with just one punch. No ordinary person could do that, no, not even a top hero could do that. He's not even sure if All Might was able to do that, in his post-prime state. And that other version of him. He hadn't expected to see another one, but that hero version of himself did mention there were others. It made sense that one had already made his way to the fight. But a version of himself with the All for One quirk? What the hell? The second feeling he feels is awe. The idea that he could ever look that cool, fighting a villain, saying cheesy hero lines while pulling it off and not sounding cringe, it was an experience that was alien to him. It felt like he was a kid again, watching that clip of All Might's debut, over and over and over again. It's been so long since he's felt a hero make him feel starstruck. His hands itched for a notebook. There was nothing he'd want more than to jot down all his thoughts on the fight, his counterparts' strengths and weaknesses, their potential and their drawbacks, things they could do to improve and things he could take advantage of to take them down. He'd get all of it on paper and then he'd what? It's not like he could go back to the league. Not with his counterparts pummeling their true leader into oblivion, and certainly not with his hero counterpart lording over his head to make sure he'd go back to the path to good. His days of villainy, of doing things for his cause, they were numbered. It's been so long since his notebooks were used for anything but analysis and strategy for the league. What good were his notebooks for if they weren't for tactics? Once upon a time, his notebooks were made with something else in mind. But that dream has long since been squandered. Someone useless like him could never be a hero. Never. I can never be. A sound from the TV cuts his thoughts short. His hero counterpart, smiling with hopeful radiance and pointing at the camera with determination. Next is your turn. The third feeling he feels is sadness. Raw, unfettered, hopeful. Sadness. At some point he started to cry. Support system. Support lays on the sand of Dagobah, tired from another round of training with the other Izukus. Izuku himself seemed nothing short of a ball of energy, probably because Ninth wasn't making him do actual hard labor like he was for him and Ignition. Come on you two, you're really that beat already? Ninth questions, still in his coaching mode. Ninth, it's night already. AFO says, sitting off to the side and monitoring Izuku. Wait, what? Ninth seemed to only realize it as AFO pointed it out. You seriously didn't realize? Ignition said, seemingly even worse for wear than support. Ninth scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Okay, new game plan. We've done enough today, so why don't we all go home and rest? Yes, please, Ignition groaned. Izuku, buddy, let's get everyone home, okay? Ninth said. AFO sighed. You're finally done? I can stay behind this time. Ninth lit up. Great. That works perfectly for me. Izuku nodded, conjuring up a portal, Ignition going home first. Support couldn't wait to get back home, flop on his makeshift mattress and pass out for hours on end. Unfortunately, Ninth had other plans. Before Izuku could make the portal to his universe, Ninth stops him. Wait a minute, Izuku. Support is coming home with me today. Huh? Support said, still dazed from his tiredness. You didn't think I was gonna let you stay in that sad abandoned place forever, did you? Ninth questioned. I told you I was planning something for you. It what? Support said, his senses slowly coming back to him. You didn't have to do that. I'm fine with how I live. Yeah, but I'm not. Ninth pouted. Come on, you're basically homeless. If you don't want to man up and ask your Aizawa-sensei for some help, then this is the next best option. Support found that he had no strength to argue back. Damn it, was that his plan from the beginning? Okay, whatever. He conceded, just about ready to fall over on the next softest thing he sees. Izuku opens the portal to Ninth's world. Support walks straight in, while Ninth waves his goodbyes to Izuku and AFO before doing the same. Sunlight hits his face from tall windows, leaving him to squint to try and get his bearings. The first thing he notices is that he can hear noises from downstairs. Wait, downstairs? Where are we again? My office. Ninth said. Oh shit, did he say that out loud? Ninth grinned sheepishly. Sorry. I forgot Izuku opened his portal while I was at the agency. We'll have to take a small little trip to get to my home. Support groggily nodded as Ninth took his hand and walked him out of the agency. Some of the workers did a double take as they saw double of their boss. The sidekicks, however, seemed to be rather used to their boss's shenanigans by now. Ninth dressed them up in anti-paparazzi gear, wearing hats that could cover their hair, and face masks with sunglasses to cover their face. Is this really necessary? Support mumbled. Yes, silly. Ninth replied. It's the smallest of protections for a limelight hero off-duty. And I prefer taking the train than driving. Support still grumbled under his breath, but made no room to argue as they headed out towards the train station that was conveniently only a block down from the agency. Ninth made conversation as they passed through the crowd and waited for the next train to arrive. This station wasn't here when I first built my agency, you know. Ninth said. Yeah. I don't remember one being here in my world. Support registered. That's because this place wasn't well developed until I chose to build my agency here. Ninth explained. Once I did, a bunch of companies and stuff flocked here to try and capitalize off my presence, and, well, now it's kind of a modern hub for people. The train arrives. A decent amount of people get off, and a decent amount get on. All in all, it actually felt pretty empty. Pros for public transportation during the middle of the day. So you basically developed a whole part of the city just by being here? Support questioned, finally sitting down on an almost empty train car. Ninth's world felt strangely peaceful. It made sense the man had always talked about how much he and the other heroes of his world worked hard to keep the peace and create a better world. But something about the way the world around him moved outside the train windows, the way the sunlight beams hit his skin, the small rumble of the train and the occasional bumps. It's just so nice. So perfect. I guess so. Ninth puffed out his chest, proud. Support rolled his eyes. As if you needed more reasons to be cool. Ninth grinned. You're plenty cool too. Lawbreaker. A small blush crept up Support's face. Don't talk about it in public. Ninth laughed. Hey, there's no one around. I'm serious. You're super cool. Support pouted. You're just saying that? I'm not a liar, silly. Support covered his ears, hoping Ninth wouldn't see them turn red. Of course, it only makes him laugh more. They get off the train in a relatively peaceful neighborhood. It's quiet, but in the way that made him feel like everything was right with the world. It's a short walk to Ninth's home, which Support finds out is actually an apartment. You live in a quiet and small place like this? Support asked, looking at the apartment complex that looked more adorable and quaint than anything else. Don't like it? Ninth smiled. No, it's nice. Support corrected. I mean you are the #1 hero. I expected something more grandiose. Ninth chuckled. Well, I was never one for glamorous things. Simple is more familiar to me. But if you want, I could buy something more luxurious just for you. Support stammered, his hands moving wildly across his face. No, please don't do that. Ninth's grin grew larger. We'll see about that. The hero fumbles with his key, before they both walk in, shoes left by the door. The place is homey looking, decorated with a style like Mom would have, but with tons of hero merch and plushies in random places as well. And anyways, this place is more secure than it looks. The whole neighborhood is filled with cameras, guards, and other heroes who live here. It's pretty nice. Really? Support said, feeling out of place in such a homey home. Such a domestic-looking area, it's a peace he hasn't felt in years. Ninth nodded. Here, the guest room is just down the hall. Support is led into a quaint-looking bedroom. The sun is peeking through the blinds, hitting the bed in the middle of the room in a serene way. There's a small desk and chair along with a closet facing the bed. He could almost feel himself tearing up. No, wait. He was tearing up. There's extra changes of clothes in the closet. It's not much, but we could go shopping later if you need more. Ninth cuts himself off. Are you crying? It's just so Nice here. Support sniffled. Why are also really nice? Ninth smiled, his eyes filled with understanding. Alright. Come on, let's get you to bed. Support is laid onto the bed, the blanket being pulled from its neat position and back over the teenager. He can feel all his tense muscles relaxing, like he was sleeping on a cloud. He really needed this, didn't he? Ninth smiled down at him. Take a nice, long nap. I'll cook food for you when you get up, and then we can go out and buy a few things for you later. How's that sound? Support, still a little emotional, could barely respond. Jid. Ninth laughed under his breath. Good. Sweet dreams, buddy.